Chapter 274. Soon enough, it was Li Fuchen's turn. Entering the direct inheritance tower, Li Fuchen arrived at the third floor. The formation was activated and a blue leopard materialized. The blue ice leopard was an assassin among high-rank 3 demonic beasts. Its speed was extremely fast, and it only needed one attack to kill an ordinary high-rank 3 demonic beast. The moment the blue ice leopard was formed, it immediately attacked Li Fuchen. The blue ice leopard's body suddenly burst out with a blue, chilling chi presence. Under the assault of this chilling chi presence, Li Fuchen felt a chill. At the same moment, the blue ice leopard pounced at Li Fuchen with lightning speed. As expected of the blue ice leopard, Li Fuchen's chi and blood nearly froze. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen activated the mystical dragon's secret technique, causing his combat cultivation to rise sharply. With the addition of the 16th rank True Inferno technique, the blazing chi presence evaporated the blue ice leopard's cold chi presence. Sword Current. The first profound rank intermediate rank killer move, Sword Flow, was executed. 10 sword lights burst forth. Pu 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 pu. The blue ice leopard's body was filled with sword scars. With a flash, Li Fuchen dodged the blue ice leopard's first attack and brandished his black gold sword again. Sword Burst. Bang! The blue ice leopard exploded into pieces. With Li Fuchen's current ability, even if he used 30% or 50% of his strength, it would be enough to instantly kill the blue ice leopard. Let's go to the 4th floor to take a look. Li Fuchen arrived at the 4th floor. The power of the formation frantically condensed, and a huge phantom of a giant beast appeared. Moo! It was a giant bull, demonic beast with a pair of horns that looked as though they were going to pierce through the Tower of Inheritance. As it let out a roar, the horrific sound wave assaulted, and Li Fuchen's 7 orifices bled. Class 4 Low Rank Demon Beast. Li Fuchen's pupils shrank. 4th level Low Rank Monster Beast, equivalent to the Heavenly Dipper Realm Low Rank Martial Artist. Perhaps the heaven-defying Earth Fiend Realm Peak Martial Artist. The attack power can reach the level of Heavenly Dipper Realm Low Rank Martial Artist. But in terms of indiscriminate attack, it is certainly not comparable. Heavenly Dipper Realm Low Rank Martial Artist casually erupting true chi is very terrifying. Apart from that, their defense was also far inferior. If a Heavenly Dipper Realm Low Rank Martial Artist is here, he can completely resist the sound wave attack of the giant bull monster beast. Full Moon. A fiery red full moon appeared as Li Fuchen executed his 3rd Mystic Class mid-tier kill move. Kacha! A shallow scar appeared on the giant bull demonic beast's body. What a strong defense! Li Fuchen's pupils shrank again. His full moon killer move, in terms of attack power, was not much weaker than a high-tier, profound grade sword art that had comprehended sword intent. Its cutting power was very strong. The giant bull demonic beast sprinted in a frenzy. The chi force on its body surged like a wave and blasted at Li Fuchen. With his superior awareness, Li Fuchen dodged in advance, but was in a slightly awkward position. Fiery devil-killing shadow. Li Fuchen executed the Blaze Devil Sword art kill move. A scarlet-red shadow enveloped the giant bull demonic beast. Pu-piu-piu. Sword marks appeared on the body of the giant ox demonic beast, as if it had been sliced by 1,000 blades. However, this attack was not enough to defeat the giant bull demonic beast. Pa! The giant bull demonic beast's long tail, which was at least 3 meters long, swept out. It was as though a long whip was coiling towards Li Fuchen. The sweeping speed of the tail was too fast. Li Fuchen was aware of it, but his body was still a step slower. He was swept by the chi force contained in the tail and flew backwards while vomiting blood. In mid-air, Li Fuchen activated the black iron sword essence and immediately executed his strongest sword move, Fiery Dragon. The black gold sword was raised up high. Red light gathered on its surface, like a crimson dragon expanding and contracting. Crackle! As the sword cleaved down, there was a burst of red light. One of the giant bull demonic beast's horns was severed. A sword mark extended from the top of its head all the way to its back. Moo! The giant bull demonic beast let out a frenzied roar. A horrific chi presence was emitted from its body. The chi presence was vigorous like a sun. Even when Li Fuchen executed the Black Wind 3 clones and produced 3 clones, he was still blasted into the walls of the direct inheritance tower by this horrific chi presence. This won't do. The difference in ability is too huge. Li Fuchen retreated out of the radius of the array. The reason why he was able to fight for such a long time wasn't because of his ability, but because of his incredible awareness, which allowed him to evade in advance. Otherwise, he would have been defeated in just a few moves. He is out. It seems like it took quite a while. It is normal. Li Shixiang is only at the 6th level of the Earth Realm after all. He is much weaker than Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger Shixiang. There is still half a month before the sect selection tournament. Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger Shixiang shouldn't have any suspense, but Li Shixiang and Xue Shixiang still have some suspense. 2 years ago, there were only 4 individuals who passed the 3rd floor of the direct inheritance tower. Now, there are already more than 10 individuals who passed the 3rd floor. Outside the direct inheritance tower, there were many discussions. None of them thought about whether Li Fuchen passed the 4th floor of the direct inheritance tower. After all, the demonic beasts in the 4th floor's array were too powerful. They were Heaven Realm class demonic beasts, and it was impossible for them to pass. Even if Li Fuchen tried, he would probably be defeated in an instant and wouldn't waste too much time. The news of Li Fuchen attempting the direct inheritance tower was spread to someone's ears. His innate potential might be incredible, but he is still a little immature. Xue Shidi is the same too. In the courtyard, a youth let out a faint smile. His name was Bu Qing Song, and he was once the #1 direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. Furthermore, he was the first among the Azure Water sect's direct disciples to pass the 3rd floor of the direct inheritance tower. He was even earlier than Sword Maniac, Li Xiangru, and Sword Tiger, Qin Yuanhu. Back when Xue Feng passed the 3rd floor of the direct inheritance tower, he was one of the 3 that passed before him. In his eyes, Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger were hard to deal with, but he was rather confident in Li Fuchen and Xue Feng. Even though this confidence came from his cultivation time and cultivation level. After passing the direct inheritance tower, Li Fuchen immediately headed towards the Sword Monument Canyon. His blazed devil sword intent was at the initial stage and still had plenty of room for improvement. Through the sword intent in the Sword Monument, he might be able to advance the blazed devil sword intent to the next level and reach the matured stage. As for contribution points, Li Fuchen didn't lack them. He still had a few million contribution points, which was enough for him to comprehend for a month or 2. As time elapsed, it was getting closer to the sect selection tournament. The rewards for the sect selection tournament were about to be announced. In this sect selection tournament, the top 4 would be able to participate in the Stars ranking tournament. Apart from that, the 1st and 2nd place would receive a piece of Starstone. The Starstone might not be of much use to others, but it was very useful to Earth Realm prodigies. In order to obtain these 2 pieces of Starstones, the sect had put in a lot of effort. After all, no matter how much resources and gold coins you had, if you couldn't find the Starstone, it was useless. Once the Starstone reward was announced, Li Xiangru, Qin Yuanhu, and Xue Feng were all tempted. Li Xiangru and Qin Yuanhu might have reached the 9th level of the Earth Realm. But above the 9th level of the Earth Realm, there was still the peak level of the Earth Realm and the half-step Heaven Realm. With the Starstone, they would be able to save at least a year of hard work. But it was obvious that contending for the top two wasn't a simple task. Only sword maniac Li Xiangru had the confidence, while the others didn't. Star Stone, huh? Bu Qingsong's eyes flickered with radiance. He once had the fortune to obtain a piece of Star Stone, but it was a pity that he didn't get a second piece of Star Stone. If he had this Star Stone, he might just be able to reach the half-step heaven realm. Chapter 275 Sword Monument Canyon. In the past, Li Fuchen's perception might be high, but his cultivation was still rather low. Right now, his perception was only high, and his cultivation was at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. Furthermore, he had comprehended the Mystic Class High-Tier Sword Intent, the Blaze Devil Sword Intent. When he arrived at the Sword Monument Canyon again, Li Fuchen felt as though he had blended into the sword monument. His sword intent was resonating with the sword intent in the sword monument. The Blaze Devil Sword Intent was a blazing sword intent. In an instant, Li Fuchen could sense dozens of blazing sword intents. These sword intents were communicating with the Blaze Devil Sword Intent, and it felt like a senior giving pointers to a junior. As the days passed by, Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil Sword Intent gradually deepened. Once the Blaze Devil Sword Intent deepened, the Blaze Devil Sword Art and the Blaze Dragon Kill moves grade would naturally increase. 5 days later, Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil Sword Intent had reached the matured stage and was just one step away from reaching the Mystic Class Peak Tier Sword Intent. The matured Blaze Devil Sword Intent was extremely fearsome, and it had the tendency to fuse with the spirit will. It could be slightly contained in the Qi presence to increase the power of the Qi presence. A person with a horrific Qi presence could use the Qi presence to kill. For example, a Heaven Realm martial artist could use the Qi presence to kill a regular Earth Realm martial artist. Zhao Wujin could even use his Qi presence to suppress the 2nd level Heaven Realm Liao Tianyin to the ground, rendering him immobile. From the looks of it, intent can be fused with the spirit will, but the grade of the intent must be high enough. Like the Earth class intent, it can be separated from the existence of martial arts. The reason why it can be separated from the existence of martial arts is probably because the Earth class intent can be completely fused with the spirit will. Li Fuchen came to a shocking conclusion. In the land of Fog's tomb, a single defense intent was able to obstruct Li Fuchen and his group for a long time. It was just a single intent. It was imaginable how terrifying and incredible a high-grade intent was. The first mystic martial experts' pointers to Li Fuchen were too in-depth, allowing Li Fuchen's Sword Dao foundation to be extremely deep. With the help of the sword intent on the sword monument, Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil Sword Intent was constantly getting stronger, as though it was limitless. When comprehending the Blaze Devil Sword Intent, Li Fuchen didn't forget to improve his other sword intents. In just a short period of time, his Mystic Class Mid-Tier Sword Intent had already reached the level of Mystic Class High-Tier Sword Intent. On the other hand, the Low-Tier Profound Class Sword Intent was close to the Mid-Tier Profound Class Sword Intent. What surprised Li Fuchen was that his Mystic Class Low-Tier Sword Intent, Meteor Sword Intent, had actually climbed to the Mystic Class Mid-Tier Sword Intent. Furthermore, it didn't seem to be any weaker than the Starfire Sword Intent and Rotating Flow Sword Intent. The Meteor Sword Intent is very simple. It's just pure speed and pure explosive power. However, the simpler something is, the closer it is to the essence. If it can absorb the essence of other sword intents, the Meteor Sword Intent might be able to break through to the Earth Realm. Li Fuchen had a trace of enlightenment in his heart. He had a feeling that the future of the Meteor Sword Intent was even more powerful than the Fiery Devil Sword Intent. However, the prerequisite was that he did not have the ability to improve the Meteor Sword Intent. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before the sect selection competition would begin. To prevent himself from losing track of time, Li Fuchen temporarily left the sword monument and returned to his own courtyard. It was rare for Li Fuchen to be free. Li Fuchen's courtyard had quite a number of guests. Li Tianshi and the other Li clan disciples were there. Silver-rich city's young city lord, Xiang Tianxiang. There were also Xiao Libi, Qin Fanghua, and other senior brothers and sisters from the sect. There were also Gao Changtian, Wu Qingmei, and the others. Jinxiu, your Li clan is about to become a sect clan. You wouldn't dump me, right? Beside Li Jinxiu was a silver-class direct disciple called Songfeng, who was at the 4th level of the Earth Realm. He was half joking and half serious. Li Jinxiu was annoyed and found it funny. What are you talking about? Am I, Li Jinxiu, such a person? Songfeng was her lover. Before Li Fuchen rose up, the Li clan's disciples were more or less taken care of by Songfeng. This made the Yang clan very jealous and felt that Li Jinxiu was trying to make the Li clan and Yang clan go against each other, which was why she hooked up with the direct disciple, Songfeng. Back then, Songfeng still had some arrogance in his heart, and it was human nature. But ever since Li Fuchen became a gold-class direct disciple, Songfeng didn't have any arrogance anymore. But now, let alone arrogance, he was afraid that Li Jinxiu was only trying to help the Li clan back then, which made him worry about his gains and losses. After all, the current Li clan was like the sun in the sky, and Li Fuchen's status in the sect was incomparable. He, Songfeng, was just an ordinary silver-class direct disciple and wasn't considered anything. Li Shidi, I believe in your ability. But during the sect selection tournament, you have to be careful of Bu Qingsong. He was once the #1 direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. Xiao Libi said. Chan Fanghua nodded. Bu Qingsong's cultivation is at the peak level of the Earth Realm, and he is extremely formidable. I once saw him defeating a top 10 Xixiang in a single move. Li Fuchen nodded. I will be careful. He knew that Bu Qingsong was indeed formidable. It was a pity that the current Li Fuchen was no longer the same as before. Every day his ability was advancing by leaps and bounds. Apart from heaven-defying 5-star bone frames or 6-star bone frames, he wasn't worried about the others. Everyone chatted merrily and only left when it was late at night. Soon enough, it was the day of the sect selection tournament. The sect selection tournament would be conducted at the Azure Water sect's largest martial art stage. As long as one's cultivation was at the 6th level of the Earth Realm and above, they would be able to participate. There were only a few dozen individuals who fulfilled the requirements. Early morning, the massive martial art stage was packed with people. Most of the upper echelons were here. Apart from them, there were plenty of inner sect disciples who were fortunate enough to come and watch. Look, that is Sword Maniac Xixiang. He is Sword Maniac Xixiang? This is the first time I see him. That is Sword Tiger Xixiang and emotionless Sword Xixiang. As the participating direct disciples entered the stage one by one, the inner sect disciples in the audience seats were in an uproar. Some of the legendary figures of the past had all entered the stage today. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Li Fuchen Xixiang is here. He is so young, isn't he? Li Fuchen Xixiang is only 20 years old this year. In terms of innate potential, Li Fuchen Xixiang is undoubtedly the strongest. A pity that his cultivation level is a little low and is only at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Li Xixiang's ability cannot be judged by his cultivation level. Everyone was in a heated discussion. On the rostrum, Sect Patriarch Ouyang Wentian was seated in the middle. On his left were a few experts with horrific chi presences. They were obviously the supreme elders of the Azure Water sect. On his right were the protectors, Grand Elder Zhao Wujin and the others. Wentian, is this child Li Fuchen? A supreme elder asked Ouyang Wentian. Ouyang Wentian nodded. That is the child. Miracle. A 1-star bone frame can have such accomplishments. If it was in the past, I would never believe it. But now I have no choice but to believe it. A few of the supreme elders were in awe. As reincarnation realm martial artists, They could naturally see that Li Fuqin was different from the rest. Furthermore, to be able to become the first mystic martial expert's personal disciple, they couldn't afford to doubt him. His cultivation level is a little low. I hope there won't be any accidents during the selection tournament. One of the Supreme Elders was still a little doubtful. Li Fuqin was at the 6th level of the Earth Realm and was 3 levels lower than the other popular candidates. In the Earth Realm, 3 levels wasn't something that could be easily made up for. Apart from that, Li Fuqin's cultivation time was too short. Even if he had astounding innate potential, a short cultivation time was still a huge disadvantage. Let's wait and see. Chapter 276. Among the direct disciples, there were 2 of them who were staring at Li Fuqin. One of them was Yuan Tian, the other was Lu Wuhuang. When Li Fuqin first arrived at the Azure Water sect, Yuan Tian was the number 1 outer sect disciple, but he was surpassed by Li Fuqin. When Li Fuqin became an inner sect disciple, Lu Wuhuang was like the sun in the sky, but he was also surpassed by Li Fuqin. As 5-star bone frames, the 2 of them should have been glorious, but Li Fuqin overtook them and overshadowed their brilliance. The pressure and humiliation caused Yuan Tian and Lu Wuhuang to improve at a rapid pace. They actually both stepped into the 6th level of the Earth Realm. Of course, Yuan Tian was able to step into the 6th level of the Earth Realm mainly because he obtained a Starstone and consumed a Mystic class, mid-tier elixir to increase his cultivation level. Lu Wuhuang didn't obtain the Starstone, but he did consume a Mystic class, mid-tier elixir to increase his cultivation level. Elixirs that could increase one's cultivation level were extremely precious, but Mystic class, mid-tier elixirs that could increase the cultivation level of the Earth Realm were countless times more precious. But the price was that the 2 of them would have to spend a lot of time to stabilize their cultivation levels, which was equivalent to overdrafting their future cultivation time. But in order to qualify for the sect selection tournament, everything was worth it. We must get top 4. Yuan Tian and Lu Wuhuang weren't willing to be shrouded in Li Fuqin's shadow for the rest of their lives. For the past 2 years, they spent all their time on cultivation and were much more diligent than before. This was their final chance. They might not be able to surpass Li Fuqin, but they had to at least catch up to Li Fuqin's footsteps. There were a total of 30 direct disciples in the tournament. 80% of them were gold-class direct disciples, while the remaining 20% were silver-class direct disciples. These 20% of silver-class direct disciples were only at the 6th level of the Earth Realm and were just here to make up the numbers. The Stars ranking tournament required participants to be below the age of 35. 4 silver-class direct disciples to reach the 6th level of the Earth Realm before the age of 35. It was undoubtedly an extremely difficult task. Many of them relied on elixirs and other methods to forcefully increase their cultivation level just to participate in the sect selection tournament. Seeing that all the participating direct disciples had arrived, Zhao Wujin stood up and announced loudly, "The sect selection competition has officially begun. The competition will be an elimination system. If you accumulate 4 losses, you will be disqualified from the competition. I hope that all of you will do your best in every match." The Azure Water sect only had 4 slots to participate in the Stars ranking tournament. If they were to lose 4 matches, their ranking would naturally be below the 4th place, and it was impossible for them to enter the top 4. Below the stage, the judge took out 2 wooden lots from the box and announced, "First round, Yuan Tian versus Tanamo Yuan Tian." Li Fuqin sized up Yuan Tian. After not seeing each other for 2 years, Li Fuqin's qi presence was much more profound. It seemed like Li Fuqin had improved a lot during these 2 years. After all, Li Fuqin was a 5-star bone frame, and his innate potential wasn't inferior to Sword Tiger and Motionless Sword and the others. On the stage, Yuan Tian and Tan Mo fought. Tan Mo was 28 years old this year and was a gold-class direct disciple with an elite 4-star bone frame. Bang, 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 bang. Everyone originally thought that Yuan Tian wasn't a match for Tan Mo. But after 100 moves, not only did Yuan Tian not fall into a disadvantageous position, he actually had the upper hand. This child isn't bad. This rate of improvement seems to be much stronger than Qin, Yuan Hu back then. Many of the inner sect elders nodded. After a few hundred moves, Yuan Tian defeated Tan Mo in a single blade and won the first match. The second match was Li Fuqin's, and his opponent was a silver class direct disciple. Perhaps he wanted to witness Li Fuqin's ability, as this silver class direct disciple didn't give up. Li Shidi, please enlighten me. The youth's eyes flashed. Please. Li Fuqin nodded. TSS, 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 TSS. The sky was filled with sword shadows as the dense sword chi was like the bleak autumn wind. It was mournful and filled with murderous intent. To be able to become a direct disciple, none of them were mortals, at least in front of the inner sect disciples. The youth's sword art had already reached a state where they couldn't see through. They felt that a simple trace of sword chi would be enough to turn them into blood mist. Li Fuqin brandished his sword. There was a flash of sword light and the sword shadow scattered. The youth took a few steps back and there was a trace of blood on his throat. Many thanks for Li Shidi's mercy. The youth blushed with shame. Li Fuqin nodded and didn't say anything. Li Shidi is too profound and unfathomable. A simple sword was able to defeat his opponent. Everyone praised. The third match was Lu Wuhuang, and his opponent was also a silver class direct disciple. Seemingly wanting to contest with Li Fuqin, Lu Wuhuang also defeated his opponent in a single blade. But those who were observant would be able to see that Lu Wuhuang's sword art wasn't as untraceable as Li Fuqin's and was purely using strength to suppress his opponent. The fourth and fifth matches. Soon enough, there was only one match left in this round. For the first 14 matches, half of the matches were carried out very quickly. Among them, Sword Maniac Li Xiangru, Sword Tiger Qin Yuanhu, Emotionless Sword Shuefeng, and a few others were all defeated in a single blade. The disparity between the two sides was so huge that it couldn't be measured. The 15th match was between Bu Qingsong and a gold class direct disciple. On the contest stage, there was a brilliant sword light that was like a blazing sun. Bu Qingsong's opponent was defeated in a clean manner. Even the black gold sword was sent flying and his clothes were torn. Being at the peak level of the earth realm, Bu Qingsong didn't need to use his exquisite sword art to defeat his opponent. He just had to release a little of his qi to injure his opponent with his sword qi. Such strength, apart from Sword Maniac Xixiang and Sword Tiger Xixiang, no one else is a match for Bu Xixiang. Not necessarily. Xue Xixiang's cultivation is also at the 8th level of the earth realm and might not be inferior to Bu Xixiang. Xue Xixiang and Bu Xixiang might have a match. As for the victor, we will only know after they fight. Most of the people didn't think that Li Fuqin was a match for Bu Qingsong as the disparity between their cultivation levels was too great. The second round of the tournament began. First match, Li Fuqin against Yuan Tian. During the Outer Sect era, two of the most dazzling prodigies were going against each other in the first match. Different times meant different mental states. Right now, in Li Fuqin's eyes, Yuan Tian was no different from a regular direct disciple. Back then, when they were contending for the number 1 Outer Sect disciple, it was already like a fleeting cloud, as though it was something that happened in the previous lifetime. One blade, it was still one blade. The astounding Yuan Tian was defeated by Li Fuqin in a single blade. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely speechless. It wasn't that Yuan Tian wasn't valiant enough. It was because Li Fuqin's improvement was too fast. In just a few short years, he had already surpassed all other prodigies of the same level. The Stars ranking tournament was held once every 3 years. Normally speaking, 25 years old and above was the optimal age to participate. But Li Fuqin was only 20 years old. To participate in the Stars ranking tournament at the age of 20 was undoubtedly too much ahead of time. Such a situation would normally only happen to heaven-defying 5-star and 6-star bone frames. Perhaps in the next stars ranking tournament, Yuan Tian might have the chance to enter the stars ranking, but not now. He is no longer of the same world as us. Gao Changtian, who is also one of the top 10 outer sect disciples, sighed. Wu Qingmei nodded and felt complicated as well, even though he was unwilling. But Yuan Tian was already mentally prepared. He just couldn't believe it previously. Right now, he couldn't help but believe that the current him had a huge gap with Li Fuchen. Not only did he not close the gap, he was even further away. In the third round of the tournament, Lu Wuhuang was defeated by emotionless Sword Xuefeng. As compared to Xuefeng, Lu Wuhuang's maturity was still lacking. After all, Xuefeng was also a 5-star bone frame. At the end of the fourth round of the tournament, all the silver class direct disciples were eliminated. Apart from that, there were also 2 gold class direct disciples who were eliminated. Chapter 277. In the first match of the 5th round, after Yuan Tian, Li Fuchen went against Lu Wuhuang. From the previous matches, it was obvious that Lu Wuhuang's ability was much stronger than Yuan Tian. After all, Lu Wuhuang was 2 years older than Yuan Tian and had 2 more years of cultivation time. Generally speaking, one's cultivation level could be forcefully increased using external items. But when it came to the Sword Dao Foundation, external items wouldn't be of much use. Up until now, Lu Wuhuang had only lost 1 match, while Yuan Tian had already lost 3 matches. On the contest stage, Lu Wuhuang had a grave expression. He knew that Li Fuchen passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower, but he didn't have the ability to do so. But this didn't mean that he had to admit defeat. He could withstand the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower for a period of time, and he assumed that he wasn't too far off from Li Fuchen, who had just passed the 3rd floor. What's more, the Direct Inheritance Tower mostly tested one's attack power. If one's attack power wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to defeat the demonic beasts. But in a battle between martial artists, it wasn't just about attack power, it was more important if one's sword art was exquisite. Take this! Lu Wuhuang's body flashed and lifted the black gold sword in his hand. The brilliant sword Qi split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In an instant, the dense sword Qi was like a locust swarm that enveloped Li Fuchen. Dense, boundless, and tyrannical. This was the feeling that Lu Wuhuang's sword art gave off. And this sword art was known by many of the Azure Water sect's direct disciples. This sword art was a mystic class mid-tier sword art, shadow split sword art. What's more, Lu Wuhuang's shadow split sword intent was obviously at the matured stage and was unfathomable. I wonder how he is going to counter it. A few of the gold class direct disciples who passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower were staring at Li Fuchen. No wonder he is a 5-star bone frame. A pity that he is facing me. Li Fuchen brandished his sword. Once the sword was brandished, sparks danced in the sky. Lu Wuhuang's shadow split sword Qi was cleanly broken. PFFF. The Qi protection was broken, and a starfire blasted Lu Wuhuang away, charring his clothes. They were both mystic class mid-tier sword arts. But Li Fuchen's starfire sword style was at least 2 folds more exquisite than Lu Wuhuang's. If Li Fuchen was willing, he could just use this blade to obliterate Lu Wuhuang. Incredible! The pupils of all the true disciples shrank. Li Fuchen neutralized the shadow split sword style with ease, just like an adult dealing with a child. Unknowingly, the preliminaries had progressed to the 9th round. At this moment, there were only 16 people left who had not been eliminated. Yuan Tian had long been eliminated, while Lu Wuhuang had already lost 3 rounds. During this period of time, Li Fuchen had defeated several gold class direct disciples who had passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. His strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. In the 7th match of the 9th round, Li Fuchen took the stage again. This time his opponent was the Azure Water Sect's number 5 direct disciple, Lu Yuan, who was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm. Lu Yuan had already passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower more than a year ago. When facing Li Fuchen, he spoke with a relaxed expression. Li Shidi sure has some good methods. To have such strength at such a young age. If I had another year or so, I might not be a match for Li Shidi. His strength was not much weaker than Xue Feng. The only difference was that he had not created a mystic-class mid-tier killer move. Make your move, Li Fuchen said indifferently. Then be careful, junior brother Li. The black gold sword in Lu Yuan's hand trembled, and countless dazzling sword flowers blossomed. Mystic class, mid-tier sword art, embroidered sword art. A mystic class mid-tier sword art that was executed by a 9th level of the Earth Realm. It was at least 2-fold stronger than Lu Wuhuang's shadow split sword art. In comparison, Li Fuchen's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Earth Realm, which was 3 levels lower than Lu Yuan. Right now, the 3-star secret technique, mystical dragon secret technique, and primary clear hand weren't considered trump cards anymore. Most of the participants had a 3-star secret technique. But Li Fuchen didn't plan to use the Black Iron Sword Essence secret technique. Neither did he plan to use an even more incredible sword art or kill move. With his astounding awareness, he was able to instantly see through the flaws of Lu Yuan's sword art. By targeting the flaws, Li Fuchen was able to counter them with little effort. It was still the Starfire sword technique, but this time the Starfire sword technique was too dazzling. It was as though someone had sent a bonfire flying with a single palm strike. Within the bonfire, there were thousands of sparks that were dancing and spinning. It was unbelievably beautiful and also unbelievably dangerous. Completion, rank, mystic class, mid-tier sword intent. On the rostrum, Zhao Wujin blurted out. The so-called completion, rank, mystic class, mid-tier sword intent meant that it was close to the level of a mystic class high-tier sword intent. At this stage, it meant that Li Fuchen had pushed the mystic class mid-tier sword art to the extremity. If he pushed it further, it would metamorphose into a mystic class high-tier sword art. Furthermore, his awareness? Ouyang Wintian's eyes were extremely sharp, and he could clearly feel that Li Fuchen had seen through the flaws of Lu Yuan's sword art. Bang boom! Lu Yuan's sword art was brilliant, but Li Fuchen's sword art was several times more brilliant. Like a bubble that was burst, Lu Yuan's sword art crumbled upon contact and wasn't able to threaten Li Fuchen. Lu Yuan's eyes contracted. Splendid cluster of flowers. Lu Yuan burst out with the finishing move of the splendid cluster sword art. Layers of sword flowers were like a sea of flowers that surged at Li Fuchen. Ceaseless, swirling flow. Li Fuchen's sword stance changed from the Starfire sword art to the swirling flow sword art. The swirling sword light was like a scarlet stream of water that devoured the sea of flowers before exploding violently. Rumble. Lu Yuan was involuntarily sent flying and landed below the martial stage. Thanks for letting me win, Li Fuchen replied. Lu Yuan's expression changed several times before his eyes finally dimmed. He was utterly convinced of his defeat. Li Fuchen's sword art rank was too high. The terrifying thing was that Li Fuchen was only 20 years old. To have such sword art accomplishments at the age of 20, even sword maniac Li Xiangru was far inferior. No wonder Li Fuchen was accepted as a personal disciple by the number 1 mystic martial expert. Li Fuchen wasn't someone that Lu Yuan could guess. Too strong. The rest of the gold class direct disciples that passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower shook their heads and were rather dispirited. Originally, they still had a trace of hope to fight for the top 4 spots. But now, the only trace of hope was gone. Right now, only sword maniac Li Xiangru, sword tiger Chen Yuanhu, emotionless sword Xue Feng, Bu Qingsong and Li Fuqin could compete for the top 4 spots. The rest of the people weren't qualified. He has some ability. Bu Qingsong had a grave expression too. Li Fuqin's sword art rank was too high, and it was very likely that he had already created a mystic class mid-tier kill move. As such, it wouldn't be an easy task for him to defeat Li Fuqin. In the 8th match of the 9th round, Qin Yuanhu against Xue Feng. After clashing for dozens of moves, Qin Yuanhu defeated Xue Feng in a single blade. In the first match of the 10th round, sword maniac Li Xiangru went against Qin Yuanhu. In just 3 blades, Qin Yuanhu was defeated. In the 3rd match of the 10th round, Li Fuqin went against Bu Qingsong. They are going against each other. Everyone's eyes were wide open. One of them was a veteran direct disciple and was the #1 direct disciple in the Azure Water sect during his prime. He might have been surpassed by sword maniac Li Xiangru, but Bu Qingsong's strength was undeniable. Furthermore, his cultivation was the highest among everyone and was at the peak level of the Earth realm. One of them was the most dazzling prodigy in the Azure Water sect. Apart from his weak cultivation, he was undoubtedly the best of the best in all aspects. The match between the two of them was definitely historic. Chapter 278. Bu Qingsong sized up Li Fuqin and smiled. Li Shidi has good skills. You are able to jump 3 levels and defeat Lu Yuanshidi. It truly surprised me. Bu Qingsong truly admired Li Fuqin. In the Earth realm, the 3 levels weren't easy to overcome, let alone the 6th level to the 9th level of the Earth realm. Senior brother Bu, you flatter me. Li Fuqin let out a faint smile and had a calm expression. Seeing the situation, Bu Qingsong's eyes turned grave. Li Fuqin's expression made him feel uneasy, but the arrow was already on the bowstring and had to be released. He hoped that it was just his misconception. Junior Li, please enlighten me. Bu Qingsong burst out with a yell and burst out with his peak-level Earth realm cultivation. On the martial stage, the air exploded and the intense wind blew Li Fuqin's hair and clothes to flutter. It felt as though he was going to be blown away at any moment. Being at the peak stage of the Earth realm was too tyrannical. Coupled with the 3-star secret technique, Bu Qingsong's chi presence was close to that of a heaven realm martial artist. Regular low-leveled Earth realm martial artists would probably collapse under the suppression of Bu Qingsong's chi presence. They wouldn't have any battle intent or fighting spirit left. Too powerful. Is Li Fuqin a match? Everyone held their breaths. This level of battle wasn't something they could judge. Li Fuqin's strength was obvious, but Bu Qingsong's strength seemed to be even stronger. The outcome of this battle has already been decided. Beside Zhao Wujin, the tall and thin man shook his head. Hearing this, Zhao Wujin smiled and said, "Protector Luo, that may not be the case." Protector Luo looked at Zhao Wujin with surprise. Elder Zhao seems to be very confident in Li Fuqin. Zhao Wujin smiled mysteriously. This kid isn't that simple. After a few interactions, Zhao Wujin had some understanding of Li Fuqin. Li Fuqin wasn't as ostentatious as some of the disciples. He was like an unfathomable pool of water. Normally, no one would know his depth. Bu Qingsong was indeed very strong. Unfortunately, everyone knew his background very well. As for Li Fuqin, no one knew of his trump card. Then let's wait and see. Protector Luo smiled faintly. Take this. Bu Qingsong unsheathed his dark gold sword. Immediately after, there was a massive sword shadow that was like a thunderbolt that was violently striking at Li Fuqin. Profound level middle tier sword art, raging thunder sword art. His sword was like thunder and lightning. It was extremely fierce. Bu Qingsong was confident that other than a few people, no one would be able to withstand his sword. Even if they could withstand the first sword, it would be impossible for them to withstand the second sword. The peak stage of the Earth realm is indeed extraordinary. The mystical dragon secret technique was activated and the 16th rank of the True Inferno technique was circulated. Li Fuchen's Qi presence rushed into the sky and resisted Bu Qingsong's Qi presence. At the same moment, Li Fuchen released his second Mystic Class mid-tier kill move, Sword Explosion. This aura. The eyes of the other protector, next to Protector Luo, widened. With his first-level reincarnation realm cultivation, how could he not see that Li Fuchen's true burning heaven technique had already reached the 16th rank? Unbelievable. Among our Azure Water Sect's direct disciples, only Li Xiangru and a few others managed to cultivate their mystic class, peak-tier cultivation technique to the 15th rank. The rest of them seemed to be at the 14th rank or even lower. I didn't expect this child to catch up and reach the 16th rank. One of the Supreme Elders nodded. A high sword Dao perception could only dominate the Azure Water Sect. But if one had a high perception in other aspects, then it would be incredible. You are worth teaching. The smile on Ouyang Wentian's face was getting wider. The stronger Li Fuchen's perception, it meant that Li Fuchen's future was bright and the chances of setbacks would be smaller. Li Fuchen reckoned that he would at least reach the peak level of the heaven realm. If he could reach the reincarnation realm, it would be extremely terrifying and it wouldn't be a problem to sweep across regular reincarnation realm martial artists. Rumble. When the violent thunder sword art and the kill move, sword explosion clashed together, the martial stage shook while Bu Qingsong and Li Fuchen each took 7 or 8 steps back. All right, receive another move from me. Thunderstorm Dance. Bu Qingsong wielded his sword with both hands and slashed at Li Fuchen with thunderous sword qi. The prowess was extremely horrifying. Sword flow. When Li Fuchen brandished his sword, dozens of sword qi burst out and shredded the thunderous sword qi. He actually created 2 mystic class mid-tier kill moves. Bu Qingsong's expression changed. Every kill move was extreme. Therefore, it might be strong in a certain aspect, but it would be much weaker in other aspects. For example, his first move, Clear Sky Thunderblast, Sword Flow, wasn't easy to block. As for the second move, Thunderstorm Dance, Sword Explosion wasn't easy to block either. If Li Fuchen only created 1 mystic class mid-tier kill move, he would only be able to block one of Bu Qingsong's swords and wouldn't be able to block the other sword, creating 2 mystic class mid-tier kill moves. Not bad, not bad. Protector Luo smiled and nodded. Zhao Wujin also nodded. This child's perception is enough to surpass everything. Protector Luo shook his head. Bu Qingsong hasn't executed his kill move yet. Let's see. In any case, he didn't believe that Li Fuchen could defeat Bu Qingsong. Even if Li Fuchen created the 3rd mystic class mid-tier kill move, it probably wouldn't be enough. Bu Qingsong was merely executing a mystic class mid-tier sword art and already had such power. Once he burst out with his kill move, the power would increase drastically, and it wasn't just a small increase. Li Fuchen, you are indeed formidable. But if this is all you have, then you shall be defeated next. Bu Qingsong was very confident. After the 2 exchanges earlier, he had a rough understanding of Li Fuchen's strength. Li Fuchen didn't say anything. Thunder Devour. Bu Qingsong's qi burst out, and when he cleaved with his sword, the violent sword qi expanded into a sphere and blasted at Li Fuchen. The spherical thunder sword qi was more tyrannical and violent than imagined. Even the martial stage had cracks, and it was unprecedented. Full moon. But right at this moment, Li Fuchen's 3rd mystic class mid-tier kill move had also been executed. In the void, the shadow of a fiery full moon appeared, and then it slashed at the ball-shaped lightning sword qi. Crackle! The horrific spherical thunder sword qi was actually slashed apart by the fiery red full moon. The scattered sword qi was wreaking havoc on both sides of Li Fuchen, but it was a pity that it couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. But that fiery red full moon didn't diminish and continued to slash at Bu Qingsong. Impossible. Bu Qingsong's eyes widened and he executed his step art. The void flickered with electric arcs as he dodged the fiery red full moon. Mystic class, low-tier step art, rapid thunder step. It was a pity that Bu Qingsong was fast, but Li Fuchen was faster. He instantly appeared on the right side of Bu Qingsong and executed his sword flow kill move. Dozens of sword lights drowned Bu Qingsong. PFFF. After getting hit by a few sword lights, Bu Qingsong vomited blood and was sent flying off the martial stage. Li Fuchen was victorious. This kill move is actually so incredible. Protector Luo was moved. A regular mystic class, mid-tier kill move wouldn't have such power. But Li Fuchen's full moon kill move was extremely exquisite and was obviously a mystic class high-tier sword move. If the sword intent was also at the mystic class high tier, then this kill move would evolve into a regular mystic class high tier kill move and would be even more formidable than a regular mystic class high tier sword art. This child isn't a dark horse. He has the strength of a monarch. One of the supreme elders praised. Chapter 279. The fourth match of the 10th round, Li Xiangru against Xue Feng. Xue Feng was defeated with a single sword strike. Until now, no one was able to make sword maniac Li Xiangru use the fourth sword. Only sword tiger Chen Yuanhu was able to make him use the third sword. The 10th round ended. The 11th round began. Bu Qingsong and Xue Feng faced off. Whether or not Bu Qingsong could defeat Xue Feng was the key to entering the top 4. If he was defeated by Xue Feng, it meant that he wasn't a match for Chen Yuanhu, let alone Li Xiangru. With the addition of Li Fuchen, he would only be ranked 5th. The battle was intense. Among the 5 of them, Bu Qingsong and Xue Feng's abilities were the closest. The battle between the 2 of them was undoubtedly a battle of equal strength. It would not be an easy task for either of them to emerge victorious. They would have to exchange a few hundred blows. First was the clash of sword techniques, then the clash of killer moves. Finally, it was a battle of movement techniques and footwork. This battle made everyone cry out in satisfaction. After 500 moves, Bu Qingsong was defeated by Xue Feng. His strength was actually slightly stronger than Xue Feng, but in terms of battle awareness, he was much weaker than Xue Feng. The next match was Li Fuchen against Chen Yuanhu. One of them was called Sword Demon, while the other was called Sword Tiger. This battle was going to be more intense than any of the others he had fought before. That was what everyone thought. Li Shidi, please. Chen Yuanhu didn't dare to belittle Li Fuchen and even subconsciously feared Li Fuchen. Senior brother Chen, please. Li Fuchen had a calm expression and didn't have a trace of nervousness. Do your best, Senior brother Chen. Senior brother Chen will definitely win. In the spectator stands, the group of inner sect disciples suddenly burst into a huge commotion. Sword Tiger Chen Yuanhu had been famous in the Azure Water sect for a long time and naturally had plenty of admirers. Right now, all of them couldn't help but cheer for him. Senior brother Li is invincible. Senior brother Li is invincible. Chen Yuanhu had admirers. Li Fuchen naturally had admirers too, and Li Fuchen's admirers were even crazier than Chen Yuanhu's admirers. It was different from Chen Yuanhu, who had been famous for a long time. Li Fuchen hadn't been famous for a long time, but he was much more dazzling than Chen Yuanhu. The world worshipped experts, especially experts like Li Fuchen, who rose like a comet. Yuan Tiger Kill. Chen Yuanhu immediately executed his kill move. A giant tiger shadow appeared out of nowhere and blasted at Li Fuchen. Full moon. A fiery red full moon appeared as Li Fuchen executed his third mystic class mid-tier kill move, full moon. Rumble. The 2 killer moves clashed. Rocks flew everywhere on the battle stage. Cracks could be seen everywhere. Tiger splitting kill. Chen Yuanhu shouted. His second profound grade middle-tier killer move erupted. This killer move was created in the mystic martial hidden domain. Its lethality was much stronger and more extreme than the vitality tiger kill. In the void, an even more ferocious giant tiger shadow shot at Li Fuchen. The rest of the giant tiger's shadow was rather blurry, but its front claws were malevolent and sharp. They crisscrossed and clawed at Li Fuchen. Once Li Fuchen was clawed, he would be torn into pieces. Li Fuchen had a smile on his face. Looks like I have to reveal some of my abilities. Li Fuchen didn't want to reveal the 4-star secret technique, Black Iron Sword Essence, yet, so he could only reveal the Blaze Devil Sword art. He raised the black gold sword in his hand, slightly, and suddenly stabbed out. In the next moment, the scarlet sword aura exploded like magma, dispelling Qin Yuanhu's killer move, splitting tiger kill. The terrifying residual force of the sword move sent Qin Yuanhu flying. Mystic class high-tier sword intent. All the upper echelons took a deep, cold breath. Regular Heaven Realm martial artists weren't able to comprehend a mystic class high-tier sword intent. Even if Li Fuchen was an outstanding genius, he was only 20 years old and he was actually able to comprehend a mystic class high-tier sword intent. The Blaze Devil Sword intent. It could be said that only by comprehending a mystic class high-tier sword intent, an Earth Realm martial artist would have the hope to defeat a Heaven Realm martial artist. Of course, the prerequisite was to be at the peak level of the Earth Realm. Otherwise, a Heaven Realm martial artist's chi presence was enough to restrain one. Mystic class high-tier sword intent. Bu Qingsong and Xuefeng's eyes shrank. They never would have thought that Li Fuchen could comprehend a mystic class high-tier sword intent. This meant that Li Fuchen was already on a different level from them. Bu Qingsong was speechless and immediately let out a bitter smile. To think that he wanted to defeat Li Fuchen before the competition. It was simply a pipe dream. In the audience seats, the inner sect disciples might be confused, but it didn't stop them from understanding the power of Li Fuchen's sword move. Even someone as formidable as Qin Yuanhu was instantly defeated by this sword move. It was imaginable that this sword move must have reached an extremely high level. This child's perception is unprecedented in our Azure Water sect. One of the supreme elders praised. Indeed. Ouyang Wentia nodded. At the side, Zhao Wujin was smiling till his eyes were squinted. He might have some guesses beforehand, but when his guesses became reality, he was still shocked. Mystic class high-tier sword intent, huh? Zhao Mingyue's eyes were extremely bright. She couldn't imagine how Li Fuchen comprehended a mystic class high-tier sword intent. She herself couldn't even comprehend a mystic class mid-tier sword intent. As Li Fuchen defeated Qin Yuanhu, the top 4 and top 2 were already decided. But a tournament was still a tournament. Even if the rest of the tournament was meaningless, it still had to be carried out to the end. What's more, in everyone's eyes, the upcoming tournament was probably the most meaningful, because Sword Demon Li Fuchen and Sword Maniac Li Xiangru were about to battle. These two individuals could be said to be the Azure Water sect's rare sword Dao prodigies. The battle between the two of them would decide who was the Azure Water sect's youth generation's king. On the contest stage, Li Xiangru and Li Fuchen stood 10 meters apart. Li Xiangru had a calm expression and didn't have a grave expression, just because Li Fuchen comprehended a mystic class high-tier sword intent. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment as he thought of something. Li Shidi, I originally thought that no one could force me to use my ultimate ability. From the looks of it now, you are the only one. Li Xiangru said indifferently. Li Fuchen replied, Li Shixiang, please enlighten me. Receive my move. Li Xiangru didn't hold back and unsheathed his black gold sword. The sword chi was like a torrent as it burst out at Li Fuchen. That instant sword intent was so intense that the spectators behind Li Fuchen felt their scalp go numb and felt as though they couldn't breathe. Mystic class high-tier sword intent. another mystic class high-tier sword intent. The sword art that Li Xiangru executed was actually the mystic class high-tier torrent sword style. Its sword intent was naturally the torrent sword intent. After spending half a year in the mystic martial hidden domain, it was impossible for Li Xiangru to not have any gains. Not only did he create the third mystic class mid-tier kill move, he also comprehended the torrent sword intent. Sincere to the sword, infatuated with the sword. No wonder he is the sword maniac. On the rostrum, Ouyang Wentian and the others' eyes lit up. They were shocked that Li Fuqin comprehended a mystic class high-tier sword intent. They were equally shocked that Li Xiangru comprehended a mystic class high-tier sword intent. Li Fuqin seems to be in danger. Right now, even Zhao Wujin was frowning. Both of them comprehended a mystic class high-tier sword intent. But Li Xiangru's cultivation was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm, while Li Fuqin was only at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. The difference of 3 levels wasn't so easy to make up for. Chapter 280. With his powerful awareness, Li Fuqin was able to easily see the flaws in Li Xiangru's sword art. Apart from that, Li Xiangru's torrent sword intent was only at the initial stage, while Li Fuqin's blaze devil sword intent was at the matured stage. With the two of them stacking together, it was enough to make up for the difference of 3 levels. Li Xiangru's brows lifted. How could he, who was obsessed with the sword, not know that Li Fuqin's every sword move was targeted at the flaws of his sword art? It was truly unimaginable. One must know that Li Xiangru was confident that even if he were to face a Heaven Realm martial artist, his flaws wouldn't be seen through. Is this the reason why he was accepted as a pro-disciple by the first odd warrior? Li Xiangru immediately recalled the test of awareness in the mystic martial hidden domain. It was obvious that Li Fuqin's awareness had already reached an extremely horrific stage. Li Fuqin's awareness was much more horrific than what Li Xiangru had imagined. But no matter how horrific the awareness was, the body had to keep up. Right now, Li Fuqin's awareness was powerful, but his body couldn't keep up. Otherwise, a single blade would have been enough to defeat or even kill Li Xiangru. Ocean Rapids! Li Xiangru burst out with the finishing move of the torrential sword style. The violent sword qi was like a turbulent long river, slashing at Li Fuqin from all angles. Fiery devil-killing shadow. With a burst of scarlet-red light, Li Fuqin executed the finishing move of the blaze devil sword art. Boom, boom, boom. The sword qi collided with each other, and a terrifying shockwave tore the martial stage apart. Too strong. Just the aftermath of the sword qi is enough to shatter my body. A true disciple was dumbfounded. Li Fuqin stood on a protruding piece of wreckage of the martial stage. His qi presence might not be as boundless as the sword maniac, but it was filled with absolute sharpness. On a slightly shorter piece of wreckage, Li Xiangru's mouth was overflowing with blood. In the clash of ultimate moves, he had lost by half a level. The opponent's awareness was too sharp, and the sword qi was all-pervasive, breaking through his defense. Seeing the scene, how could everyone not know that Li Fuqin had the upper hand? At this moment, everyone's emotions surged. It was as if they were watching a king of the sword rise up with great strength. No one could stop him. A new legend has been born. Chun Fenghua murmured. In the past, sword maniac Li Xiangru was a legend. Right now, Li Fuqin was a new legend. He's too dazzling. Wu Qingmei whispered. Gao Changtia nodded. Indeed, Li Fuqin's rise was too rapid, so rapid that they didn't know how to express their feelings. Not too long ago, they were still on the same level. Unknowingly, Li Fuqin had already left everyone behind and stepped onto the peak of the mountain alone. It was a sad thing to be his opponent. As for being his friend, it was a very bitter thing. If they couldn't keep up with him, who could be his opponent? Who could be his friend? Even if they were friends, they would only be ordinary friends. It was lonely at the top. True experts were always lonely. I wonder if Li Fuchen has tasted this kind of loneliness. If this child has a 5-star bone frame, when he reaches the pinnacle, no one in the East Unicorn continent will be a match. The oldest Supreme Elder was full of admiration and pity. A 1-star bone frame was ultimately still lacking. Furthermore, with such perception and a 5-star bone frame, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Ouyang Wentian said, perhaps a miracle might happen to him. In the East Unicorn continent, since ancient times, no one had ever heard of a 1-star bone frame entering the reincarnation realm. It was only during the era where absolute experts were abundant that someone with a 3-star bone frame entered the reincarnation realm. Furthermore, it was said that that person obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. Listening to their conversation, Zhao Wujin thought to himself, Li Fuchen, how far can you go? On the shattered contest stage, Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru exchanged moves again. This time, Li Fuchen had an even greater advantage, because Li Fuchen used his movement technique. In terms of sword Dao, Li Xiangru and Li Fuchen were extremely close. But in terms of other martial Daos, Li Xiangru wasn't just one level inferior to Li Fuchen. After over a dozen moves, Li Xiangru vomited blood and retreated. Under Li Fuchen's severe attacks, it was already very difficult for him to withstand over a dozen moves. Let's end this battle here. Victor, Li Fuchen. With Ouyang Wentian's indication, Zhao Wujin stood up. Be it Li Fuchen or Li Xiangru, they were both the Azure Water Sect's main force for the stars ranking, and it wouldn't be good if any of them were to be injured. Furthermore, how could they not see that Li Xiangru had already gone all out, while Li Fuchen seemed to be at ease and had yet to reveal his trump card? Senior Li Fuchen won. Becoming the sect's first true disciple at the age of 20 is unprecedented. I'm already 30 years old, and I'm still an inner sect disciple. Comparisons are odious. The audience was in an uproar. 20 years old was the maximum age for an outer sect disciple to become an inner sect disciple. If one wasn't able to become an inner sect disciple by the age of 20, it was basically impossible to become an inner sect disciple in this lifetime. But Li Fuchen, at the age of 20, became the #1 direct disciple. In the following matches, Li Fuchen defeated Xuefeng, Qin Yuanhu defeated Bu Qingsong, and Li Xiangru defeated Bu Qingsong. At this point, 4 candidates were born. They were Li Fuchen, Li Xiangru, Qin Yuanhu, and Xuefeng. The first 2 were Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru. These 2 star stones are the rewards for the 2 of you. Use them well. As the sect selection tournament ended, Zhao Wujin waved his hand and shot 2 star stones at Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru. After receiving the star stones, Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru cupped their hands and thanked. The star stone was very mystical. No matter where you were, once you crushed it, you would immediately be teleported to the Star Road hidden domain. It wasn't restricted by the spatial zone. As time flowed, 3 days had passed since the sect selection tournament. During these 3 days, no matter which corner it was, there would be people discussing about the sect selection tournament that happened 3 days ago. #1 direct disciple, Li Fuchen. Sword demon, Li Fuchen. Azure water sword son, Li Fuchen. The topic of discussion was naturally Li Fuchen. Seeing was believing. No matter how brilliant Li Fuchen was on the outside, it was all just hearsay. No one knew if there was any exaggeration in between. In comparison, they would rather believe their own eyes. At the same time, the Heaven Fiend sect, Spirit Hidden sect, and Violent Saber sect had all ended their sect selection tournament. Similar to the Azure Water sect, the 3 major sects only had 4 slots each. Among the 4 slots for the Heaven Fiend sect, Yan Qinggu was impressively in the list. What's more, Yan Qinggu was the same as Li Fuchen. She broke the Heaven Fiend sect's record and became the youngest #1 direct disciple in the history of the Heaven Fiend sect. In comparison, Yan Qinggu was even younger, as she was only 18 years old this year. A 6-star bone frame was the most persuasive at any time. If a sect had to choose between Li Fuqin and a 6-star bone frame, most of the sects would probably choose the 6-star bone frame. It was already late at night. Li Fuqin crushed the star stone in his hand and instantly entered the star road hidden domain. The only things that restricted him now were time and cultivation. Time was something that no one could force, but there were plenty of ways to compensate for cultivation. The star road hidden domain was definitely the method that had the least side effects. I wonder which stage of the star road I can pass this time. Chapter 281. The first stage, the second stage, all the way until the 4th stage, Li Fuqin didn't waste much effort and easily passed through. It was only on the 5th star road that he felt slightly pressured. After all, this star road was his limit back then. After passing the 5th stage, Li Fuqin arrived at the 6-star road. At the 6-star road, Li Fuqin didn't walk for long before he was pressed down and teleported out of the star road hidden domain. This time, Li Fuqin could feel that the pressure was reduced by half. It seemed that the second time he ventured into the star road hidden domain would be much easier. Furthermore, Li Fuqin's cultivation had also increased by 1 level. The horrific star road chi field pressured Li Fuqin. After spending a long time, Li Fuqin arrived at the 6th isolated island, which was also the location of the 6th stage. To Li Fuqin's surprise, the 6th stage didn't have any tests. The moment he arrived, 32 portions of star road energy descended from the starry sky and poured into Li Fuqin's body. Feeling the boundless star road energy within his body, Li Fuqin thought to himself, the 6th stage has 32 portions of star road energy. The 7th stage has 64 portions of star road energy. I reckon it should be enough for me to break through to the 7th level of the Earth realm. If one utilized too much of the star road's power, the body would develop resistance. Li Fuqin had already relied on the star road's power to directly increase his cultivation level by 2 levels and indirectly increase his cultivation level by 1 level. If he wanted to continue breaking through, the consumption of the star road's power would undoubtedly be massive. Of course, the prerequisite was for Li Fuqin to pass the 7th stage. If not, the current star road power wasn't enough for Li Fuqin to break through to the 7th level of the Earth realm. Arriving at the 7th star road, the horrific star road chi field made Li Fuqin's heart flutter. What a terrifying place! Li Fuqin felt as though he had arrived at the darkest place. Had it not been for his powerful spirit will, his spirit would have collapsed and he would have been teleported out of the star road hidden domain. Perhaps after experiencing the baptism of the 6th mystic martial door, Li Fuqin realized that his endurance was much stronger. When he was halfway through the journey, he was still able to persist and didn't reach his limits. When he was about to reach the 7th island, he finally reached his limit. Sweat poured down like rain. Both his body and spirit were close to their limits. With every step, Li Fuqin felt as though a day had passed, and it was extremely arduous. Bang! The 7th isolated island was just within reach. Li Fuqin took a single step and landed on the island with a dull thud. With the pressure gone, Li Fuqin held his knees with both hands and gasped heavily. As expected of the 7th star road, it's so difficult. After a while, Li Fuqin just slowed down. Arriving at the center of the lone island, Li Fuqin's star road energy surged with the support of 64 portions of star road energy. All right. Li Fuqin's eyes lit up. The energy of the star road allowed him to sense the bottleneck in advance. Right now, with his senses, the bottleneck of the 7th level of the Earth realm was like a thin piece of paper that could be broken with a single poke. Li Fuqin immediately sat cross-legged and began to revolve the 16th rank true inferno technique. After consuming a large number of elixirs, Li Fuqin's cultivation was climbing steadily. Later stage of the 6th level of the Earth realm, peak stage of the 6th level of the Earth realm, and the limits of the 6th level of the Earth realm. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had a large number of elixirs with him. There were plenty of elixirs that could increase qi. Otherwise, just the Star Road energy wouldn't be enough to break through. The power of the Star Road was similar to the power of one's state of mind. It could only enhance a martial artist's mental state. Boom! Not knowing how many elixirs he consumed, Li Fuchen's cultivation finally broke through to the 7th level of the Earth realm. Not only did his qi quantity increase by a huge margin, but his qi quality had also increased by a huge margin. At the Earth realm, there was a huge gap between each level. At the Heavenly Dipper realm, the gap between each stage was even greater. It was said that once one reached the reincarnation realm, the difficulty of skipping levels to battle would increase to an unimaginable degree. Take the Azure Water Sect, for example. The Supreme Elder's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm, while the sect patriarch Ouyang Wentian was at the 2nd level of reincarnation realm, the protector was at the 1st level of reincarnation realm, and there wasn't a single 4th level reincarnation realm martial artist. This was also one of the reasons why the Azure Water Sect was weaker than the Heaven Fiend sect. The Heaven Fiend sect had an existence at the 4th level of reincarnation realm. When Li Fuchen was challenging the Star Road hidden domain, Li Xiangru had already exited the Star Road hidden domain. His cultivation had actually broken through from the 9th level of the Earth realm to the peak level of the Earth realm, making his ability even more robust. At their level, any improvement in any aspect was rare and precious. If the current Li Xiangru was to fight with the Li Fuchen from the sect selection tournament without using the Black Iron Sword essence, Li Fuchen would have to burst out with the Mystic class high-tier kill move, Blaze Dragon, in order to contest with Li Xiangru. It was still unknown if he could defeat Li Xiangru. Of course, the reason why Li Xiangru was able to break through to the peak level of the Earth realm so easily was mainly because he had previously used the Star Road energy to advance by 1 level, which indirectly increased his cultivation by 1 level. After all, not everyone was like Li Fuchen, who was able to pass the 5th stage on his first attempt at the Star Road hidden domain and obtain so much Star Road energy. Arriving at the 8th segment of the Star Road, Li Fuchen felt an unprecedented pressure. The qi field of the Star Road was so powerful that it felt like a substance. At that moment, it felt as though there was a boundless viscous energy descending and enveloping Li Fuchen. After walking 100 steps, Li Fuchen couldn't hold on any longer and was teleported out of the Star Road hidden domain and back to his courtyard. This Star Road hidden domain is much more horrific than the Mystic Martial hidden domain. It is a complete test of limits. Li Fuchen sighed. The 7th level of the Earth realm is still a little lacking. Next up, I need to increase my sword intent in front of the sword monument. Li Fuchen wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was invincible in the stars ranking tournament. Putting aside his innate talent and perception, just in terms of cultivation level, he was far too lacking. By then, most of the elite contestants in the Stars ranking tournament would probably be at the 9th level of the Earth realm. The 7th level of the Earth realm would definitely be at the bottom of the bottom. What's more, above the 9th level of the Earth realm, there was still the peak level of the Earth realm and the half-step heaven realm. The so-called half-step heaven realm meant that one was already half a step into the heaven realm and was just lacking time. Of course, there were some who intentionally restricted their cultivation to the half-step heaven realm in order to avoid stepping into the heaven realm too early and losing the qualifications to participate in the Stars ranking tournament. It was a known fact that there were great benefits in participating in the Stars ranking tournament. Everyone who was ranked in the Stars ranking would be rewarded with a Star Stone. The top 72, top 36, top 10, top 3, and first place would have even more rewards. Since Sword Maniac Li Xiangru had comprehended a Mystic class high-tier sword intent, Li Fuchen didn't think that others wouldn't be able to comprehend a Mystic class high-tier sword intent. He was afraid that there would be plenty of people who comprehended a Mystic class high-tier sword intent. By then, his advantage would be very small. Arriving at the Sword Monument Canyon, Li Fuchen immediately began to wholeheartedly comprehend the sword intent. Chapter 282. There was less than a month before the Stars ranking tournament. The prodigies of the various major sects in the East Unicorn continent were all actively preparing for the tournament. Some of them were cultivating secret techniques, some were cultivating martial arts, and some were in seclusion, striving to break through one realm before the tournament. Heaven Fiend sect, in a courtyard on a mountain peak occupied by the Yen clan. Qingguo, you are a rare prodigy of our Yen clan. You have to obtain the top 36 in this Stars ranking tournament. Only by obtaining the top 36 will you be able to obtain the Heaven Dipper Battle Chi and break through to the Heaven Dipper realm faster. Once you reach the Heaven Dipper realm, your cultivation speed will increase by several folds. Otherwise, even if you are a 6-star bone frame, you will still need a lot of time to become an expert. In the courtyard, a handsome middle-aged man with long hair stood with his hands behind his back and instructed the beautiful Yen Qingguo. Yen Qingguo nodded. Father, don't worry. Qingguo will definitely do it. Her father was the Yen clan head, Yen Baitian, and also the Heaven Fiend sect's protector. He was at the first level of Reincarnation Realm. How is the cultivation of the 4-star secret technique, Flying Swallow Slash, that I imparted to you? Yen Baitian inquired. The Yen clan was an established clan in the Heaven Fiend sect and had deep foundations. They might not have 5-star secret techniques, but they still had 4-star secret techniques. Yen Qingguo said, Father, I have already cultivated the Flying Swallow Slash to the completion stage. Good. With the Flying Swallow Slash that is almost at the completion stage, it shouldn't be a problem for you to obtain the top 36. Yen Baitian laughed heartily. 4-star secret techniques were extremely powerful, and the subcompletion stage was equivalent to a perfect 3-star secret technique. Eternal Spring Valley, one of the top sects in the East Unicorn continent. In a small and exquisite valley in the Eternal Spring Valley, Sumuyu was wielding a sickle and practicing a secret technique. Back in the tomb, she had also obtained a 6-star secret technique called Qi Gathering Dipper. It could condense Qi into Dipper Qi. The so-called Dipper Qi was unrelated to the Heaven Dipper realm. It was a type of Qi utilization, or it should be said that it was a higher grade of Qi. Some powerful cultivation techniques would cultivate Qi that was Dipper Qi. However, this level of cultivation technique was usually an Earth-level cultivation technique. Only a few Mystic class peak-tier cultivation techniques could cultivate Dipper Qi, and they had to be at a very high rank. With the Qi Condensing Aura secret art, Rain's strength increased tremendously, even though she had just cultivated the Qi Condensing Aura secret art to the Azure Astral Realm. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. In the valley, there were pieces of metal ores that were as tall as a human. With a swing of the scythe, the metal ores were cut open as if they were tofu. After 81 strikes, Rain's aura reached its peak. A layer of red light appeared on the scythe, and with the support of the red light, not only did Rain easily cut through the metal ores, but it also left a huge crack in the ground. Scarlet Dipper Realm. Joy flashed in Rain's eyes. There were a total of 4 realms of Qi gathering into Astral Dipper, namely Azure, Red, Yellow, and Black. Among them, Azure Astral Dipper was equivalent to a perfect 3-star secret technique. Red Astral Dipper was equivalent to a perfect 4-star secret technique. Yellow Astral Dipper was equivalent to a perfect 5-star secret technique. And Black Astral Dipper was equivalent to a perfect 6-star secret technique. With the Scarlet Dipper Realm, I have a higher chance of getting into the top 10. Su Muyu's cultivation was already at the 9th level of the Earth Realm. Hence, her cultivation wasn't considered to be at a disadvantage. This was something that Li Fuchen couldn't compare with. Azure Water Sect. After spending less than 10 days, Li Fuchen's blaze Devil Sword Intent had finally progressed to the perfection rank and was extremely close to a Mystic class peak tier Sword Intent. I don't have many contribution points left. Li Fuchen let out a bitter laugh. Back then he had 10 million contribution points, and almost half of it was used to exchange for various resources. He had been using them until now, and still had plenty left. Of course, it was mainly because he had obtained plenty of resources on the outside. As for the other half of the contribution points, they were almost all used up in the Sword Monument Canyon. 100,000 contribution points a day wasn't something that a regular person could afford. But the rewards are great too. The Meteor Sword Intent actually progressed again and is now at the Mystic class high tier. The Meteor Sword Intent was only a Mystic class low tier Sword Intent, but it had advanced by 2 tiers, surpassing the Starfire Sword Intent, Rotating Flow Sword Intent, and the 9 Revolution Sword Intent. It was truly a miracle. The Mystic class high tier Meteor Sword Intent speed and burst power had reached an extremely horrific stage. Li Fuchen had tried it before, and when the Meteor Sword Art's only move, Meteor Fall, was executed, the sword speed was extremely shocking. To a certain extent, it was even more dangerous than the Blaze Devil Sword Art. When the speed was faster than the opponent's reaction, a lot of things would lose their meaning. In this world of martial arts, there was nothing that couldn't be overcome but speed. The Meteor Sword Intent shall be my main sword intent. Li Fuchen thought to himself. His intuition told him that the Meteor Sword Intent's potential was astonishing and it couldn't be treated as a regular sword intent. It is time to break through the Sword Essence secret technique. Li Fuchen had never slacked off on the Sword Essence secret technique. In the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain, Li Fuchen had been researching the Bronze Sword Essence for a long time. The Bronze Sword Essence had a total of over 1,000 types of yellow class, high-tier sword patterns. Li Fuchen had already combined these 1,000 types of yellow class, high-tier sword patterns into 9 types of mystic class, mid-tier sword patterns. As long as these 9 types of mystic class, mid-tier sword patterns were combined into one mystic class, high-tier sword pattern, the bronze sword pattern would be formed. As time ticked by, with his astounding perception, Li Fuchen was getting closer to success. 3 types of sword patterns fused into one. 4 types of sword patterns fused into one. 5 types of sword patterns fused into one. Perhaps it was due to his robust accumulation and the fact that he had pushed the Blaze Devil Sword Intent to the completion rank. It allowed Li Fuchen to have a deeper understanding of sword patterns. There weren't any twists and turns when combining sword patterns. 7 types of sword patterns fused into one. 8 types of sword patterns fused into one. When the 9 types of sword patterns fused into one, Li Fuchen's body emitted a horrific chi presence. Be it a sword Dao master or a sword pattern master, it was actually a pursuit of the sword Dao. After mastering the bronze sword pattern, Li Fuchen was already considered a sword pattern master. At the same time, he was already able to create a mystic class sword art and was considered a sword Dao master. Right now, his body was emitting an even more unfathomable and terrifying chi presence. But soon enough, the terrifying chi presence was withdrawn and Li Fuchen returned to normal. Sword patterns are also a part of the sword Dao. After comprehending the bronze sword pattern, the benefits don't just seem to be an additional secret technique. Li Fuchen felt his mind surging with inspiration like a tide. At this moment, his sword Dao foundation had increased again, and he was just waiting for a new burst. After mastering the bronze sword pattern, Li Fuchen started to condense the bronze sword pattern on his bones. The bones that were originally covered with black iron sword patterns were now being corroded by the bronze sword pattern. 5%, 10%, 20%. After a few days, 30% of Li Fuchen's bones that were covered with black iron sword patterns had been replaced by the bronze sword pattern. TSS, raising his index and middle fingers, A wisp of bronze sword qi extended from Li Fuchen's fingertip. It was extremely sharp. The bronze sword qi is more than twofold stronger than the black iron sword qi. This is only a 30% condensed bronze sword pattern. Chapter 283. Azure Water Grand Hall. Li Fuchen, Li Xiangru, Qin Yuanhu, and Xue Feng were all here. At the seat of honor, Ouyang Wentian sat high up. Ouyang Wentian sized up Li Fuchen and nodded to himself. Li Fuchen, who had the lowest cultivation level, was already at the 8th level of the Earth realm. This cultivation level might be rather low, but with Li Fuchen's valiant combat ability, it was already commendable. Li Fuchen naturally didn't break through to the 8th level of the Earth realm through normal cultivation. He consumed an elixir that increased his cultivation level. This elixir would affect his future cultivation. Originally, Li Fuchen would only need 1 or 2 years to advance from the 7th level of the Earth realm to the 9th level. After consuming this elixir, Li Fuchen would need at least 2 years to stay at the 8th level of the Earth realm. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. Li Fuchen's cultivation technique rank was extremely high and his spirit was extremely strong too. Thus the side effects were relatively lesser. In addition, this side effect could be cleansed with the Star Road energy. Li Fuchen's body originally had some Star Road energy left. After cleansing a portion of the side effects, the Star Road energy had completely vanished and the side effects were reduced by almost half. The 4 of you are the 4 most talented individuals in our Azure Water Sect. You are also the representatives of our Azure Water Sect to participate in the Stars ranking tournament. This is the Mystic class, high-tier artifact sword bestowed to you by the sect. Familiarize yourselves with it. Ouyang Wentian waved his hand and shot 4 chilling lights at Li Fuchen and the others. Li Fuchen and the others moved with lightning speed and grabbed onto the chilling lights. The chilling light was a sheathed long sword. When the sword was drawn, a razor-sharp sword qi was emitted. Even without the injection of qi, it still gave off a bone-chilling intent. Great sword! Li Fuchen praised. He had seen Mystic class, high-tier artifact, swords on the outside. A single Mystic class, high-tier artifact sword would cost at least a few 100,000 gold coins. Those who could forge Mystic class, high-tier artifact swords were worthy of being called Master Swordsmith. Li Fuchen might have the financial capability to purchase it, but his previous cultivation level was too weak and wasn't able to utilize the power of a Mystic class, high-tier artifact sword to its limits. A Mystic class, high-tier artifact sword that couldn't be utilized to its limits wasn't that different from a Mystic class, mid-tier artifact sword that could be utilized to its limits. Of course, it would be different if he had a top-tier profound rank sword. Even if he could only exert 30 to 40% of its power, it would be far superior to a mid-tier profound rank sword. It was a pity that a Mystic class peak-tier artifact sword was hard to come by. In the East Unicorn continent, there weren't many people who could forge a Mystic class peak-tier weapon. Some of the newly promoted reincarnation realm martial artists might not even have a suitable Mystic class peak-tier weapon. They could only make do with a Mystic class high-tier weapon. Now that Li Fuchen was at the 8th level of the Earth realm, he was able to utilize 90% or even 100% of the power of a Mystic class high-tier artifact sword. After all, he was now a sword rune master, so he was naturally very familiar with the sword runes of a high-grade, profound class treasure sword. If Li Fuchen had a Mystic class high-tier sword, he could even create a Mystic class high-tier artifact sword himself. Thank you, Sovereign. The 4 sheathed their swords. Ouyang Wentian nodded. 3 days later, we will depart on time. All of you can make some preparations. Li Fuchen, stay behind for now. After Li Xiangru and the 2 others left, Ouyang Wentian smiled. How is your cultivation of the 4-star secret technique? Li Fuchen's perception was said to be the #1 in the history of the Azure Water Sect. He was able to comprehend a mystic-class high-tier sword intent at the young age of 20. Such a perception was far superior to regular 6-star bone frames. After the sect selection tournament, Ouyang Wentian made an exception to impart a 4-star secret technique to Li Fuchen. Before this, only sword maniac Li Xiangru made an exception to obtain a 4-star secret technique. But Li Xiangru obtained it a few years ago, while Li Fuchen obtained it in less than a month. It was rather hasty, and Ouyang Wentian wanted to know of Li Fuchen's progress. Li Fuchen cupped his fist and replied, "Sect Patriarch, Fuchen has already cultivated it to the completion rank." "What, already at the completion rank?" Ouyang Wentian was shocked. "Yes," Li Fuchen replied. The 4-star secret technique that Ouyang Wentian imparted to him was called Pure Yang Dipper Qi. Activating this secret technique would allow the body's true Inferno Qi to transform into pure Yang Dipper Qi. It was much more fearsome and tyrannical than the mystical Dragon Qi. To Li Fuchen, cultivating a 4-star secret technique was much easier than cultivating a mystic-class high-tier martial art. Secret techniques usually involved the body's structure, but with Li Fuchen's powerful awareness, he had a deep understanding of the body structure. Even a peak-level heaven realm martial artist wouldn't be able to understand their own body as well as Li Fuchen. He might even be able to compete with a reincarnation realm martial artist. Hence, in less than 10 days, Li Fuchen cultivated the pure Yang Dipper Qi to the completion rank without any difficulty. "Show me." Ouyang Wentian was still skeptical. "Yes." Li Fuchen took a deep breath and circulated the blazing and violent true Inferno Qi within his body. His Qi presence was like a small sun that filled the entire Azure Water Grand Hall. Boom! The already horrific Qi presence, in the blink of the eye, exploded again. It was even more condensed and tyrannical. Visible to the naked eye, Li Fuchen's body was emitting a layer of pale yellow light. This layer of light gave off a feeling of indestructible and condensed steel. Just a single glance was enough to shock anyone. Pure Yang Dipper Qi was a high-grade application of Qi. Or rather, it was a type of high-grade Qi, just like a heaven realm martial artist Qi. Even though it was also Qi, but the quality was much better than an earth realm martial artist Qi. To an earth realm martial artist, a heaven realm martial artist's Qi could be treated as a Dipper Qi. Good, an exceptional prodigy. Ouyang Wentian's eyes were wide open. Today he had truly broadened his horizons. This was the first time he had seen someone who was able to cultivate a 4-star secret technique to the perfection realm in less than a month. Back when he was at the Disha realm, he had spent a total of 3 years to achieve this. In comparison, the rest of the people who cultivated the pure Yang Dipper Qi were simply idiots and slow-witted. Staring at Li Fuchen, Ouyang Wentian thought to himself, "When this child steps into the heaven realm, perhaps I can make an exception and impart him the Sect Origin Sword's secret technique." Sect Origin Sword's secret technique, Azure Water Sect's secret technique. Among the hundreds of 5-star secret techniques in the entire East Unicorn continent, the Sect Origin Sword's secret technique was ranked top 10. Even the Heaven Fiend sect's Heaven Fiend Azura secret technique didn't have such a high ranking. But no matter how good something was, it had to be used by others. Blindly keeping it wouldn't reflect its value. In Ouyang Wentian's opinion, it was like casting pearls before swine for the Sect Origin Sword's secret technique to land in the hands of Li Fuchen. As for the question of loyalty, it could be put aside for now. A true prodigy must be given absolute trust. If it was because of loyalty, it would only cause the other party to hold a grudge. What's more, Li Fuchen's clan would arrive at the Azure Water Sect soon. With the entire clan around, Ouyang Wentian didn't have to worry about Li Fuchen's loyalty. Of course, that was a matter for the future. The Sect Origin Sword's secret technique required one to be at least at the Heaven Realm to cultivate. Earth realm martial artists with heaven-defying perception wouldn't be able to cultivate the sect origin swords because their chi wouldn't be able to keep up. Chapter 284. 3 days passed by in a flash. At the plaza in front of the Azure Water Grand Hall, apart from Li Fuchen's group, there were 2 other gold-class direct disciples, Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian. The 2 of them were 5-star bone frames and were young, around the age of 20. They weren't qualified to participate in this year's Stars ranking tournament, but they would be qualified for the next one. Furthermore, they would be the main force. 3 years later, Li Xiangru and the other 2 might have already stepped into the heaven realm. Only Li Fuchen might still be at the earth realm. By then, Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian would definitely be one of the 4 spots. Hence, for this Stars ranking tournament, the 2 of them could follow the group to meet the prodigies of the various sects and to prepare for the next Stars ranking tournament. A short moment later, Zhao Wujin arrived, together with Zhao Mingyue, as the Azure Water Sect's inner sect Grand Elder. Zhao Wujin's status was just inferior to the sect Patriarch, Supreme Elder, and Protector. His status was extremely esteemed, and if he were to step into the reincarnation realm, he would naturally be a Protector. Hence, he was qualified to bring Zhao Mingyue along. A moment later, Ouyang Wentian and the 2 Supreme Elders walked over. The Azure Water Sect required the protection of the Supreme Elders, and it was impossible for all the Supreme Elders to follow along. It was already praiseworthy for 2 of them to come. "Let's go!" Seeing that everyone was here, Ouyang Wentian waved his hand and 2 Class 4 high-tier spirit beasts swooped down. Splitting into 2 groups, everyone stood on the back of the spirit beasts, which soared into the sky and vanished into the clouds. Class 4 high-tier spirit beasts were extremely fast and were even faster than regular reincarnation realm martial artists. In order to avoid being blown away, Li Fuchen and the others sat down cross-legged. Ouyang Wentian, the 2 Supreme Elders, and Zhao Wujin naturally didn't want to sit still and sat cross-legged too. Li Fuchen, who sat cross-legged, didn't waste any time and started to cultivate the true Inferno technique. This child is truly a cultivation maniac. On the back of the neighboring spirit beast, the gray-haired Supreme Elder, who was blind in one eye, praised. Ouyang Wentian nodded. To be able to cultivate in such an environment, it requires an extremely high spirit will. Regular Earth realm martial artists, or even Heaven realm martial artists, would only be able to close their eyes and meditate. They wouldn't be able to comprehend techniques. Why did martial artists go into seclusion? It was so that they could not be disturbed and concentrate all their energy on breaking through. However, if one's willpower was strong, they would be able to remain calm in any environment and place. It did not matter whether they went into seclusion or not. Even if they did, it would not be for their own personal reasons. Rather, it was because they were afraid of encountering powerful enemies during the process of breaking through. It had been some time since his true Inferno technique broke through to the 16th layer. During these days, Li Fuchen naturally pushed the true Inferno technique to the peak state of the 16th rank and was just 1 step away from the 17th rank. But this barrier wasn't that easy to break through. Under normal circumstances, even a 5-star bone frame would need at least a few years to break through. Mystic class, peak-tier cultivation techniques, the higher the level, the more exaggerated. It was already extremely difficult for a Heaven realm martial artist to break through to the 19th rank. Just like Zhao Wujin, he relied on the accumulation of time to cultivate one of the 2 mystic class, peak-tier cultivation techniques, the true Azure Water technique, to the 19th rank. It wasn't because of his high perception, after all, he was still a 4-star bone frame. The Stars ranking tournament was held at the 100 Battle Regions, Star Fate Mountain. Over the past few days, people from various sects had arrived at Mount Star Fate one after another. For a time, the usually deserted Mount Star Fate became unprecedentedly lively. Is this MT Star Fate? Some of the geniuses from the various sects who had never been to MT Star Fate looked at the huge mountain that soared into the clouds and couldn't help but feel awe. Mt. Star Fate was known as one of the 3 major mountain peaks of the East Unicorn Continent. It was rumored that Mt. Star Fate dictated the destiny of the East Unicorn Continent. In every stars ranking tournament, the rankers would be able to obtain a trace of Mt. Star Fate's star fate. The higher the ranking, the more star fate they would obtain. Astral fate was something even more precious than Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi. The Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi could increase one's cultivation speed by several folds. But star fate could affect a martial artist's fate. For example, those with strong celestial fate might be able to avert disaster time and time again. Otherwise, no matter how great a person's talent and potential was, no matter how fast his cultivation speed was, if he died midway, he would just be a shooting star. Only by surviving could one set foot on the peak and live a carefree life. Above the sky, 2 black dots flew over quickly. Soon the black dots enlarged. They were 2 huge spirit beasts. "We've arrived at Mount Star Fate." Ouyang Wentian asked the spirit beasts to descend. "This is Mt. Star Fate." Li Fuchin was rather shocked too. This was his first time seeing such a massive mountain, and it was just like a divine mountain. Zhao Wujin introduced from the side. The stars ranking tournament is separated into 3 stages. The first stage is to ascend the mountain. The second stage is to stand on the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars. And the third stage is the ranking tournament. The mountain is so tall, and it isn't easy to ascend it. Zhao Mingyue stuck out her tongue. Zhao Wujin said, "It is naturally not easy to ascend the mountain. Firstly, you have to be fast. If you are too slow, by the time you ascend the mountain peak, the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars might already be full. There are 108 Heaven Dipper Stone pillars, and once every pillar is filled with people, then these 108 people would be ranked in the stars ranking. The rest of the people wouldn't have any more chances. Hence, you have to ensure that your speed is fast enough. If your speed isn't fast enough, even if you have the strength to enter the stars ranking, it wouldn't make a difference." Ouyang Wentian nodded and added, "During the process of ascending the mountain, you might be ambushed by others. Hence, it is very important to choose the route. If the route isn't chosen well, you might encounter some elite prodigies in advance." This was what Ouyang Wentian was most worried about. Currently, the elite prodigies of the East Unicorn Continent were the 3 king stars, 6 young masters, and 4 fairies. Apart from them, there were definitely some newly risen elite prodigies. If Li Fuchin were to encounter these people, even Li Fuchin would have a hard time. If Li Xiangru and the others were to encounter them, they would naturally be doomed and would miss out on this opportunity. Of course, ascending the mountain is just the first phase. Unless your luck is too bad, there shouldn't be any problems. The true difficulty is to stand on the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars. There are 108 Heaven Dipper Stone pillars. Apart from those elite prodigies who are occupying the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars, the rest of the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars will be contested by several individuals. They won't allow you to stand on them easily. Even if you manage to stand on one of the pillars and the rest of the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars aren't occupied, others can still contest with you for the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars until all the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars are occupied. Ouyang Wentian took a glance at the 4 of them. Among the 4 of them, Li Fuchin and Li Xiangru definitely had the strength to enter the stars ranking. Chun Yuanhu and Xue Feng might be slightly lacking, but they might still have a chance. If the Azure Water sect could have 2 or more individuals enter the stars ranking, the star fate that they brought might just affect the Azure Water sect. Sects also had their own fate. Some of the sects with stronger fate would be able to produce even more fearsome prodigies. When they matured, the sect would naturally grow stronger, and one day they would become one of the elite factions. As time elapsed, more and more people arrived. A single sect would have at least a dozen individuals. A few dozen sects would have at least a few hundred individuals, and this number was still rapidly increasing. As the foot of MT Star Fate was shrouded in mist, there was only one entrance to ascend the mountain, and it was a stone door. Right now, everyone was gathered at the empty space in front of the stone door. They weren't too far apart from each other, which was why Li Fuqin and the others were able to see the members of the other sects with their naked eyes. So many reincarnation realm martial artists. Chapter 285. Reincarnation realm martial artists were the true experts of the East Unicorn continent. They dictated the fate of the sects and also the fate of the continent. Every reincarnation realm martial artist was an exceptional prodigy. When they were young, they were all prodigies and outstanding individuals. Someone calculated that in the East Unicorn continent, more than 80% of the reincarnation realm martial artists were 5-star bone frames. Less than 5% were 6-star bone frames. The rest were the elite 4-star bone frames and some of the regular prodigies who had amazing fated encounters. The deterrence of reincarnation realm martial artists was extremely strong. The reason why sects didn't easily start a war, apart from the surrounding sects, was because they didn't have the confidence to kill the opposing sect's reincarnation realm martial artist. Even the elite sects didn't dare to say that they could kill an ordinary sect's reincarnation realm martial artist. Once upon a time, there was an apex sect. After a strict layout, they annihilated a nearby ordinary sect. However, there was a flaw in their plan. They accidentally let a reincarnation realm martial artist escape. For the next few years, this reincarnation realm martial artist took revenge on this apex sect. This caused the apex sect to be in a state of panic. There were countless deaths and injuries. In the end, they spent a huge price to invite a reincarnation realm martial artist who was good at tracking to kill the other party. Hence, once one's cultivation reached the reincarnation realm, even the elite sects would give you some face and wouldn't easily offend you. Of course, if they chose to offend you, it meant that they were going to kill you. The Celestial Star sect is here. Someone said. Hearing this, everyone looked up at the sky. Above the sky, 3 giant spirit beasts swooped down. On the backs of the 3 spirit beasts, there were 6 reincarnation realm martial artists, which was twice as many as the Azure Water sect. There were close to 20 youths. All of them were in high spirits and had arrogant expressions. The Celestial Star sect was one of the elite sects in the East Unicorn continent. As a disciple of the Celestial Star sect, their status was much more respectable than regular sect disciples. On the back of the second spirit beast, it should be the Celestial Seven and young patriarch Celestial Star. Someone said, on the back of the second spirit beast, there were 8 youths. Every one of these 8 youths was extraordinary. They were emitting an all-powerful aura. Many of the sect's reincarnation realm martial artists observed them and had to admit that there was only one person in their sect that could be compared to the most ordinary members of the Celestial Seven. Li Fuqin's eyes similarly landed on the 8 of them. With just a single glance, he saw Han Feng. As one of the Celestial Seven, Han Feng was rather fearsome. In the Azure Water sect, apart from himself, perhaps only Li Xiangru could be compared with Han Feng. Chun Yuanhu's qi presence seemed to be slightly inferior. Moreover, this Han Feng was also very young. Just like him, they were both rising stars. However, no matter how powerful Han Feng was, he was only one of the heavenly star 7. In front of him stood a young man holding an iron fan. This young man's face was like jade and his eyes were like the stars. As the spirit beast swooped down, the young man's clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a handsome tree facing the wind. Just his calm and elegant temperament alone made many geniuses feel ashamed of their inferiority. This person must be the heavenly star young master, Murong Di. Li Fuqin thought to himself. Murong Di, one of the 6 young masters, was addressed as the heavenly star young master, or young master celestial star. Back when Li Fuqin went out to temper himself, Murong-di was already at the 8th level of the Earth realm. Looking at his chi presence now, he was obviously at the peak level of the Earth realm. Li Fuqin could faintly feel that Murong-di's chi presence was purer and more dominant than Li Xiangru's chi presence. Haha, everyone, how have you been? I, Murong Batian, am late. One of the reincarnation realm martial artists from the Celestial Star sect laughed heartily. His laughter shook the sky and gave off a feeling of shock. Murong Batian, the Celestial Star sect patriarch, was at the 5th level of reincarnation realm and was Murong-di's father. In the reincarnation realm, each level was harder to advance. Regular sects would basically only have a few 3rd level reincarnation realm martial artists. A sect like the Heaven Fiend sect that had a 4th level reincarnation realm martial artist was already considered a slightly stronger sect. Murong Xiong is still as elegant as ever. We are in awe. Murong Xiong isn't late. We're the ones who came early. Our mental fortitude isn't as good as Murong Xiong. Many of the sect's reincarnation realm martial artists were complimenting Murong Batian. Elite sects or forces. One could only befriend them and not offend them. This was the way of life for regular sections. Murong Batian, you are rather early. Above the firmament, a robust voice echoed down like thunder. Everyone was shocked. Who dared to call out Murong Batian's name directly? Soon enough, everyone confirmed the identity of the visitor. It's the Dolin clan. The Dolin clan was also one of the elite forces in the East Unicorn continent. Furthermore, they were slightly stronger than the Celestial Star sect. Only the reincarnation realm martial artists of the Dolin clan dared to call out Murong Batian's name directly. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even dare to do so, even if they had 10 guts. Xiahou Shan, you are late. Murong Batian naturally wasn't afraid of the Dolin clan. His Celestial Star sect was only slightly weaker than the Dolin clan, and it was just a joke. If they were to really fight, it was still unknown who would win. Moreover, these two elite forces basically wouldn't start a war. If 2 tigers were to fight, one would definitely be injured. Why would they let the other elite forces take advantage of them? A violent wind blew, and 3 spirit beasts landed. The Dolin clan members appeared in everyone's vision. Just like the Celestial Star sect, the Dolin clan also sent 6 reincarnation realm martial artists. The leader had a stocky build and had a horrific chi presence that wasn't inferior to Murong Batian. He was obviously a 5th level reincarnation realm martial artist. Apart from the 6 reincarnation realm martial artists, among the 20 youths of the Dolin clan, 10 of them were extremely eye-catching. Their bodies were emitting an all-powerful chi presence. The Celestial Star sect had the Celestial Seven and the Celestial Star Young Patriarch, while the Dolin clan had the Dolin 10 Greats. These 10 individuals were naturally the 10 most outstanding youths of the Dolin clan. Xiahou Shi. Li Fuqin immediately saw Xiahou Shi. Xiahou Shi's cultivation level was already at the 9th level of the Earth realm. His horrific chi presence was several-fold stronger than before. However, there was another person besides Xiahou Shi who was clearly even more powerful. This person was slightly older than Xiahou Shi. He was expressionless and seemed to be keeping a low profile. But with his keen awareness, Li Fuqin could feel that this person was like a volcano. He might look lifeless during normal times, but once he erupted, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Xiahou Chuan. The Dolin clan's youth generation didn't have any 6 starbone frames. They only had 2 heaven-defying 5 starbone frames. Xiahou Shi was one of them, and the other was the number 1 of the Dolin clan's youth generation, Xiahou Chuan, who was known as Young Master Dolin. Similarly, one of the 6 young masters. Xiahou Chuan was much more experienced than the Celestial Star Young Master, Murong-di. It was rumored that Xiahou Chuan was at the half-step heaven realm. Xiahou Chuan, interesting. Murong-di sized up Xiahou Chuan and revealed a smile. During the Stars ranking tournament 3 years ago, He was still young and wasn't mature enough. But this year he came with the intention of contending for the #1 rank of the stars ranking. This Xiahou Chuan was undoubtedly a formidable foe. Li Fuqin. Xiahou sure swept a glance and noticed the Azure Water Sex group at a remote corner and Li Fuqin. After taking a glance, Xiahou sure withdrew his gaze. A trace of murderous intent was quietly concealed. Chapter 286. Batches after batches of people from the various sects arrived at the empty space in front of the stone door, and there were plenty of stars, rankers among them. Some of them were ranked rather high. When they saw Murong Di and Xiahou Chuan, all of them revealed a grave expression. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. When facing 2 of the 6 young masters, they would definitely feel some pressure. Li Fuqin. The carefree sex people had arrived too. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu were impressively among them. When they saw Li Fuqin, the 2 of them walked over. Li Fuqin, you have really surprised us. You are actually accepted as a direct disciple by the #1 mystic martial expert. This is something that the 3 king stars, 6 young masters, and 4 fairies couldn't achieve. Fan Qiansong praised. Fan Qinyu joked. Li Shixiang, we'll be relying on you in the future. Li Fuqin let out a bitter laugh and said, as long as I can protect myself, I will definitely protect you. The 2 of them didn't know that mystic martial experts wouldn't stay in the mystic martial hidden domain forever. There would be a day when they would leave. When that time came, the so-called direct disciple of a mystic martial expert wouldn't be worth anything and might even be a calamity. The 2 of them revealed smiles on their faces. If Li Fuqin replied in such a manner, it meant that he treated them as true friends. The Mystic Tools sect is here. Just as the 3 of them were conversing, there was another commotion. Looking at the 3 spirit beasts that descended from the sky, Fan Qiansong spoke faintly. The Mystic Tools sect is definitely the most fearsome sect in the East Unicorn continent. There isn't anyone that can compare to them. One of the 3 king stars, the immovable king star, is from the Mystic Tools sect. Immovable king star, huh? Li Fuqin naturally knew how terrifying the Mystic Tools sect was. This sect's foundation was too solid and had a long history. As compared to the Mystic Tools sect, the Celestial Star sect could only be considered a junior. Even the Dolin clan, which had a similarly long history, could only be considered as a junior in front of the Mystic Tools sect. The only sect that could compare with the Mystic Tools sect in history would probably be the other elite sect, the Eternal Spring Valley. As an exceptional prodigy of the Mystic Tools sect, the immovable king star didn't just possess a 6-star bone frame. He was blessed by the heavens in terms of cultivation. At the same time, he was also the youngest blacksmith master and tool pattern master in the Mystic Tools sect in the past 1,000 years. His talent was so outstanding that it caused one's hair to stand on end. The elegant Fan Qinyu was afraid that Li Fuqin didn't know about the immovable king star. Hence she explained in detail. Li Shixiang, among the 3 king stars, the immovable king star, Qi Heng has the strongest defense. The Mystic Tools sect has plenty of secret techniques, and these secret techniques require the body to be branded with tool patterns. The higher the grade of the tool pattern, the stronger the body. During the stars ranking tournament 3 years ago, apart from the other 2 king stars, no one else could even break his defense. That's right. According to what I know, 3 years ago his body was branded with a low-grade, profound grade tool mark. I wonder if he has changed his tool mark now. Fan Qiansong added. Hearing this, Li Fuqin didn't feel surprised. Firstly, he knew about the Mystic Tools sect and the immovable king star, Qi Heng. Secondly, he had also cultivated the incomplete sword essence, which was related to tool patterns. The difference was that his incomplete sword essence could only brand sword patterns on the bones, while the Mystic Tools sect could only brand tool patterns on the body, which was more external. One on the inside and the other on the outside. Interesting. Li Fuqin was very curious about the Mystic Tools sect. After his bones were branded with the bronze sword pattern, apart from being able to convert the true Inferno Chi into bronze sword Chi, it also changed the toughness of his bones. It wasn't exaggerating to say that even if someone who had the same ability level as him slashed at his arm, they would only be able to cut open his flesh and wouldn't be able to sever his arm bones, because the toughness of his arm bones was already comparable to a Mystic class mid-tier weapon. But for members of the Mystic Tools sect to be able to brand tool patterns on their bodies, it meant that their skin and flesh defense was extremely tough. If the attack power wasn't at an extremely horrifying level, it would be hard to break their skin and flesh defense. On the back of the second spirit beast, the short-haired and muscular Chi Hung leaped down from the spirit beast. His movement technique looked extremely swift and violent. Right now, even Murong Di and Xiahou Chuan couldn't help but have a change in expression. The three king stars were like a boulder that was pressing on everyone's heart. Before this boulder was removed, they wouldn't be able to breathe normally. Chi Heng's body was extremely robust, and he was a head taller than most of the people. His eyes were like lightning as he took a glance at the crowd. When he saw Murong Di and Xiahou Chuan, he paused for a moment. These two were able to be ranked as one of the 6 young masters, and they definitely had some capabilities. Elite prodigies. 3 of them are here. It is truly hard to imagine what kind of scene it will be when all the elite prodigies are gathered together. Some of the prodigies from the various sects who were here to spectate were in a heated discussion and their emotions were surging. Immovable King Star, Chi Hung, ranked number 2 in the previous Stars ranking tournament and was considered a king among the youth generation. Young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan, ranked 15th in the previous Stars ranking tournament. Young Master Celestial Star, Murong Di, ranked 35th in the previous Stars ranking tournament. The latter 2 were ranked lower, but that was because they were rather young. Especially Murong Di, who was only 20 years old when he participated in the Stars ranking tournament. To be ranked 35th in the Stars ranking at the age of 20, there weren't many who could compare with his innate potential. The existence of the 3 of them caused the rest of the people to be overshadowed, just like fireflies encountering the blazing sun. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu looked at the 3 of them before looking at Li Fuchen. They couldn't help but let out a sigh. Li Fuchen might have a huge reputation, but he had never participated in the Stars ranking tournament. In terms of reputation and credibility, he still wasn't comparable to the 3 of them. In this year's Stars ranking tournament, Li Fuchen should at least be able to make it into the top 30. Fan Qiansong thought to himself. In his opinion, young Master Celestial Star, Murong Di, was ranked 35th when he was 20 years old. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to be ranked lower than Murong Di, which was why it was more reliable to rank within the top 30. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Not long after the Mystic Tools sect arrived, the Eternal Spring Valley arrived too. The Eternal Spring Valley sect lived up to its name and flourished for a long time. In this generation, they actually produced 2 6-star bone frames. One was young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qinyan, and the other was Fairy Muyu, Su Muyu. Young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qinyan was known as the leader of the 6 young masters and was ranked 5th on the Stars ranking. Among the 4 that defeated him, the 3 King Stars hadn't broken through yet. The 4th ranked prodigy had already progressed to the Heaven Realm and had become an expert. As for Fairy Muyu, Su Muyu, she might not be ranked in the Stars ranking, but that was because she was still 17 years old 3 years ago. She didn't even participate in the Stars ranking tournament and naturally wasn't ranked in the Stars ranking. The arrival of the 2 of them caused the atmosphere in front of the stone door to become even more subtle. It was as though there were electric currents flickering in the air. The presence of the elite prodigies caused some of the prodigies to feel their scalps going numb. This person is the Li Fuchen that you mentioned. Young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qinyan had an extremely handsome appearance. He stood with his hands behind his back and quickly locked his eyes on Li Fuchen. Su Muyu replied, Tang Shixiang, that is him. Interesting. A pity that his cultivation is too weak. He is only at the 8th level of the Earth realm and isn't even comparable to Shimi. Tang Qingyun shook his head. It wasn't that he looked down on Li Fuchen. In fact, he already thought highly of Li Fuchen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially mentioned Li Fuchen. But who here wasn't a prodigy? It was unbelievably difficult for them to surpass levels to battle. Chapter 287. Su Muyu didn't comment. She only briefly mentioned Li Fuchen in front of Tang Qingyun and didn't say anything about Li Fuchen. Tang Qingyun's understanding of Li Fuchen was probably the same as everyone else. She only knew that Li Fuchen was the first to enter the 7th mystic martial door and was accepted as a personal disciple by the first mystic martial expert. Of course, Li Fuchen's 1-star bone frame talent was known by everyone after it was spread. 1-star bone frame. Not even Su Muyu would have thought that the outstanding Li Fuchen was actually a 1-star bone frame. She always thought that Li Fuchen was at least a 5-star bone frame. This undoubtedly broke everyone's understanding and caused everyone's suspicions. In everyone's opinion, the 1-star bone frame Li Fuchen could be considered prodigy, but not an elite prodigy. As an elite prodigy, the future had to be clear. Li Fuchen's future was too unclear and might just be a flash in the pan. Tang Qingyun, you are here. Qi Heng regarded Tang Qingyun with great importance. In the previous stars ranking tournament, Tang Qingyun was ranked 5th, and in terms of ability, she wasn't inferior to him. Tang Qingyun sized up Qi Heng. It seems like your defense has gotten stronger. Qi Heng's qi presence was extremely strange. His entire body was like a weapon and was emitting a heavy metallic qi presence, like a human, but not a human. Qi Heng grinned and revealed a row of neat and terrifying teeth. He laughed and said, This star's ranking tournament will be the last one I will participate in. I hope I can enjoy myself to my heart's content. If he was willing, he could have progressed to the heaven realm a year ago. There were 3 reasons why he suppressed himself. The first reason was to obtain more star fate. Star fate was illusory, but most people believed that with the protection of star fate, their future would be much smoother. The second reason was to obtain more Heaven Dipper battle chi. He might have suppressed his cultivation for a year, but if he could obtain more Heaven Dipper battle chi, he would be able to make up for it. The third reason was a groundless rumor. It was rumored that this year's Stars Ranking Tournament was the grandest Stars Ranking Tournament in the history of the East Unicorn Continent. The figures in this year's Stars Ranking Tournament would one day stir up the entire East Unicorn Continent. Most importantly, this year's Stars Ranking Tournament would have a true dragon that would dominate the entire East Unicorn Continent. There were some things that one would rather believe than not, which was why Qi Heng chose to believe it. Tang Qingyun faintly smiled and did not speak. He had heard of some rumors regarding this year's Stars Ranking Tournament. As far as he was concerned, these were all imaginary things. A true dragon appeared and dominated the entire East Unicorn Continent? This was impossible, at least for countless years. No one in the East Unicorn Continent had done it. In order to dominate the entire East Unicorn Continent, one must first have absolute strength. It was useless to be just a little stronger than others. One must at least be stronger by one realm. Take the East Unicorn Continent, for example. If anyone progressed to the Battle Spirit Realm and became a Battle Spirit Realm martial artist, then that person would indeed be able to rule over the East Unicorn Continent. A single command from the East Unicorn Continent would be followed. But ever since those absolute experts vanished, the East Unicorn Continent didn't have any more Battle Spirit Realm martial artists. Perhaps it had appeared, but for some unknown reason, it had disappeared. Look, it's the Sky Dragon Sword Sect and High Heaven Sword Sect. The 2 great sword sects are here at the same time. What a coincidence! An uproar broke out on the empty ground again. Among the hundreds of sects in the East Unicorn continent, there were more than a dozen Sword Dao sects, but there were only two elite Sword Dao sects, namely the Sky Dragon Sword Sect and the High Heaven Sword Sect. The Sky Dragon Sword Sect had one of the 6 young masters, Young Master Dragon Sword, Chiyuya. The High Heaven Sword Sect also had one of the 6 young masters, Young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyun. In the previous Stars ranking tournament, Chiyuya was ranked 28th and Luo Feiyun was ranked 11th. The Spirit Beast landed. Chiyuya and Luo Feiyun also landed. Swordsmen had outstanding temperament. As Sword Dao prodigies, their temperament stood out. Just by standing there, it gave people a feeling that couldn't be ignored and was as resplendent as the stars. Compared to the two of them, the rest of the people were all overshadowed. Young Master Dragon Sword, Chiyuya, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, had a unique sword monarch temperament. He glanced around and noticed immovable King Star Chi Hung, Young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qinyan, Young Master Celestial Star Morongdi, Young Master Dolin Xiahou Chuan and Li Fuchen. After looking at Chi Hung and Ting Qinyan, Chiyuya withdrew his gaze. In his eyes, only Chi Hung and Tung Qinyan were strong enemies, and the rest could only be regarded as strong enemies. Luo Feiyun's figure and appearance are not inferior to Chiyuya's. He is dressed in white. When he moves, it is like a white cloud fluttering. It is as light as nothing. It is not hard to imagine that his body technique should have reached a very terrifying level. Li Fuchen next to Fan Qiansong said, Young Master Dragon Sword, Chiyuya, you should know his details that Young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyun, was famous earlier than Chiyuya, ranked 11th in the last Stars ranking tournament. His sword art is powerful. Flying Sword is even more powerful. In the last Stars ranking tournament, except for a few people, the rest can take his flying sword. Even Chiyuya was defeated under his flying sword, of course. Chiyuya fire is still shallow. Age is also younger than Luo Feiyun by 1 year. Flying sword? Li Fuchen had heard of Young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyun. The so-called flying sword is actually a concealed weapon, and the style of the concealed weapon is like a small sword. Fan Qinyu said, My senior brother from Carefree Sect has seen Luo Feiyun in action, and he said that the speed of his flying sword is extremely fast. Under the flying sword, he never misses his target. Other than the number 1 King Star, no one would be able to dodge it with their movement skills and could only resist it head-on. That's impressive. Li Fuchen nodded. The speed of the sword Qi is also fast, but the sword Qi is not as powerful as the flying sword and can be easily resisted. Fan Qiansong withdrew his gaze from Luo Feiyun and said to Li Fuchen, Li Fuchen, others do not believe you. I believe you. I wish you break into the top 10. I will work hard. Li Fuchen nodded. These absolute heavens chosen more or less gave him some pressure, and most of the pressure came from the gap in cultivation level. Among the people, Su Muyu, who is the same age as him, is already at the 9th level of the Earth Realm, 1 level higher than him. Among the others, immovable King Star Chi Hung has the highest cultivation level, reaching the half-step Heaven Realm. Young Master Eternal Spring Tung Qinyan, Young Master Dragon Sword, Young Master Celestial Star Morongdi, Young Master Dolin Xiahou Chuan, and Young Master Flying Sword Luo Feiyun are all at the peak level of the Earth Realm. There is no 9th level Earth Realm. Thankfully, I had swallowed a cultivation-boosting medicinal pill. Otherwise, I would have had a hard time dealing with it. Li Fuchen secretly said, Chapter 288. Of course, pressure was just pressure. To Li Fuchen, this pressure wasn't worth mentioning. Even the immovable King Star, Chi Hung, could not make him feel the slightest bit of fear. Now that he was at the 8th level of the Earth Realm, he believed that he could fight with anyone. Furthermore, he wanted to have a hearty battle. Soon, more people from top sects arrived. This time it was the Wind-Snow Sect. Like the Eternal Spring Valley, the Wind-Snow Sect also had 2 supreme geniuses. They were Gale, and the Ice Fairy. Young Master Gale Hanyaming was at the peak stage of the Earth Realm and was ranked 12th in the previous Stars ranking tournament. Icy Snow Fairy Su Lin was at the peak stage of the Earth Realm and was ranked 15th in the previous Stars ranking tournament. Young Master Gale was just like his name. He stood there like a gust of wind, and even his chi couldn't be captured. If an ordinary person were to face him, they would probably lose their will to fight even before the fight began. After all, if you couldn't even lock onto your opponent's chi, how could you fight? The Snow Fairy, Su Lin, was just like her name. Although her body did not emit any icy aura, people with keen senses could still sense what kind of icy power was contained within her body. Fan Qiansong introduced. Young Master Gale is the #1 light body technique among the youth generation. During the previous Stars ranking tournament, he had already comprehended a Mystic class mid-tier light body technique intent. This time he must have reached a new level and might have already comprehended a Mystic class high-tier light body technique intent. As for the Icy Snow Fairy Su Lin, in the previous Stars ranking tournament, she had cultivated the Wind Snow Sex Mystic class peak tier cultivation technique, Icy Soul True Technique, to the 16th rank. In terms of cultivation technique rank, the 3 King Stars are inferior to her. It is said that apart from her 6-star icy snowbone frame, her physique seems to be an incredible icy cold physique. Therefore, when she cultivates icy cold cultivation techniques, she is able to achieve several times the results with half the effort and is blessed by the heavens. Hearing this, Li Fuqian raised his brows. This young Master Gale was not to be underestimated. As far as he knew, most people's Qigong had only reached the low level of the profound level. Very few people could reach the middle level of the profound level. A person's energy is limited, and you can't do too many things with that limited energy. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to do anything well. I wonder what his martial arts realm is like. Qigong was powerful, but if one's martial arts realm was not high, it would be useless. Martial arts were the most important means of a martial artist. Li Fuqian shifted his gaze from Han Yiming to Ice and Snow Fairy Su Lin. His eyes were filled with admiration. 3 years ago, the other party had cultivated the profound rank peak tier Ice Soul True Technique to the 16th level. This kind of cultivation talent was truly terrifying. One must know that his current cultivation technique was only at the peak of the 16th level. He was still a step away from the 17th level. Perhaps it has already reached the 17th level. Li Fuqian found it hard to imagine the power of a 17th rank Mystic class, peak tier technique. For Mystic class, peak tier techniques from the 15th rank onwards, each rank was like the heavens. The 16th rank and the 17th rank might seem to be only 1 rank apart. But when it came to a real fight, the latter was enough to crush the former. Of course, the prerequisite was that both sides were on par with each other except for the cultivation technique rank. Time flew by, and during this time the people from the Heaven Fiend sect also arrived. As one of the 4 fairies, Fairy Qinggu naturally became the center of attention. In this year's Stars ranking tournament, Yan Qinggu was definitely the youngest. In the history of the Stars ranking tournament, Yan Qinggu was also the youngest. To participate in the Stars ranking tournament at the age of 18 was something that even a 6-star bone frame would find hard to achieve. Someone guessed that in the next Stars ranking tournament, Yan Qinggu would definitely be an invincible existence. Even in this year's tournament, she would probably have a decent ranking on the Stars ranking. From afar, Yan Qinggu glanced at Li Fuqian. Others were envious of her 6-star bone frame, but in her opinion, Li Fuqian was the anomaly. A mere 1-star bone frame was actually able to make it this far. Initially, she thought that she wouldn't have any interactions with Li Fuqian in the future. Some things should be left in the past. But she didn't expect that Li Fuqian's cultivation speed didn't slow down because of the advancement of the cultivation realm. Instead, it was getting faster and had the tendency to surpass a 6-star bone frame. Generally speaking, when a person with a poor bone frame was fortunate enough to reach a new cultivation realm, their cultivation would stagnate. For example, a 2-star bone frame had a 20% chance of progressing to the Earth realm. But even after progressing to the Earth realm, it would normally take many years to progress by one level. Some 2-star bone frames would only be at the 4th or 5th level of the Earth realm when they died of old age. It was extremely rare for them to be able to cultivate to the 7th, 8th, or 9th level of the Earth realm. In other words, with Li Fuchen's bone frame, after progressing to the Earth realm, he shouldn't be able to progress by one level even after 10 years. But in such a short period of time, Li Fuchen had already progressed to the 8th level of the Earth realm. Although there was the credit of the Star Road, Hidden Domain, and the elixirs, but Li Fuchen's body had at least advanced by a few levels. His perception is far superior to normal people. That should be the key. Yan Qinggu thought. If Li Fuchen knew what Yan Qinggu was thinking, he would basically agree, but only on the basics. The reason why his cultivation speed was so fast wasn't just because of his perception. There were other important aspects too, like his spirit will and consciousness. A strong spirit will allow him to progress smoothly and wouldn't have any unstable state of mind, causing him to be unable to control his own strength. A strong consciousness allowed him to understand his own body very well, allowing him to circulate his qi to break through more easily. Otherwise, with just his perception, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed wouldn't be comparable with a 6-star bone frame. Of course, it was mainly due to his young age. They were both 20 years old, but Su Muyu's cultivation level was higher than Li Fuchen's. But before progressing to the heaven realm, Li Fuchen would slowly catch up. Once his true Inferno technique broke through to the 17th rank or even the 18th rank, his cultivation speed would reach a whole new level, including Yan Qinggu. 3 of the 4 fairies were here, the 6 young masters were all here, and one of the 3 king stars were here. After counting, there were still 3 elite prodigies that weren't here yet. These 3 elite prodigies were the head of the 4 fairies, Tri-Absolute Fairy, the head of the 3 king stars, Thunderous King Star, and the weakest of the 3 king stars, Golden Whip King Star. Tri-Absolute Fairy was ranked 7th in the previous stars ranking tournament. Thunderous King Star was ranked 1st in the previous stars ranking tournament. Golden Whip King Star was ranked 3rd in the previous stars ranking tournament. They were all heavyweight figures. The Tri-Absolute Palace is here. The Thunder God sect is here too. There is also the Golden Extinction Hall. It seemed like it was discussed beforehand. In just 15 minutes, the 3 elite sects had all arrived. As of now, the top 10 elite sects were all here. They were the Celestial Star Sect, Dolin Clan, Mystic Tool Sect, Eternal Spring Valley, Sky Dragon Sword Sect, High Heaven Sword Sect, Wind Snow Sect, Tri-Absolute Palace, Thunder God Sect, and the Golden Extinction Hall. Among them, the Thunder God Sect was the strongest, hence they were also known as the number 1 sect of the continent. Chapter 289. Tri-Absolute Fairy Jiang, Rolia's beauty could topple cities, and her aura was luxurious and varied. She stood there like a goddess. Judging from the current situation, it was clear that Tri-Absolute Fairy was slightly superior among the 4 fairies, but that was only for now. In terms of appearance, the other 3 fairies were not inferior to Jiang, Roliu. They were only lacking in cultivation and foundation. No matter how ordinary a person's appearance was, if she could cultivate to a very high realm, she would naturally reveal an extraordinary temperament. It could be said that as one's cultivation increased, so would one's temperament. Moreover, it would be an earth-shaking improvement. With a half-step Heavenly Dipper realm cultivation base, Jiang Ruoliu's temperament almost reached the level of Heavenly Dipper realm, which is incomparable to the other 3 fairies. Of course, Jiang Ruoliu was not the best in terms of looks and temperament. Of Jiang Ruoliu's 3 ultimate skills, the first was Qinggong. The second was the palm technique. The third technique was illusion. During the previous stars ranking tournament, even the thunderous king star, Sidalay, wasn't able to completely resist Jiang Ruoliu's illusion art. Fortunately, he was only slightly affected. Golden Whip King star, Jin Sudong, ranked third in the previous stars ranking. As one of the 3 king stars, he was tall and had a golden crown on his head. His entire person was full of heroic spirit, exuding an indescribable domineeringness and sharpness. Being stared at by him was like being stared at by an eagle, his gaze terrifying and invasive. If the immovable king star, Chi Hung, was a mountain, then the golden whip king star, Jin Sudong, was a blazing sun. One was hidden, the other was shining. As expected of the king star, Li Fuqin could feel how strong the domineering aura of Jin Sudong was. Because of their different personalities, everyone's aura was displayed differently. Some people's auras were reserved, some people's auras were strange, some people's auras were tough, and some people's auras were soft. Jin Sudong's aura, on the other hand, was like a blazing sun, constantly erupting outwards, revealing a domineering aura. In the face of such an existence, those with weak willpower would not be able to produce any fighting spirit. Night and day could not coexist. When the sun rose, all the stars would retreat and nothing could stop it. At this moment, Li Fuqin finally knew why there were only 3 king star and why Chi Hung and Jin Sudong could become king star. It wasn't because of talent or potential. In terms of talent and potential, the others might not be inferior to the 3 king stars. It was because of his domineering aura. The 3 king stars had a domineering aura that the other younger generation didn't have. This kind of domineering aura was not tyrannical. Domineering was a kind of king's demeanor. It was a kind of extreme confidence that despised everything. Some people would have a domineering aura at some point in time that was created by a unique environment and unique emotions. However, the 3 king stars were like real kings. Domineering aura had already become a part of them. Other than the 3 king stars, young Master Dragon Sword also had a domineering aura. However, young Master Dragon Sword Chi Yuye's domineering aura was extremely overbearing, forming a unique emperor's aura. The so-called chi of a monarch was one of absolute supremacy, one that stood high above the masses and was even more extreme. Legend had it that during the era when super experts fought, there were people who walked the path of the Sword Emperor or Sword Emperor. This kind of sword Tao was extremely tyrannical, but it was a pity that it was easy to walk into a dead end. East Lin continent once had a country, but because the emperor was too arrogant, it fell apart. Later, myriad sects stood in great numbers, and there was no more country. From this, it could be seen that the path of an emperor was not that easy to walk. In fact, it might even be impossible. Perceiving Li Fuqin's gaze, Jin Su turned his head to the east, and his gaze was like a blazing light as he attacked. What a powerful spirit will! Li Fuqin was a little surprised. Spirit will, this thing, is also related to personality. Some personalities can make the spirit will more condensed, more tenacious, and some personalities can make the spirit will more aggressive. Jin Sudong's spirit will is really like a scorching sun, scorching and overbearing. Of course, Li Fuqin was just a little surprised. Surprised that Jin Sudong's spirit was the strongest he had ever seen in the younger generation. Unfortunately, it was not enough to shock him. Li Fuqin was surprised, and Jin Sudong was even more surprised. He had heard of Li Fuqin and seen Li Fuqin's portrait, so he recognized Li Fuqin at a glance. Know that Li Fuqin is the most amazing figure in East Lin continent in the past year. After all, even if they 3 king star, they were not accepted as personal disciple by the first and second odd martial artist, but Li Fuqin was accepted as a personal disciple by the first odd martial artist. Hence, that glance earlier was intentional as he wanted to probe Li Fuqin, but the result surprised him. If his spirit will is the scorching sun, Li Fuqin's spirit will is the starry sky, so deep, so vast, No matter how huge the scorching sun is, it can't be compared with the starry sky. It is just a part of the starry sky. Interesting. Jin Sudong smiled at the corner of his mouth. Li Fuchen's spirit will surprise him. But in this world, martial artist needs to consider too many qualities. Spirit will is only one of them. As long as it is not bad, it can be said. Top 30 or top 20? Li Fuchen's cultivation base can't make Jin Sudong give too high an evaluation. The top May 20th be Li Fuchen's limit. Li Fuchen didn't know Jin Sudong's thoughts. Even if he knew, he didn't care. His eyes shifted from Jin Sudong to the last absolute heaven's chosen. The first king star, Thunder King Star, Sidu Lei. The first king star, this title is supreme glory. To a certain extent, the first king star represents the first heaven's chosen, representing the king of heaven's chosen. Thunder King Star, Sidu Lei, is also very tall, faintly taller than Jin Sudong, only shorter than a movable king star, Chi Hung. The strong him, the upper body is like a small mountain, the lower body has a pair of long legs, the whole person is like a group of thunder, quite motionless like a mountain, moving like thunder. Speaking of Sidu Lei, you have to say Thunder God Sect. Thunder God Sect is the Eastern Lean Continent #1 sect. Shedding Body Realm Martial Artist is the most and the strongest. Thunder God Sect does not have martial Tao, but is biased towards Thunder attribute. Whether it is cultivation technique, secret technique, or various martial art, most of them are Thunder attribute, the most famous of which is naturally Thunder God Sect #1 cultivation technique, Thunder Lightning Divine Merit, 5-star secret technique, My Heart is Thunder Heart, #1 martial art, Heavenly Thunder Execution. Thunder attribute martial art, overbearing, violent, in the same realm, the same conditions, Thunder God Sect is completely crushing others, whether it is speed or attack power. It is superior, only the defense is slightly inferior. But in the face of absolute attack power, as long as the defense is not too bad, it does not matter. There is a saying that the best defense is actually an attack, which is very reasonable. As the Thunder God Sect's heaven's chosen, Sidu Lei has a 6-star Thunder Root Bone, cultivating Thunder attribute martial art unique. As long as it is Thunder attribute martial art in his hands, he can quickly learn. And his strength in the younger generation is absolutely strong. There is almost no shortcoming. It was a crushing advantage in every aspect. In the previous Stars List tournament, even Immovable King Star, Chi Hung, Golden Whip King Star, Jin Sudong, did not bring too much trouble to Sidu Lei. Chapter 290. Sidu Lei stood with his hands behind his back, glancing at all the elite heavens chosen, including Li Fuchen, and smiled faintly. Strength at this point, there is no need to consider the possibility of losing. In his eyes, there is no opponent, even Motionless King Star and Golden Whip King Star, for him, is only a slightly stronger existence. So his mentality is different from everyone present, faintly with a trace of detachment. Although there is no opponent, but to understand the unfamiliar means, it is also an interesting thing. Sidu Lei secretly thought, with the arrival of the 3, the elite heavens chosen are all here. 3 King Star, 6 young masters, 4 fairies, 1 by 1, either domineering, cold, or gentle, or sharp, or refined. Do not know if it is an illusion. Everyone feels that the 13 people's chi in the dark is not weaker than Shedding Body Realm Martial Artist. Just like a true dragon, even if young, is a true dragon, there is no difference in essence. In addition to these 13 people, there are actually many elite heavens chosen, such as Xiahou Shi, such as Li Fuchen. Of course, in addition to Li Fuchen, the others are 5 starbone frames. These 5 starbone frames, as long as they show extraordinary talent potential in the Stars List tournament, they are qualified to become King Star young masters or fairies, famous in the world. What 6 young masters if I wasn't young 3 years ago? 6 young masters must have a place for me. Some sect heavens chosen sneered. There is naturally more than one unconvinced. As long as it is a 5 starbone frame, there is more or less some unconvinced. They think they're not inferior to anyone, including Kingstar young masters and fairies. Stars list, it is really a gathering of stars, a group of dragons dancing. So many heavens, chosen, gathered together, even Li Fuchin in the heart, can't help but have a sense of pride. He is a human after all, not a saint. He has 7 emotions and 6 desires and has great ambitions. In the face of so many heavens chosen, his battle intent also seems to wake up. In the past, facing those ordinary geniuses, although he went all out, but in the depths of his heart, in fact, there was no tension because he knew that he would win. But it was different this time. There were plenty of elite prodigies in the Stars ranking tournament, and he wasn't certain about the final outcome. After all, everyone had their own trump cards and killer moves. Moreover, he was at an absolute disadvantage on the surface. He was at the 8th level of the Earth realm and was basically at the bottom of the bottom. Li Fuchin wasn't the only one whose blood was boiling. The rest of the people were as well. Being awe-inspiring in a certain region was nothing. Only being awe-inspiring in the entire continent was truly awe-inspiring. The Stars ranking tournament was a gathering of stars and prodigies. It was extremely difficult to obtain a ranking, but as long as one obtained a ranking, it was enough to prove that one was a prodigy of this era and an existence that couldn't be neglected. Other than the Thunder King Star, Sidolay, the other heaven's favorites, all had their eyes lit up. Their opponents were none other than each other. If the rest of the people were fighting to become geniuses, then they were fighting to become the main characters of this era. The prodigies of the era could only participate. As for the protagonist of an era, he could turn the clouds and rain with a flip of his hand, change the world, and dominate the entire continent. Sidolay was very calm because he knew that no one could threaten him in this Stars ranking tournament. To him, the Stars ranking tournament was just a game, and soon this game was going to end. I miss it so much. I miss the days back then. A reincarnation realm martial artist lamented. Back then, he was also a prodigy and had experienced the Stars ranking tournament. Back then, he was high-spirited and had soaring battle intent. He might be immature, but his fighting spirit was obviously stronger than now. Right now, he might be a reincarnation realm martial artist, but it seemed that as the years of cultivation increased, his fighting spirit was slowly decreasing. His subconscious had been warning him that he was already a reincarnation realm martial artist and didn't need to take risks or opportunities. It was too difficult to progress from the reincarnation realm to the battle spirit realm, and there was no need to risk it. Since the East Unicorn continent didn't have any battle spirit realm martial artists, he just had to cultivate normally, and there was a possibility of death if he took risks. There is no need to miss it. They are just a bunch of small fry. I wonder how many of them have truly matured. There were also some reincarnation realm martial artists who were disdainful. That's right. Only after reaching the reincarnation realm can they control their own destiny. They are still unable to control their own destiny. It was obvious that most of the reincarnation realm martial artists didn't care about the prodigies. In their opinion, even if these prodigies were glorious in the Stars ranking tournament, the best outcome would be to become a new batch of reincarnation realm martial artists, and it was impossible for them to surpass them. Since that was the case, there was no need for them to care. They were already standing at the peak, while these prodigies were just at the waist of the mountain. The foot of MT Star Fate was shrouded in mist, and there was only one entrance. There was a giant stone door and a stone staircase that extended from the stone door to the foot of the mountain. Once there was no stone staircase or even a mountain path. One had to rely on oneself to find a route up the mountain. Before this, the stone door contained laws and intents, and no one was allowed to enter. After an unknown period of time, there was a pop sound and the laws and intents vanished. There was a gust of wind that surged out from the stone door and blew on everyone. MT Star Fate has opened. Hurry up and ascend the mountain. Some of the experts from the sects urged their disciples. Swish, 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 swish. Hundreds of prodigies executed their movement skills and shot towards the stone door. All of these prodigies burst out with extreme speed. They knew clearly that MT star fate was extremely tall, and if they were to be faster, it wouldn't be a decisive factor. But if they were to be slower, the consequences would be unpredictable. The first batch of people to ascend the mountain didn't have to worry about anything and just had to ascend the mountain. The people behind would have to deal with obstructions or intentional disturbances from others. In the past, there are prodigies that were severely injured and weren't able to ascend the mountain peak, which was why they wanted to be the first batch of people to ascend the mountain. Of course, those that were fighting to be the first batch were those that didn't have confidence in themselves. Those that were truly confident in themselves weren't in a hurry to burst out with speed and would leisurely follow behind at a moderate speed. Li Fuchen, do your best. Zhao Mingyue transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen waved his hand and skimmed towards the stone door. You are not bad, but this year isn't our era yet. Yan Qingguo walked past Li Fuchen and left a statement. Li Fuchen didn't say anything. Perhaps others might think that he was just here to join in the fun, and it would be fine as long as he could make it into the top 36. But only he knew that his time was precious. He wouldn't be able to participate in the second Stars ranking tournament, which was why this year's Stars ranking tournament was the only one he would participate in. He would give it his all and fight for first place. After entering the stone door, there was a stone staircase that pierced through the fog. At this point, there were fights that broke out. In the Stars ranking tournament, everyone was an opponent. It was fine if there weren't any obstructions along the way, but if there were, it would be hard to restrain their intense battle intent. The stone staircase was narrow and crowded. The fog on both sides was something that no one was willing to touch. Boom! A huge battle erupted, and even Li Fuchen was caught in it. Chapter 291. Get Lost! A few 9th-level Earth realm prodigies teamed up and blasted at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen could see that these people were doing it on purpose. They probably wanted to test his ability. It was a pity that these people's cultivation technique rank was too low and was only at the 14th rank. Their cultivation might be one level higher than Li Fuchen, but their combat cultivation was far inferior to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen burst out with the true Inferno Chi and sent these people flying into the mist. In the next moment, these people vanished. Such a high cultivation technique rank! Someone noticed this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. Combat level consisted of 3 parts. One part was the cultivation level, the other part was the technique rank, and the last part was the Chi burst secret technique. Li Fuchen's cultivation level might be low, but his technique rank was high. Therefore, his combat level wasn't weak, but was extremely strong. Kid, this year's Stars ranking tournament doesn't have a place for you. You better participate in the next tournament. A vigorous figure pounced at Li Fuchen and blasted a fist at him. It is the previous Stars ranking tournament's 84th ranker, Cheng Wu. Cheng Wu is at the peak level of the Earth realm, and his technique rank is at the 15th rank. I wonder how he is going to resist. The prodigies behind Li Fuchen were sneering in their hearts. Cheng Wu's ability was indeed decent. He might not be comparable to Sword Maniac Li Xiangru, but he was much stronger than Sword Tiger Chen Yuanhu. A pity that his opponent was Li Fuchen. Executing his movement technique, Li Fuchen's figure instantly vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already at the side of Cheng Wu. Not good. Cheng Wu's eyes widened as he extended his left hand from under his right arm, trying to block Li Fuchen's attack. Bang! Li Fuchen sent Cheng Wu flying into the mist with a lightning-fast kick. In a martial artist spar, there were many factors that determined the outcome. To deal with Cheng Wu, Li Fuchen didn't even need to reveal his trump card. He just needed to use his speed to send Cheng Wu flying. Such speed! Those prodigies who originally looked down on Li Fuchen didn't dare to do so anymore. Light body techniques were an extremely important quality. If one's speed couldn't keep up with the opponent, then one could only passively take a beating. Unless one's defense was immune to the opponent's attacks, if one's speed was too slow, one would lose. At the end of the stone stairs was empty star fate. At this point, there was no more fog, but correspondingly, the road was not as easy to walk. Looking up, Mount Star Fate towered into the clouds. Its surface was almost completely straight. Some places barely had some protruding rocks to use as leverage, and some places were simply cliffs that were incomparably smooth. How are we supposed to go up like this? Many prodigies sucked in a cold breath. He did not realize it from afar, but when he saw it up close, he realized that it was not easy to climb the mountain. Everyone was at the 9th level of the Earth realm. Although they didn't possess the Heaven realm martial artist's ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, they were still able to soar in the sky for a distance. It was just that empty star Fate had plenty of cliffs, and the height was basically above a few thousand meters. No one was able to forcefully fly up. Even a half-step Heaven realm wouldn't be able to. They had to borrow strength midway. Of course, even though it was a cliff, if one's lightness skill was good, one could still use it as leverage. It all depended on one's own skill. At this moment, what appeared in front of everyone was a cliff that was 3,000 to 4,000 meters high. The cliff was very wide, and it was estimated to stretch for more than 10 miles. If they chose another route, they would waste a lot of time. Let me go first. One of the prodigies who was at the 9th level of the Earth realm and felt that he had a decent lightness skill soared into the sky. When he reached a height of a few hundred meters, he stomped on the cliff and climbed again. Soon enough, he reached a height of over 1,000 meters and repeated the process. I can't go up anymore. Li Fuchen's eyes were like lightning. He could see that every time this prodigy borrowed strength, the distance would be reduced by half. His final height would probably be around 2,000 meters, and it was impossible for him to climb the cliff. As expected, at the 2,300 to 400 meters mark, this prodigy used up all his chi and his body started to descend. It was fortunate that the height of 2,000 meters wasn't enough to make him panic and was just a little pathetic. After landing on the ground, this prodigy decisively chose another route. Some of the less confident prodigies didn't try anymore. When they saw someone failing, they too chose another route. Those that stayed behind were those that were more confident. Haha, let me do it. Another prodigy soared into the sky. This person was at the peak level of the Earth realm and had dense chi. Swish, swish, swish. After borrowing strength over a dozen times, this prodigy barely managed to climb up the cliff. Let me do it too. The cliff was very spacious and could accommodate hundreds of people climbing at the same time without being crowded. Li Fuchen saw that the elite prodigies led by thunderous King Star Situ Lei had all started to climb. Situ Lei was worthy of being the first King Star. Not only was his cultivation ridiculously high, but his lightness skill was also amazing. With just one leap, he flew up to 1,000 meters. After 2 or 3 times of borrowing strength, he had already disappeared. The whole process was like a lightning flash. Immovable King Star Chi Hung and Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong might be slower, but they were also close to 1,000 meters in height. Young Master Flying Sword Luo Feiyun's lightness skill was comparable to Sita Lei, but it wasn't as fast as Sita Lei. Originally, everyone thought that Situ Lei and Luo Feiyun's lightness skill was formidable enough, but after seeing Tri-Absolute Fairy Zhang Ruolia's lightness skill, everyone was speechless. Zhang Ruoliu was like a swan goose. Her figure rushed into the sky. Almost no one saw how she borrowed strength and floated up, appearing on the cliff like a fairy descending. Subsequently, Yan Qingwu's lightness skill was also astonishing. Yan Qingwu's cultivation was the same as Li Fuchen's. At the 8th level of the Earth realm, she belonged to the bottom of the bottom. But apart from her incredible lightness skill, it seemed like she cultivated an incredible lightness skill. If Zhang Ruoliu was a swan goose, then Yan Qingwu was a swallow. After borrowing strength from the cliff, for 3 to 4 times. Yan Qingguo climbed up the cliff with ease. Elite prodigies are indeed elite prodigies. Even Fairy Qingguo, who has the weakest cultivation, is also incredible. Many of them felt inferior in their hearts and felt that, as compared to these elite prodigies, their innate potential was too inferior. This Li Fuchen has yet to climb. Could it be that he lacks confidence and is scared? I think so. A 1-star bone frame is ultimately a 1-star bone frame and probably has some limitations. I wonder how he passed the 6th mystic martial door and was accepted as a personal disciple by the first mystic martial expert. The mystic martial hidden domain doesn't mean anything. Perhaps he is more suitable for the trials of the mystic martial hidden domain. Everyone had their suspicions towards Li Fuchen, especially after knowing that Li Fuchen's bone frame was only a 1-star bone frame. They weren't convinced, and all of them wanted to see Li Fuchen reveal his true self and make a fool of himself. The reason why Li Fuchen was the last one was mainly to see the performance of the others. In terms of light body techniques, Tri Absolute Fairy, Jiang Roliu was undoubtedly the best. Sito Lei and Luo Feiyun were tied for 2nd place. The others each had their own merits, but Yan Qingguo was still lacking in maturity. Her light body technique was very proficient, but her cultivation level was rather low. It is my turn. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen circulated the black wind 3 clones. He stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. 500 meters, 800 meters, 1,000 meters, 1,200 meters. Below, be it those who were observing or those who were climbing the cliff, all of them were tongue-tied and couldn't say a word. 1,500 meters. This time, Li Fuchen ascended to a height of 1,500 meters, and this wasn't even his limit. He might not have cultivated any mystic class high-tier light body technique, but he had already cultivated the mystic class mid-tier black wind 3 clones to the extremity. The black wind 3 clones intent was already at the completion rank, which allowed him to be like the wind and couldn't feel any resistance at the initial stages. P.S. Apologies, the updates for the past few days are too lousy. It is my fault. Let's not talk about the reason and resume updating. This is the first update. Chapter 292. What level of Qinggong is this? He is only at the 8th level of the Earth Realm. Some prodigies were shocked. 3 Absolute Fairy Jiang Roliu's Qinggong is powerful because she is not only high attainments in Qinggong but also high cultivation base. Among the participants, except for the 3 King Star, only she is a half-step Heavenly Dipper Realm cultivation base. Half-step Heavenly Dipper Realm seemed to be only 1 level higher than Earth Fiend Realm Peak, but in fact it was like heaven and earth. Half-step Heavenly Dipper Realm. As the name implies, half a foot has already stepped into the Heavenly Dipper Realm. The 3 King Stars and Tri-Absolute Fairy could actually break through to the Heaven Realm, but the 4 of them forcibly suppressed their cultivation. Martial artists at this level not only had high-quality jinqi, but their mental state had also been elevated to a higher level, allowing them to control their jinqi with ease. However, cultivation was cultivation and lightness skill was lightness skill. The 2 were related, but the main thing was still the attainment of lightness skill. Just like demonic beasts, some rank 3 high-tier demonic beasts might not be as fast as rank 3 mid-tier demonic beasts. One must know that the former's demonic aura would definitely surpass the latter's. After breaking through the Black Wind 3 clones to the completion rank, Li Fuchen was able to use 10% of his strength to burst out with 10% of his strength. Just like this class 3 mid-tier demonic beast. Climbing to a height of 1,500 meters, Li Fuchen jumped, drew an arc, and gently stepped on the cliff. At the moment of borrowing strength, Li Fuchen took the opportunity to take a breath of true spirit and then rushed into the sky again. With just 2 leaps, Li Fuchen ascended the cliff with ease and elegance. This kid's movement technique is like a ghost. He doesn't seem to be that simple. Everyone's eyes flickered. If Li Fuqin had a 5-star bone frame, they wouldn't have belittled him. But Li Fuqin's 1-star bone frame was too ridiculous. Subconsciously, none of them took Li Fuqin seriously. As for Li Fuqin's results in the mystic martial hidden domain, they didn't think much of it. The path of the martial Tao had limitless possibilities, and the mystic martial hidden domain was just one of the more important possibilities. So, there were no demonic beasts on MT Star Fate, but there were extremely aggressive plants. These plants usually had long vines, and if they weren't careful, some geniuses would be sent flying by the vines, sustaining heavy injuries. Some geniuses would be bound by the vines, unable to move. In addition, everyone realized that the higher they went up MT Star Fate, the stronger the gravity and the lower the height they could fly. Pu. The vines were cut down one by one. Li Fuqin ascended the mountain as though there was no one around. Rumble. All of a sudden, the ground below split open as a giant flower bud bloomed and enveloped Li Fuqin. Rise! Li Fuqin didn't want to be entangled. He extended his body and skimmed into the sky while the flower bud chased closely behind. But the flower bud stem was limited in length and couldn't catch up to Li Fuqin. Although MT Star Fate isn't dangerous, there are many obstacles. Li Fuqin saw a prodigy being wrapped by the flower bud. He didn't die, but fainted instead, as though he was inflicted with some hallucinogenic poison. If there were no accidents, by the time he woke up, the first phase of the stars ranking tournament would have already ended. Such strong gravity. The height of MT Star Fate was at least a few tens of thousands of meters. At the halfway point of the mountain, the gravity increased by at least 10 times. Li Fuqin could only soar over 100 meters in the air, and his speed was greatly reduced. A height of over 100 meters would require a few breaths to reach. In this way, it would be even more difficult to dodge the plant attacks. The overwhelming vines surged over in a frenzy. Li Fuqin drew the Mystic Class High-Tier Artifact Sword, the Black Light Sword that was bestowed by the Sect Patriarch, and slashed. Blazed Devil Killer's shadow. The scarlet-red shadow was like a giant red cover that enveloped the vines. In the next moment, the vines were sliced into pieces. As the finishing move of the Blazed Devil Sword art, even if Li Fuqin didn't activate the secret technique, the burst of lethality was still extremely terrifying. His ability. A few hundred meters away, behind the strange boulder, Qin Keishi had a shocked expression. Back when she hosted the Autumn Rain Tea Party, Li Fuqin was only slightly superior to Xiao, Bai, and Ruan Qinqiu. It had only been a short period of time, and Li Fuqin's strength had already reached such a horrific level. Furthermore, she could see that Li Fuqin didn't use his full strength and was merely executing a casual sword move. Everyone has underestimated him. In terms of ability, he is probably at least top 20 or even higher. Qin Keishi thought to herself. 1 hour later, Li Fuqin was already deep into the clouds and wasn't far from the peak of the mountain. At this moment, there were more chances for everyone to meet. It's you. Not far away, Han Feng saw Li Fuqin. Han Feng's luck was rather good as the route he chose was very smooth and there weren't that many plants. So what if it is me? Li Fuqin glanced at Han Feng. Han Feng's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Earth Realm and was only 1 level higher than him. Arrogant. Even if you were accepted as a personal disciple by the first mystic martial expert, you might not be ranked among the elite prodigies. Get lost. Han Feng had never crossed moves with Li Fuqin before. Hence, he didn't think that Li Fuqin was very formidable. Back at the Star Road hidden domain, Li Fuqin was still avoiding him and chose to escape. Wearing the silver brass knuckles, Han Feng suddenly blasted a fist at Li Fuqin. The silver radiance was like a starry sky that was flickering. Mystic Class Mid-Tier Kill move. Starry Sky Strike. Seeking your own death. Even during his first attempt at the Star Road hidden domain, Li Fuchen's ability might not be inferior to Han Feng, but he wasn't willing to engage in a meaningless battle. After 2 years, Li Fuchen's ability had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he no longer placed prodigies like Han Feng in his eyes. In his eyes, only those top geniuses were worthy of his attention. Seeing Han Feng make a move, Li Fuchen's qi burst out from his body. The true Inferno technique and mystical dragon secret technique were circulated at the same time. Immediately after, his second mystic class mid-tier kill move was executed. Boom! The air trembled and the mountain rocks crumbled. The silver starry sky completely crumbled while Han Feng vomited fresh blood and was sent flying. Han Feng was defeated in a single move. To be serious, Han Feng's innate potential wasn't inferior to sword maniac Li Xiangru, but his cultivation time wasn't as long as Li Xiangru's, and he didn't even comprehend a mystic class high-tier sword intent. How was he going to withstand Li Fuchen's sword? The defeated Han Feng's eyes were dazed as he stared at Li Fuchen in disbelief. Frog at the bottom of the well. Even if you are one of the Celestial Seven, you don't have the qualifications to look down on me. Li Fuchen drifted away. He didn't have a need and didn't intend to kill Han Feng. He didn't know when the mystic martial experts would leave, and it was better to provoke fewer enemies. With a flash, Li Fuchen arrived at the peak of the mountain. The peak of the mountain was rather spacious and had a radius of a few thousand meters. In the center of the peak, there was a simple and unadorned circular platform. Surrounding the circular platform were 108 stone pillars, and the surface of the stone pillars were shrouded with a yellow qi flow. Right now, there were already over 20 individuals standing on the stone pillars. Each of them looked down from above and had an extraordinary aura. Leaping into the sky, Li Fuchen landed on one of the stone pillars. The stone pillars were known as the Heaven Dipper Stone Pillars, and the yellow qi flow was the Heaven Dipper Battle Qi. It was extremely beneficial for Heaven Realm martial artists to cultivate, but standing on it didn't mean that one would obtain the Heaven Dipper Battle Qi. One had to make it to the top 36 of the stars ranking in order to obtain the Heaven Dipper Battle Qi. Swish! A figure followed closely behind and appeared on the Heaven Dipper Stone Pillar beside Li Fuchen. It was Yan Qingguo. Chapter 293. Figures after figures arrived at the peak of the mountain. In just a short moment, 90% of the 108 Heaven Dipper Stone Pillars were filled with people. Swish, swish, swish. More people arrived at the peak of the mountain, and when they saw the few Heaven Dipper Stone Pillars, they went crazy. They soared into the sky and wanted to snatch one of the unoccupied Heaven Dipper Stone Pillars. Get lost! During the process of contesting for the Heaven Dipper Stone Pillars, it was inevitable that there would be fights. Everyone knew clearly that the earlier one stood on the Heaven Dipper Stone Pillars, the earlier they would be at ease. Once the Heaven Dipper Stone Pillars were filled with people, they would be considered to have entered the stars ranking. If this dragged on, more people would come to contest for the Heaven Dipper Stone Pillars. Among the crowd, Li Fuchen saw Li Xiangru, Chen Yuanhu, and Xue Feng. After spending a lot of effort, Li Xiangru obtained a Heaven Dipper Stone Pillar, but Chen Yuanhu and Xue Feng couldn't even get close to the Heaven Dipper Stone Pillar and would always be repelled or obstructed by others. Bang! A palm print penetrated Xue Feng's qi protection and slammed heavily on Xue Feng's chest. In the next moment, Xue Feng was sent flying while vomiting blood. I want this Heaven Dipper Stone Pillar. A figure landed on the Heaven Dipper Stone Pillar. Don't even think about it. 3 or 4 figures pounced at the opposition. Get lost! The figure looked as though he had 3 heads and 6 arms as he slammed out layers of palm prints. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. These 3 or 4 figures came and left quickly. All of them vomited blood and were sent flying without any suspense. It is the previous star's ranking's 44th ranker, Wang Exe. No wonder He is ranked 44th on the stars ranking. His ability far exceeds us. Let's not contest with him. If it was someone ranked 70th or 80th on the stars ranking, they wouldn't be fearful. In fact, many of the lower-ranked stars ranking bigwigs had already been defeated. Furthermore, the ones who defeated them were all rising stars that weren't listed on the stars ranking. But the top 50 rankers of the stars ranking had overwhelming ability, and it wasn't easy to defeat them. Rather than tiring themselves to death without any gains, they might as well contest for the other heaven dipperstone pillars. PFFF, Wan Qianqiu and Xiao, by who were once defeated by Li Fuqin, were furious. They were the previous stars ranking bigwigs, and originally thought that ascending the heaven dipperstone pillars would be easy. But a rising star suddenly appeared and forcefully struck the two of them until they vomited blood and couldn't even get close. Damn! Wan Qianqiu's face turned dark, and so did Xiao Bai. What was different from Wan Qianqiu and Xiao Bai was that Qin Keishi managed to obtain a heavenly dipperstone pillar. Qin Keishi's archenemy, the divine whip devil girl, Tang Shiqi, also managed to obtain one. The two of them had rather good innate potential, unlike Wan Qianqiu and Xiao Bai, who had the strength of the stars ranking in the previous tournament. But it might not be the case for this tournament. Of course, even if he managed to get his hands on the heavenly dipperstone pillars, he might not be able to keep them. As long as the heavenly dipperstone pillars weren't full of people, they could snatch any one of them. Wan Qianqiu and Xiao Bai's strength is probably inferior to Sword Tiger, Qin Yuanhu. It is basically impossible for them to enter the stars ranking. Standing on the heaven dipperstone pillar, Li Fuqin shook his head. The stars ranking had a lot of changes every session. In the previous stars ranking, it was already very good to have more than half of the people in the stars ranking. Of course, this was mainly because many of the previous stars ranking bigwigs had advanced to the heaven realm. After all, if he didn't advance, he wouldn't be able to defeat the 3 king stars and the others. He might as well advance first. Unknowingly, 300 to 400 people had gathered at the top of the mountain. Xiahou Shi was the last batch of people to ascend the mountain peak. He had bad luck as the route he chose was filled with aggressive plants. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken so long to ascend. Bang, 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 bang. How formidable was Xiahou Shi's ability. Among the rising stars, he was definitely one of the best or second best. After all, he had a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame. Soaring into the sky, Xiahou Shi was just like a vicious beast as he rampaged his way through. There weren't many who could withstand a single fist from him. They were all severely injured by a single fist and were sent flying like rice straws. It's Xiahou Shi. Hurry up and retreat. Xiahou Shi had a notorious reputation, and everyone knew that he was a ferocious individual. Among the battle spirit 10 greats, he was only inferior to Xiahou Chuan. Occupying one of the heaven dipperstone pillars, Xiahou Shi stood with his hands behind his back and had a cold expression. Many of the prodigies from the surrounding sects retreated after hearing the news. Huff, 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 huff. In the sky above, patches of black shadows appeared. No matter how tall MT Starfate was, it wouldn't be able to block the descent of reincarnation realm martial artists. Of course, this was mainly because MT Starfate was already activated. When MT Starfate was in a closed state, even reincarnation realm martial artists wouldn't be able to ascend it. Otherwise, they would suffer from the chi presence of the entire MT Starfate. If it was light, they would suffer severe injuries. If it was heavy, they would perish. It wasn't a joke. The various sects' reincarnation realm martial artists brought along some of their prodigies and descended from the sky. They were observing from afar, including the Azure Water sects Ouyang Wentian and the others. Fuqin and Xiangru each obtained one of the heaven dipperstone pillars. Zhao Wujin's eyes were like lightning when he saw Li Fuqin and Li Xiangru on the heaven dipperstone pillars. He couldn't help but let out a smile. Ouyang Wentian nodded and said, Qin Yuanhu and Shuefeng are still lacking. Whether they can ultimately stand on the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars will depend on their luck. Snatching the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars also required luck. If the instant you stood on it, all the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars happened to be occupied, then the 108 Heaven Dipper Stone pillars would form the Heaven Dipper Great Array, preventing others from continuing to snatch the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars, repelling them. But those with true ability didn't need luck. Like the 3 King Stars, the 6 Young Masters, the 4 Fairies, Tri-Absolute Fairy, and Wind Snow Fairy. Anyone who dared to contest for the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars would be courting death. No one would be foolish enough to rush forward. But it was obvious that Su Muyu and Yan Qinggu weren't in this group. The 2 of them might be elite prodigies, but they were still young, and there would always be people who couldn't help but test them. Get lost! The sickle in Su Muyu's hand was like a scythe that was harvesting straws. In just a short moment, she swept 3 to 4 individuals. The ability that she displayed was superior to Xiaoshi. Yan Qingwu's ability was extraordinary too. With a flash of her curved saber, the saber light was as swift as a swallow. She easily cleaved one of the individuals, and with a shake of her body, multiple figures appeared at the same time to send the other 2 individuals flying. The ability that she displayed was at least mid-tier in the stars ranking. Get this kid down. There were 300 to 400 individuals on the peak of the mountain. 100 of them were standing on the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars, while the remaining 200 would change their targets from time to time. Li Fuqin was undoubtedly one of the targets. Not good, Li Fuqin is being targeted. Zhao Mingyue held her breath. There were too many prodigies on the peak of the mountain. Even if she was rather confident in Li Fuqin, she didn't have much confidence in her heart. Zhao Wujin, Ouyang Wentian, and the others frowned and observed quietly. Kid, hurry up and get down. There were a total of 5 figures skimming towards Li Fuqin, and 2 of them were the previous stars rankers. Li Fuqin drew his sword and executed his first mystic-class mid-tier kill move, Sword Flow. 10 sword lights burst forth. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. As the sword lights crisscrossed, the 5 of them burst out with blood and fell from the sky. Haha, it seems like we were worried for nothing. Seeing how Li Fuqin resolved the crisis with such ease, Zhao Wujin laughed heartily. Let's risk it all. Everyone attacked together. Seeing that there were more and more individuals on the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars, everyone was getting anxious. Previously, it was just a chaotic fight for the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars, but now it had turned into a dozen individuals attacking one of the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars, vowing to take down one individual. Chapter 294. Li Fuqin's side was also in a frenzy. It was unknown if someone had instigated it, but over a dozen prodigies from the various sects had teamed up to attack Li Fuqin. If Li Fuqin couldn't withstand the joint attack of over a dozen prodigies, he would definitely be severely injured. What's the use of having more people? Activating the primary clear hand, Li Fuqin executed the first mystic-class mid-tier kill move, Sword Flow. This time, there were dozens of sword lights. Pu Piu Piu, Piu, Piu Piu. At Li Fuqin's level, the suppression of the lower-class prodigies was too obvious. A single sword was enough to injure over a dozen prodigies and cause them to bleed profusely. Li Fuqin didn't even use his true strength, otherwise a single sword would have been enough to kill a dozen of them. Who else? Li Fuqin swept a glance at the restless group of people in the distance. Yunyu will fight you. A figure reached the top of the mountain. It was an extremely muscular young man. It is the previous star's rankings 48th ranker, Yunyu. He actually just reached the peak of the mountain. Yunyu isn't proficient in light body techniques, but his body refinement technique is incredible. In the stars ranking, he is at least top 10. Someone recognized the identity of the newcomer. Yun, you had just reached the peak of the mountain. Apart from not being proficient in light body techniques, it was mainly due to his bad luck, as he had chosen a route that was fraught with difficulties. After all, as a stars ranker, no matter how bad his light body technique was, he wouldn't be ranked below 300th or 400th. He didn't have any enmity with Li Fuqin, but he wasn't used to seeing Li Fuqin's dominance when fighting against multiple opponents. He wanted to test Li Fuqin's strength. Like a ferocious beast, Yun Yu stomped on the ground and shot towards Li Fuqin in a slanted manner, overturning Mountain Chop. In the air, Yun Yu gripped a giant axe with both hands. He raised it high and swung it down forcefully. In an instant, a raging wind blew, and the phantom of a mountain appeared, accompanied by a snow-white waterfall. No wonder he is ranked 48th in the previous stars ranking. Many people were shocked. Sword explosion. Li Fuqin was expressionless as he thrusted with the black light sword. Layers of sword shadows pressed forward in a frenzy before exploding. Rumble. A transparent air ripple spread out while Yun Yu was sent flying. Li Fuqin stood on the Heaven Dipper stone pillar and didn't move an inch. All right, again. Yun Yu's eyes flickered. Li Fuqin's sword move wasn't just exquisite and tyrannical. It was also targeted at the flaw of his kill move. Otherwise, it was impossible to force him to retreat. Stomping on the ground, Yun Yu rushed at Li Fuqin again. This time, Yun Yu's body was glowing with a copper glow, as though he had turned into a copper statue, giving off an unparalleled pressure. Profound, class-high, rank body refining technique, and he has grasped the body, refining, true meaning. Li Fuqin's pupils shrank. This was the first time he had seen such a brilliant body tempering technique. Body refinement techniques were different from other martial arts. It was extremely difficult to grasp the true meaning, even more so than qi cultivation techniques. However, once one grasped true intent, one's defense would increase greatly. Martial artists of the same level would not even be able to break through the opponent's defense. In addition, once one grasped the true meaning of a body-refining cultivation technique, one's strength would also increase greatly. According to what Li Fuqin knew, only one of the 3 king stars, the immovable king star, Qi Hung, had comprehended a mystic class high-tier body refinement intent. Of course, he had branded tool patterns on his body, and his defenses were far superior to Yun Yu. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called the immovable king star. Yun Yu's body refinement proficiency is almost in the top 5. The immovable king star, Qi Hung, was rather interested. When facing the valiant Yun Yu, apart from the initial surprise, Li Fuqin didn't have any other expression. Executing the blaze devil sword art, a layer of scarlet light gathered on the black light sword. Clang! When the sword and axe clashed, Yun Yu's palm burst with fresh blood and the giant axe flew out of his hand. Not good. Yun Yu was appalled. PFFF. In the next moment, Li Fuqin's sword slashed open Yun Yu's chest. In order to break the mystic class high-tier body refinement intent, one had to grasp the mystic class high-tier martial art intent. In comparison, the sword art intent was undoubtedly the most lethal. When facing Li Fuqin's blaze devil sword intent, Yun Yu couldn't defend at all. Mystic class high-tier sword intent. Interesting. Young Master Dragon Sword. Chiya looked over. When he noticed that Li Fuqin had grasped the mystic class high-tier sword intent, his eyes flickered. From what he knew, there weren't many people who had grasped the mystic class high-tier sword intent. Adding them up, it probably didn't exceed the fingers on one hand. I am not a match for you. Yun Yu quickly retreated while the sword wound on his chest gradually closed up, but a sword scar was left behind. He had just grasped the mystic class high-tier body refinement intent for a short period of time and was considered to be at the initial stage of the intent. Li Fuqin's mystic class high-tier sword intent was obviously at a higher level of attainment. But what he couldn't understand was that he was at the peak level of the Earth realm while Li Fuqin was at the 8th level of the Earth realm. Logically, even if it was a mystic-class high-tier sword intent, it would be hard to injure him. After all, there was still a gap in cultivation level. How could he know that Li Fuqin's awareness was extremely astounding? This sword strike was aimed at the Qi protection's flaw. Everything in the world had its flaws, and so did the protective Jin Qi. Of course, even without the astounding awareness, Li Fuqin was still able to break Yin Yu's defense. His blazed devil sword intent was already at the completion rank, and it was still possible to break Yin Yu's defense. With Yin Yu's previous example, no one dared to provoke Li Fuqin anymore. It didn't matter if everyone admitted it or not. Li Fuqin already had the strength to rank at the top of the stars ranking. Fuqin's sword intent is getting sharper, Zhao Wujin lamented. He had practically witnessed Li Fuqin's current achievement from the origin realm. Therefore, he knew how terrifying Li Fuqin's improvement was. With Yun Yu's ability, it was still easy for him to snatch one of the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars. With his defense, even if a dozen prodigies worked together, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The Heaven Dipper Stone pillars changed owners time and time again. There was a time when there were 107 individuals standing on the stone pillars, but it was a pity that it was all for naught and there weren't even 108 individuals. Unknowingly, 1 hour had passed. Get lost! A figure broke out of the encirclement and landed on the Heaven Dipper Stone pillar. Rumble. The 108 Heaven Dipper Stone pillars shook in unison. Immediately after, the yellow Qi flow that lingered on the surface of the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars surged and interconnected, repelling everyone else. Damn it! Some of the prodigies that weren't able to stand on the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars had a change in expression as they were unresigned. The Heaven Dipper Great Array was activated. At this moment, the 108 Heaven Dipper Stone pillars and the circular stage in the center had formed a world. Not even reincarnation realm martial artists would be able to interfere. If they forcefully interfered, they would be attacked by the Heaven Dipper Great Array and would instantly perish. All right. Ouyang Wentian and the others let out a breath of relief. This was the first time in the history of the Azure Water sect that 2 individuals entered the stars ranking. It was a known fact that 30% of the sects didn't even have a single disciple in the stars ranking. Apart from the Azure Water sect and the top 10 elite sects, the rest of the sects didn't have more than a handful of disciples. The Violent Saber sect and the Spirit Hidden sect didn't have any disciples in the stars ranking. I wonder how the stars ranking tournament is going to be conducted. Li Fuqin looked at the 108 Heaven Dipper Stone pillars and the circular stage in the center with a curious expression. The stars ranking tournament didn't have any judges, and Li Fuqin didn't specifically ask around. Hence, he didn't know about the details. Rumble. Just as Li Fuqin was thinking about it, 2 of the 108 Heaven Dipper Stone pillars sank. Immediately after, the prodigies that were standing on the 2 pillars leaped onto the circular stage. So that's how it is. Chapter 295. All the prodigies from the sects that were listed on the rankings were all formidable. If they were in the previous tournament, they would at least be in the top 70 or 80. Boom, boom, boom. On the round stage, Qi forces were crisscrossing and weapons clashing. When the victor was decided, the Heaven Dipper Stone pillar that the loser was standing on suddenly split off a portion of Heaven Dipper Battle Qi and converged on the winner's stone pillar. Each Heaven Dipper Stone pillar has a limited amount of Heaven Dipper Battle Qi. After losing a certain number of matches, the Heaven Dipper Battle Qi would disappear. No wonder only the top 36 would be able to obtain the Heaven Dipper Battle Qi. Seeing this scene, Li Fuqin understood. For the second match, it was the Golden Whip King star, Jin Sudong. His opponent wasn't weak and could be considered extremely formidable. It was Lu Xiangdong, who was ranked 42nd in the previous tournament. Swish! The weapon in Jin Sudong's hand was a golden iron whip that was 3 meters long. It had a total of 108 segments, making it look like a golden spine. As it lashed out, a powerful golden light erupted from the round platform. A terrifying whip intent burst forth, directly sending Lu Xiangdong flying. His chest had caved in, and he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. Such strength! Everyone was shocked. How reckless! He didn't admit defeat against Jin Sudong. He is probably trying to test Jin Sudong's ability. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Turning around coldly, Jin Sudong skimmed onto the Heaven Dipper stone pillar. As for the severely injured Lu Xiangdong, he was enveloped by a ray of light and was rapidly recovering. Lu Xiangdong had a horrified expression. After 3 years, he thought that he had improved a lot. He might not be a match for Jin Sudong, but he still wanted to try. He didn't expect to be defeated so miserably and cleanly. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiangdong stomped on the stage and skimmed back to the Heaven Dipper stone pillar. In the next moment, the Heaven Dipper stone pillar beneath his feet split off a portion of Heaven Dipper battle chi, which fused into the Heaven Dipper stone pillar beneath Jin Sudong's feet. So this is the half-step heaven realm? Li Fuchen frowned. Jin Sudong didn't execute any secret techniques, and his whip art was only a mystic class, mid-tier whip art. But the ranked 42nd Lu Xiangdong still couldn't withstand a single whip from Jin Sudong. Had it not been for the Heaven Dipper Great Array's healing, there was a high possibility of death. Li Xiangru's match was in the 4th match. His opponent was a rising star, but this rising star was extremely strong. The two of them exchanged over 100 moves before Li Xiangru defeated his opponent. For the 5th match, Yan Qingwu's opponent was Yunyu. Yan Feiwu, executing the 3-star secret art, Swallow Flight Dance, Yan Qingwu's figure suddenly split into multiple figures, causing Yunyu's vision to blur. It was impossible for him to capture Yan Qingwu's true body. Clang, 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 numerous blade lights slashed at Yunyu's body, creating countless sparks. "You can't hurt me," Yunyu roared. With a sweep of his giant axe, he destroyed all of Yan Qingwu's doppelgangers. Not necessarily. Yan Qingwu frowned and activated the 4-star secret technique, Flying Swallow Slash. The speed of the scimitar in her hand increased exponentially, and the image of a swallow appeared on it. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere as Yunyu was injured by the saber. Pu. After that, Yunyu fell into a predicament. Saber scars covered his body. I admit defeat. With a bitter smile, Yunyu took the initiative to admit defeat. The opponent's blade speed was too fast. The super fast speed gave the blade technique super lethality. I really don't know how the opponent reached such a level at such a young age. It was really infuriating to compare people. The 7th match, Young Master Dragon Sword, Chiyuya against Wang Xan. In the previous Stars List Great Competition, Chiyuya was ranked 28th and Wang Xan was ranked 44th. Logically, the gap wasn't big. Wang Xan thought so too. You don't admit defeat? Chiyuya looked at Wang Xan. Wang Xan said confidently, "Why should I admit defeat?" Even if he couldn't beat Chiyuya, he didn't need to admit defeat. This Chiyuya wasn't the 3 King Stars. If it was the 3 King Stars, he would most likely admit defeat. "I hope you don't regret it." Chiyuya said indifferently, "Take my palm first." Wang Xan's figure sword, a pair of big hands, slapped Chiyuya for dozens of palms. Between each palm, there was no gap and finally formed a huge palm, slapping towards Chiyuya. Annoying flies split. Chiyuya took out the sword, the golden sword, and the dazzling golden sword light, like a dragon claw, tore the huge palm, and then ran through Wang Xan's body. Ah! Blood, mist filled the air. Wang Xan screamed and fell onto the round table. The injury was very serious, and there were 5 bloody holes in the body, which were the size of the bowl mouth. Chiyuya didn't look at Wang Xan. Tiptoe on the ground, back to the heavenly dipper stone pillar. Wang Xan, who had finished the treatment, was like seeing a ghost, and his eyes were round. He felt that Qi Yuye's strength was not inferior to Golden Whip King star Jin Sudong, because he thought that his strength would not be inferior to Lu Xiangdong, and even felt that he was slightly better than him. Young Master Dragon Sword, Qi Yuye, is worthy of Heavenly Dragon Sword Sex, Sword Dao Genius. In 3 years, he has grown to such a point. Does he intend to compete with the 3 King Stars? Most of the time, 6 young masters, 4 fairies, which goal is not the 3 King Stars. I don't know what level the strength of other young masters and fairies has reached. Seeing Qi Yuye's strength, everyone looked forward to the strength of other elite heavens chosen. In 3 years, there were too many unknown factors. The previous stars list ranking at this moment was completely useless and could not be used as a reference. Of course, except for the 3 King Stars. The 10th match, Wind Snow Fairy Sulin. On the round table. Wind Snow Fairy didn't even need to make a move. Qi burst and a majestic cold Qi presence enveloped the opponent. I admit defeat. The opponent was shivering, and it wasn't just the cold body, but more of the cold spirit will. In the 15th match, young Master Celestial Star Morong D's opponent seemed to feel that he was too weak and directly admitted defeat. In the 17th match, young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan's opponent admitted defeat. In the 20th match, young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyun's opponent admitted defeat. In the 24th match, the heavenly dipper stone pillar under Li Fuchen's feet sank and the height dropped by half. Is it my turn? Li Fuchen's figure flashed and landed on the round table. Lifting his eyes, Li Fuchen looked at the opposite side. The opposite side fell a tall figure. The Qi presence surged. It is one of the Dolin clan's Dolin 10 Greats, Xiahou Hai. Xiahou Hai's innate potential might not be comparable with Xiahou Chuan and Xiahou Shi, but with his age, he is ranked 39th in the previous stars ranking tournament. This is going to be a good show. Everyone looked at the round table with curiosity. They wanted to see what level Li Fuchen's ability had reached. Kid, are you still not going to admit defeat? Xiahou Hai grinned and sneered. He was ranked 39th in the previous tournament. He was confident that he could rank top 30 in this tournament. He didn't even put a mere Li Fuchen in his eyes, even if Li Fuchen's reputation had been spreading for the past year. With just you? Li Fuchen said. With just me, Mountain Cleaving Claw. Xiahou Hai's hands were equipped with steel claws. Both of his hands were crisscrossing and clawing, forming a giant net that enveloped Li Fuchen. Break! The black light sword in Li Fuchen's hand was glowing in scarlet light and extended a giant scarlet sword dipper. With a sweep of the sword dipper, the giant net was cleanly broken and the remaining force crushed at Xiahou Hai. Minor Battle Spirit Art. Activate. Chapter 296. The Minor Battle Spirit Art was a 4-star secret art. It could transform the true Qi within a martial artist's body into the even more powerful Minor Battle Spirit, True Qi. After many years of cultivation, Xiahou Hai had already comprehended the Minor Battle Spirit Art to the great completion realm. This was also the trump card he relied on. Right now, after activating the Minor Battle Spirit Art, Xiahou Hai, who was originally at the peak stage of the Earth realm, had a combat cultivation that was comparable to the half-step Heaven realm. If it wasn't for the fact that he had yet to comprehend a mystic-class high-tier martial art intent, it was highly possible for him to be ranked top 20 in this year's stars ranking. Mountain Splitting Claw. He released another mystic-class mid-tier kill move. The claw light that was the size of a house contained a layer of yellow light and clawed at Li Fuchen. The power of this attack was far beyond Lu Xiangdong and Wang Xan. Many of the people were sweating for Li Fuchen. When facing Xiahou Hai's all-out attack, Li Fuchen didn't plan to activate the 4-star secret technique, Pure Yang Dipper Qi. He continued to use the 3-star secret technique, Primary Clear Hand and Blaze Devil Sword Art. The scarlet-red sword dipper extended and contracted. In Li Fuchen's eyes, Xiahou Hai's mountain splitting claw was filled with flaws. Sword energy. It was the will of sword qi. It was almost the same as genuine qi gang. Usually, only mystic class high-tier sword techniques could release sword energy. Of course, this did not mean that the astral sword was more powerful than the sword qi. It could only be said that the form was different. Some sword techniques, astral sword was more powerful, while some sword techniques, sword qi was more powerful. Moreover, the astral sword's killing range was much smaller than the sword qi. When the distance was close, the astral sword's power was indeed greater than the sword qi's. Flame Devil Inquisition. In the void, crimson light intertwined, and the house-sized claw light was directly disintegrated. In Li Fuchen's eyes, Xiahou Hai's claw was purely powerful and didn't have any subtlety. Perhaps when fighting against others, this claw would not be a problem. But when fighting against Li Fuchen, this claw was a huge problem. The less refined the move, the bigger the flaw. Li Fuchen was able to use the least amount of energy to break this move. But only Li Fuchen can do it. Amazing awareness so that he can easily see the flaws of moves. Eyesight. He and shedding body realm martial artist are no different. That is, the body reaction is not as good as shedding body realm martial artist. After breaking Xiahou Hai's kill move, Li Fuchen thrust his black light sword forward. A scarlet-red sword dipper swept out like a venomous snake. This was one of the Flaming Devil sword style's moves, the Flaming Snake's tongue. Puff! Xiahou Hai's protective Jin Qi was pierced through. He lowered his head in disbelief. Unknowingly, his chest had also been pierced through, and smoke was rising from it. I lost! Xiahou Hai was still in a daze. Activating the Little Dipper spirit art, his cultivation base was comparable to the half-step Heavenly Dipper realm. Even if the martial art true meaning level was not high enough, but the combat cultivation base was enough to make up for or even surpass this disadvantage. But why was he defeated so miserably? His every move seemed to be completely seen through by the other party. Even Xiahou Hai was defeated. This Li Fuchen must not be underestimated. Indeed, I reckon that, apart from the majority of the elite prodigies, if anyone else wants to go against him, they would need to be at least in the top 30 of the previous star's ranking. Li Fuchen defeating Xiahou Hai might have surprised everyone, but it wasn't too shocking. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow, and Li Fuchen's reputation was rather resounding. Previously, he even injured the 48th ranked Yunyu in a single blade. To be able to defeat Xiahou Hai, you do have some ability. Xiahou Shi's expression was somewhat gloomy when he saw this scene. Xiahou Hai's innate potential might not be as good as his, but his ability wasn't weak. Even he wouldn't be able to defeat Xiahou Hai casually. But he was planning to hunt Li Fuchen and plunder Li Fuchen's Qi fate. If Li Fuchen was too strong, the chances of him hunting Li Fuchen would be much smaller, and this wasn't something he wanted to see. The thunderous King Star, Sita Lei, took another glance at Li Fuchen. How could he not see that Li Fuchen's awareness was exceptional? If it was anyone else, even if their ability was similar to Li Fuchen, they wouldn't be able to defeat Xiahou Hai so easily. After defeating Xiahou Hai, the Heaven Dipper stone pillar beneath Li Fuchen's feet had an additional streak of Heaven Dipper battle qi, making it even more vigorous. I wonder what level the Heaven Dipper battle qi will reach after condensing 107 individuals' Heaven Dipper battle qi. Li Fuchen thought to himself. In the 28th match, the immovable King Star, Qi Hung appeared and his opponent admitted defeat. In the 33rd match, the thunderous King Star, Sita Lei appeared and his opponent didn't admit defeat, because his opponent was the 20th ranked Zhao Qi in the previous star's ranking tournament. Sita Lei, I know I am not a match for you, but I would like to know what level your current ability is at. On the round stage, Zhao Qi spoke slowly. Sita Lei laughed. You are still unable to force me to reveal my true ability. No matter what, I want to try. Zhao Qi made his move. The spear in his hand was like a venomous dragon emerging from the sea as it burrowed towards Sitolay. The violent spinning force caused Zhao Qi's entire body to be engulfed in a horizontal tornado. It was an extremely imposing sight. Sitolay clenched his right fist and struck out with a casual punch. Boom! The tornado crumbled, and the spear in Zhao Qi's hand was bent into a bow shape. With a pfff sound, Zhao Qi vomited fresh blood and was sent flying. A single punch, and Zhao Qi was defeated. Seeing this scene, everyone stared at Sitolay in horror. Too strong. The 20th ranked Zhao Qi in the previous Stars ranking tournament couldn't even withstand a single punch from Sitolay. Even the Mystic class high-tier weapon in his hand was bent. What kind of fist force was this? Very strong. This year's Stars ranking tournament's first rank is probably still him. Zhao Wujin sighed. Ouyang Wentian nodded. This child's innate potential is top-notch, and he is already of age. It won't be an easy task to contest against him. The Thunder God Sect's reincarnation realm experts had smiles on their faces. In the previous Stars ranking tournament, Sitolay was the first rank. If he could obtain the first rank again this time, the accumulated Heaven Dipper Battle Chi would be astounding. Perhaps, once he stepped into the Heaven Realm, he would be able to break through 3 levels and reach the 4th level of Heaven Realm. Apart from that, if the legendary star fate really existed, it would definitely affect the Thunder God Sect's fate. By then, the Thunder God Sect status would be even more stable, and no one would be able to shake it. In the 38th match, Young Master Gale, Han Yiming against Qin Keishi. Han Yiming won. In the 42nd match, Young Master Eternal Spring, Tung Qingyun won. In the 45th match, Tri-Absolute Fairy, Jiang Ruoliu won. In the 48th match, Fairy Muyu, Su Muyu won. The tournament progressed very quickly, and in just a short moment, Li Fuqin was on stage again. This time his opponent was very weak and had immediately conceded. Correspondingly, the Heaven Dipper Battle Chi on the Heaven Dipper Stone pillar under Li Fuqin's feet was being nurtured. 3, 4, 5. Time elapsed quickly. Unknowingly, Li Fuqin had already won 9 matches in a row. The Heaven Dipper Battle Chi below him was vaguely revealing its prowess. It was like a giant snake that had a trace of spirituality. At this moment, the strong and the weak had already been revealed. Apart from the 13 elite prodigies, the most prominent ones were undoubtedly Xiahou Shi, Li Fuqin, and 2 other equally dazzling youths. As of now, the 4 of them had maintained their winning streak. They were known as the 4 dark horses of this year's Stars ranking tournament, or in other words, the 4 reserve elite prodigies. Chapter 297. Sun Hailong was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm. He had grasped a Mystic-class high-tier martial art intent and even cultivated a 4-star secret technique. In the previous match, he defeated Wu Hai, who was ranked 30th on the Stars ranking. His strength was truly astonishing. In everyone's opinion, Sun Hailong should be slightly stronger than Li Fuqin. After all, Li Fuqin was only at the 8th level of the Earth Realm and was 1 level lower than Sun Hailong. As of now, Li Fuqin had yet to activate a 4-star secret technique. It was possible that he had yet to cultivate a 4-star secret technique, or the 4-star secret technique's maturity was still too low and couldn't be put to use. Li Fuqin, you aren't a match for me. Sun Hailong's right hand was wielding a metal rod that was surrounded by green flames. His chi presence was rising and gave off an invincible and tyrannical demeanor. Li Fuqin sized up Sun Hailong. Sun Hailong's cultivation technique was obviously a blazing heat cultivation technique, and it was at a rather high rank. It should be at the peak state of the 15th rank. The peak state of the 15th rank shouldn't be underestimated. In fact, most of the people here were at the 14th or 15th rank. Sword Maniac Li Xiangru was at the 15th rank. There might not even be 10 people who could cultivate a Mystic class peak tier cultivation technique to the 16th rank. I will know after a try. With the 16th rank of the True Inferno technique circulating, Li Fuchen's qi presence was also rising. The black light sword in his hand was emitting a scarlet red sword dipper and a threatening sword intent. 16th rank. Sun Hailong's eyes contracted. With the 16th rank of the Mystic Class Peak Tier cultivation technique, Li Fuchen's combat cultivation wasn't inferior to him. 16th rank of the cultivation technique? Everyone was either astonished or envious. To be able to cultivate a Mystic Class Peak Tier cultivation technique to the 16th rank at the age of 20, such perception was extremely astounding and was even superior to elite prodigies. It had a profound meaning. To reach the 16th rank at the age of 20, it was possible to reach the 17th or 18th rank in a few more years. The number 1 cultivation technique rank, Wind Snow Fairy Su Lin, was only at the 16th rank during the Stars ranking tournament 3 years ago. Back then, she was already over 20 years old. Could it be that this lad has an exceptional talent for cultivation? Outside of the Heaven Dipper Great Array, plenty of reincarnation realm experts were guessing. So what if you cultivate a Mystic Class Peak Tier cultivation technique to the 16th rank? Blazing Flame True Spirit Activate. Wind Fire Rod Art. Sun Hailong roared and activated the 4-star secret technique, the Flame True Spirit. The Flame True Spirit was not a true Qi transformation secret technique or a true Qi explosion secret technique, but a true Qi transformation secret technique. Behind Sun Hailong, a 3-meter tall illusory flame appeared. The illusory flame merged with Sun Hailong, and boundless flame energy poured into Sun Hailong's body, causing his aura to rise once again. The azure flames on the iron rod burned fiercely, looking like a 10 times larger torch. Taking a deep breath, Sun Hailong swung his iron rod. The surging, blazing qi expanded and turned into a giant flame whirlpool that blasted at Li Fuchen. It is somewhat similar to the rotating flow sword art. However, it is several times more overbearing than the rotating flow sword art. Li Fuchen immediately saw the essence of the wind fire rod style. Horn of the Flame Devil break. Li Fuchen's blaze devil sword intent wasn't at the initial stage, nor was it at the matured stage. It was at the perfection stage, and the Horn of the Blaze Devil was the finishing move of the Blaze Devil sword art. Puff! The profound light sword abruptly pierced out, and the glaring red light was like a red horn, forcibly piercing into the flame vortex, and then stirring it for a bit. Danger! When the wind fire rod style was broken, Sun Hailong was shocked and quickly brandished his rod to block. Boom! A huge force transmitted over, causing Sun Hailong's palm to bleed and his eyes to see stars. Li Fuchen's sword attack was extremely concentrated, and it was concentrated at a single point. The force that came from it was extremely horrific. Sun Hailong felt that all the strength in his body had vanished. Even his qi had been scattered. You have lost. Li Fuchen's profound light sword was pointed at Sun Hailong's throat. Sun Hailong's lips twitched and had an appalled expression. One sword. He couldn't even block a single sword. It was too humiliating. But in comparison, he was more fearful of Li Fuchen's ability. Li Fuchen's sword move was simply unbelievably perfect. They were both mystic class high-tier martial arts, but his wind fire rod style was far inferior to Li Fuchen. The difference was like the clouds and mud. Sun Hailong's defeat was a little unexpected. After all, Li Fuchen only executed one sword move. He is actually so strong. Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian were in despair. They realized that Li Fuchen's improvement speed was several times faster than them. As long as Li Fuchen didn't die, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Li Fuchen's ability surprised Ouyang Wentian and Zhao Wujin. As of now, Li Fuchen had yet to activate the 4-star secret technique, Pure Yang Dipper Qi. If he activated the Pure Yang Dipper Qi, It was imaginable how strong he would be. After defeating Sun Hailong, Li Fuchen achieved 10 consecutive victories. The Heaven Dipper battle chi that was lingering around the Heaven Dipper stone pillar was getting more and more like a giant snake. In the 580th match, Li Fuchen went against Yan Qingguo. Yan Qingguo didn't intend to concede and immediately launched an intense attack. Flying Swallow Cleave. Her figure was fleeting and her saber art was extremely fast. The curved saber in Yan Qingguo's hand seemed to have a spirit of its own. Every saber was like a swallow flying at Li Fuchen. The trajectory of the saber was unconstrained and extremely agile. Li Fuchen had a calm expression as he slashed with the profound light sword. Blaze Devil Killer Shadow. This sword move was as though it was made by the heavens, as though it was waiting for Yan Qingguo. There was a burst of scarlet light, and on the round stage, a layer of scarlet cover enveloped Yan Qingguo. In an instant, Yan Qingguo suffered dozens of slashes from the sword dipper. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. After barely blocking half of the sword dipper slashes, Yan Qingguo couldn't block the rest of the slashes. Sword wounds appeared on her body, while fresh blood sprayed out. Outside of the Heaven Dipper Great Array, the Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch, Li Xietian, had a gloomy expression. The Yan Clan Patriarch, Yan Baitian, didn't have a good expression either. Yan Qingguo had the 6-star bone frame and should be enjoying supreme glory. But she was ultimately too young. If she was given 2 more years, Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match for her. A momentary loss doesn't mean anything. The next tournament shall be Qingguo's era. Yan Baitian thought to himself. After defeating Yan Qingguo, Li Fuchen won another 3 consecutive matches and reached 14 consecutive victories. As of now, there were only over 20 individuals who maintained 14 consecutive victories. Apart from Yan Qingguo, the rest of the elite prodigies were among them. On the 799th match, Li Fuchen was going against Xiahou Shi. Xiahou Shi had always treated Li Fuchen as his hunting target, but right now, he didn't have any confidence. The strength that Li Fuchen displayed was much stronger than he imagined. If Li Fuchen had already gone all out, Xiahou Shi might still have some confidence. But if Li Fuchen still had some tricks up his sleeves, then Xiahou Shi wasn't confident at all. A prey will always be a prey. What is there to fear? Xiahou Shi licked his lips, and with a flash, he appeared in front of Li Fuchen. Boom! His cultivation burst out, and his 4-star secret technique burst out. Xiahou Shi blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. A vigorous and sinister, dragon-shaped chi force swam around. Mystic Class High-Tier Fist Art. Yellow Dragon Fist. Chapter 298. It is time to expose something else. In fact, Li Fuchen still had absolute confidence that he could defeat Xiahou Shi without using the 4-star secret technique. But to do so, he would have to execute the Blaze Devil Sword art to the extremity and push his awareness to a higher rank. It would be too shocking. He had to leave some leeway in everything so that no one could see through him. With the 4-star secret technique, Pure Yang Dipper Chi activated, the violent True Inferno Chi within Li Fuchen's body surged and transformed into pure Yang Dipper Chi. In an instant, Li Fuchen's body burst out with a pure and tyrannical bright yellow radiance. Even the black light sword in his hand was coated with a layer of bright yellow radiance, as though it was a large yellow crystal sword. Boom! When the sword was brandished, the air shook. Half of the round stage was filled with bright yellow radiance, as though a sun was bursting out. 4-star secret technique? Xiahou Shi was flabbergasted as he was sent flying while blood sprayed all over the place. A subcompletion rank 4-star secret technique was equivalent to a completion rank 3-star secret technique. Therefore, there was a huge difference between a 4-star secret technique and a 3-star secret technique. After using the 4-star secret technique, Li Fuchen's combat cultivation rose sharply. How could Xiahou Shi be a match for him? Elite prodigy. After this battle, Li Fuqin will be considered an elite prodigy. As Li Fuqin defeated Xiahou Shi in a single blade, most of the people were convinced. They had no choice but to be convinced. Xiahou Shi was a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame, but couldn't even block a single blade from Li Fuqin. If one wasn't an elite prodigy, who else could do it? After all, Li Fuqin was also a rising star and was only 20 years old, which was slightly younger than Xiahou Shi. What a disgrace! Young Master Dolin. Xiahou Chuan had a cold expression. Clans and sects were different. As the strongest clan in the East Unicorn continent, the Dolin clan's descendants valued their bloodline's glory. In Xiahou Chuan's opinion, Xiahou Shi didn't just disgrace the Dolin clan, he also disgraced the Dolin bloodline's glory. This is the secret technique he obtained. Su Muyu frowned. Her intuition told her that the secret technique Li Fuqin obtained in the tomb wasn't the one he was executing now. It should be stronger and more horrific. In terms of pure perception, Su Muyu believed that she was inferior to Li Fuqin. Hence, since she had cultivated the 6-star secret technique, Qi Gathering Dipper, to the Scarlet Dipper rank, Li Fuqin should have a greater improvement. I don't know what he's aiming for. If Su Muyu knew that Li Fuqin was aiming for the top few rankings, then she would roughly know how many trump cards Li Fuqin was hiding. 16 consecutive victories. 17 consecutive victories. Unknowingly, Li Fuqin had already won 20 consecutive matches. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Heavenly Dipper battle, Qi coiling around the Heavenly Dipper stone pillar, finally transformed into a giant yellow snake. The giant snake slithered around the Heavenly Dipper stone pillar while hissing. In the 1100th match, Rain and young master Heavenly Star, Morong Di, faced off. This was the most heavyweight battle since the start of the Stars ranking tournament. This was a battle between the fairy and the young master. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the two people on the round platform. Su Muyu is only 20 years old this year, while Morong Di is already 23 years old. He's at a disadvantage. The Stars ranking tournament is based on strength and not age. It is normal for her to suffer some losses. Let's see how many moves Rain can withstand from Morong Di. No one believed that Rain was Morong Di's opponent. Both of them were 6-star bone frames and were elite prodigies. It was ridiculous for them to have an additional 3 years of cultivation time. In terms of being at a disadvantage, no one was at a disadvantage more than Yan Qinggu. At the age of 18, she had already broken the record for the youngest participant in the Stars ranking tournament. Rain, I advise you to admit defeat. You are not a match for me. Morong Di said indifferently. He didn't like meaningless battles. Rain replied, How would I know if I don't try? She didn't have any confidence to go against Morong Di, but admitting defeat wasn't her style. She had to at least give it a try. Since that is the case, I shall grant your wish. Morong Di opened up his iron fan and emitted a boundless Qi presence. Swish! With a flash, Morong Di broke through the air and brandished his iron fan in the air. The giant iron fan shadow was like a black and oppressive whirlwind as it engulfed at Rain. Such a ferocious attack. On the opposite Heaven Dipper stone pillar, one of the prodigies lost his balance and was nearly blown away by the pressure from the iron fan shadow. He was overwhelmed with shock. This was just the aftermath of the attack. If it was a direct confrontation, he would probably be severely injured in an instant. No wonder she is a 6-star bone frame. Li Fuqin raised his brows. It was extremely difficult for a 5-star bone frame to be comparable to a 6-star bone frame. The so-called heaven-defying 5-star bone frame that could be comparable to a 6-star bone frame was actually just a superficial quality. It was still unknown if the 5-star bone frame was truly comparable to a 6-star bone frame. Of course, he was an exception. With the blue soul spirit, his perception was enough to look down on all 6-star bone frames. His cultivation talent was slightly lacking, but with his cultivation technique rank to compensate, it wasn't too far off. 60% ability or 70% ability. Rain took a deep breath and burst out with her cultivation. Her secret technique, Qi condensation dipper, was activated. In an instant, the scythe in her hand was emitting a layer of scarlet light. Brandishing the scythe, Rain clashed with Morongdi. Boom! Violent air currents exploded, and the clothes of everyone on the heavenly dipper stone pillars fluttered in the wind. Those who were closer to the stage lost their balance and needed to circulate their jinqi in order to stabilize themselves. 1 step, 2 steps. Rain took 3 steps back. Not bad. You are able to block one of my moves. The iron fan in Morongdi's hand was brandished, and layers of iron fan shadows enveloped Rain. He too had a 4-star secret technique, but against Rain he didn't need to activate it. After all, be it cultivation or martial arts rank, he was superior to Rain. Red light scythe dance. Rain let out a soft yell and executed her finishing move. Within 30 meters, the scarlet scythe shadows interweaved, as though multiple Rains were brandishing the scythe. Phaseless dipper fan. Morongdi laughed heartily and swung his iron fan again. This time his qi was extremely concentrated and the iron fan shadow turned into a ray of light. Bang! Rain was sent flying by the fan, while blood was seeping out from the corner of her mouth. Morongdi's ability was too strong, and his fan art was obviously able to release dipper qi. Within a certain range, dipper qi's power was much stronger than qi. Rain wasn't disappointed after losing to Morongdi. Her ultimate goal this time was to get into the top 10. Her normal goal was to get into the top 20, and she still had a chance later on. The battle between the two elite prodigies was extremely exciting. In everyone's eyes, Rain might have lost in glory as she was 3 years older than Morongdi after all. In the 1,400th match, Li Fuqin, who had 25 consecutive victories, encountered a formidable foe. At least in everyone's eyes, it was a formidable foe. His opponent was actually the 17th ranker of the previous Stars ranking tournament, Qin Feng. He might not be an elite prodigy, but it wasn't an easy task to be ranked 17th in the previous Stars ranking tournament. After 3 years, even a pig would have a significant improvement, let alone Qin Feng, who was only inferior to the elite prodigies. Huff, huff, huff! On the round stage, the qi flow was spreading out in waves. Standing in the center of the round stage, Qin Feng was just like a god of war. The qi presence that burst out from his body was extremely shocking, and was even more shocking than Morongdi and Rain. Chapter 299. Qin Feng's strength should be stronger than what Morongdi has displayed. As for how much stronger, I have no idea. One is ranked 17th in the previous Stars ranking, and the other is the Dark Horse King. I am truly looking forward to it. Everyone discussed animatedly. After defeating Sun Hailong and Xiahou Shi, Li Fuqin's status as the King of Dark Horses was confirmed. If Li Fuqin could even defeat Qin Feng, it would mean that his ability was enough to compete with elite prodigies. But if he was defeated, it would mean that Li Fuqin's ability would only be in the top 30 or 20, and he wouldn't be able to go any further. Qin Feng's weapon was a sawtooth broadsword with a bloody line on its blade. As Qin Feng poured his true qi into it, the bloody line resembled a blood-colored snake, wriggling slowly. A gloomy and overbearing saber qi pervaded the air. Li Fuqin, receive my first blade. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and executed his saber art. Countless blood threads wrapped around Li Fuqin. Upon closer inspection, they weren't blood threads at all. They were clearly strands of flexible and condensed saber qi. The saber art that Qin Feng cultivated was the high-tier mystic class saber art, the blood thread saber art. When this blood thread saber art was cultivated to its peak, the saber qi would be akin to threads. However, although Qin Feng had comprehended the blood thread saber intent, he had yet to raise the blood thread saber intent to the perfection stage. Hence, his saber qi could not reach the level of blood threads. Activating the 4-star secret technique, Pure Yang Dipper Chi, Li Fuchen suddenly slashed with the blacklight sword. Fiery devil-killing shadow. The crimson barrier enveloped Qin Feng. Within the barrier was a domain of astral sword chi. Crackle! The blood saber chi scattered and the red shield was destroyed. Qin Feng frowned. He had basically gone all out and assumed that he would be able to suppress Li Fuchen. Take another slash for me. Qin Feng stomped on the ground and arrived in front of Li Fuchen. The next instant, Qin Feng held the saber with both hands and slashed furiously. Blood veins, waterfall. Hua, hua, hua. The densely packed bloodlines were like a waterfall that poured down at Li Fuchen. This saber was even more concentrated and tyrannical. Every single bloodline had unparalleled slicing and penetrating power that no one could block. Whoosh! 3 or 4 Li Fuchen appeared at the same time, and Li Fuchen instantly dodged this saber. Mystic class mid-tier light body technique intent. Qin Feng had an unsightly expression. Qi cultivation technique intent, light body technique intent, body refinement technique intent. These 3 intents were all extremely difficult to comprehend. Li Fuchen didn't just have a high sword art rank, even his light body technique rank was at such a high level. After dodging Qin Feng's fatal saber, Li Fuchen appeared on Qin Feng's left side. Horn of the Flame Devil. The profound light sword stabbed out abruptly, and a scarlet horn phantom appeared. It was as if a flame devil was using the horn on its head to stab at Qin Feng with astonishing might. Dang! Qin Feng didn't have a light body technique like Li Fuchen and could only twist his body to block with his saber. At this moment, he understood Sun Hailong's helplessness. The power of the flame demon's horn was extremely condensed. All of its power was concentrated on a single point. The instant the blade and the sword came into contact, Qin Feng felt a formless aura penetrating through his body. That was the aura of the flame devil's horn. With blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth, Qin Feng was flung away. Both his arms were trembling uncontrollably, and for a split second he felt numb. Amazing. Li Fuchen raised his brows. His sword was just like using a hammer to smash a nail. It could easily penetrate a piece of wood, but Qin Feng actually blocked it. Again, Li Fuchen's speed was even faster than Qin Feng's flying speed. He executed the horn of the flame devil again. Dang! PFFF! This time, Qin Feng vomited a mouthful of fresh blood, and the qi in his body was nearly scattered. No. Qin Feng roared with rage and circulated his qi to the extremity. With a ferocious burst, he wanted to blast Li Fuchen away. It was a pity that in the face of the horn of the flame devil, everything would be penetrated. The qi burst out by Qin Feng was instantly split apart. Li Fuchen's sword thrust at Qin Feng for the 3rd time. This time, Qin Feng wasn't able to use his saber to block. PFFF! The scarlet horn phantom penetrated Qin Feng's chest and lifted him up. His body was in the shape of a prawn. When the scarlet horn phantom vanished, Li Fuchen drifted away and didn't make another move. He won? So quickly and cleanly? Everyone was astonished. They thought it was going to be a bitter battle, but it ended so quickly. It gave people a feeling of loud thunder and small raindrops. Li Fuchen's light body technique is too incredible, and his sword move is also very horrific. Once he has the upper hand, Qin Feng has no way to reverse the situation. Yes, in the case of similar strength, whoever has a powerful light body technique will win. Qin Feng's only weakness is his light body technique. Of course, this is compared to the elite group of people. Compared to us, his light body technique isn't weak at all. The previous battle with Xiahou Shi established Li Fuchen's identity as an elite prodigy and the king of dark horses. The battle with Qin Feng established Li Fuchen's identity as an elite giant. To be listed in the stars ranking was considered a young giant, but only the top 20 were considered elite giants. It was obvious that Li Fuqin already had the strength of the top 20, and it wasn't much worse. Somewhat interesting. Young Master Dragon Sword. Qi Yuye's eyes flashed with a strange light. Li Fuqin's strength was somewhat out of his expectations. He thought that Li Fuqin was just an ant. From the looks of it, Li Fuqin was stronger than an ant and was able to exchange moves with him. In order to become an expert, one must not be weak in any aspect. Qin Feng's light body technique is a little weak. Murong Di let out a faint smile and opened up the iron fan in his hand, gently fanning the wind. Somewhat interesting. Wind Snow Fairy looked at Li Fuqin too. She was blessed by the heavens when it came to cultivating icy cold cultivation techniques. Even the 3 King Stars cultivation techniques weren't comparable to her. Li Fuqin was the only one with a cultivation technique innate talent that wasn't inferior to her. After defeating Qin Feng, Li Fuqin's battle record was at 26 wins. The Heaven Dipper battle Qi in the form of a giant snake had a transformation again. Its body was much thicker and more powerful. It was indistinctly transforming from a giant snake into a giant python, while the hissing sound was much louder. In the 1430th match, Xiahou Chuan and Qin Feng went against each other. Xiahou Chuan was known as Young Master Dolin and possessed a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame. In the previous stars ranking tournament, he had the same ranking as Wind Snow Fairy Su Lin. The two of them were tied at 15th place. His strength was world-shaking, and in this year's stars ranking tournament, he was qualified to compete for the top 5. A single palm strike. A single palm strike was all it took to send Qin Feng flying. Qin Feng's strength was formidable and was probably 30% stronger than Su Muyu. But when facing Xiahou Chuan, he couldn't even withstand a single palm strike. During the battle with Li Fuqin, he had at least received a few sword moves. Qin Feng had an ashen expression, and his confidence seemed to have crumbled. This year's stars ranking tournament was a huge blow to him. Before the tournament, he was extremely confident and wanted to make it to the top 10. But now he was defeated miserably by Li Fuqin and was sent flying by a single palm strike from Xiahou Chuan. He was doubting if he had made any progress during the past 3 years. Such strength. No wonder he is one of the 6 young masters, Young Master Dolin. Li Fuqin used 3 sword moves to defeat Qin Feng, but Xiahou Chuan only used a single palm strike. Li Fuqin might have the potential of an elite prodigy, but he is still too inexperienced. Apart from Su Muyu and Yan Qingguo, he isn't strong enough. And that makes sense. On the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, there were plenty of people conversing. After sending Qin Feng flying, Xiahou Chuan looked at Li Fuqin with an indifferent gaze that had a trace of disdain. Seeing this scene, Murong Di laughed and muttered to himself, "It is already praiseworthy to be able to defeat Qin Feng. It is a pity that in this tournament it isn't your turn to shine. This tournament belongs to us." Chapter 300. Back on the Heaven Dipper stone pillar, Xiahou Chuan closed his eyes as if he didn't care about the next match. But the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop, and everyone's eyes swept over Xiahou Chuan from time to time. This battle gave everyone a new understanding of Xiahou Chuan and the others. They admitted that they had underestimated this session. This year's competition was definitely the strongest since the disappearance of the super experts. The elite prodigies grew too fast and didn't give others a way out. Xiahou Chuan and Qin Feng's strength were similar in the previous session. This session, Qin Feng couldn't even take a palm from Xiahou Chuan. You know, Qin Feng is not a cat or dog. Even if he is not an elite prodigy, he is also a first-rate prodigy. Otherwise, he will not be in the last stars list tournament, ranked top 20. In the 1480th match, young Master Gale Han Yiming appeared, and his opponent was Yao Hui, who was ranked 18th in the previous stars list. Qin Feng and Yao Hui. One was 17th in the previous session, and the other was 18th in the previous session. But he met young Master Gale Han Yiming. Han Yiming's speed was too fast. At the start of the battle, Yao Hui was surrounded by Han Yiming. The next moment, Yao Hui was kicked out, and his neck was almost broken. It is simply incomparable. Xiahou Chuan only needs one palm to defeat Qin Feng, and Han Yiming only needs one leg to defeat Yao Hui. The gap is too big. Originally, I thought that Li Fuqin had some hope to challenge the 6 young masters. Now it seems that there is no hope at all. I don't know how strong Chiya, who was ranked 28th, and Murongdi, who was ranked 35th, are. Murongdi's strength has been shown. Although it is not too amazing, his opponent is Su Liu. I guess he only used 60% or 70% of his strength. It should be about the same. As for Chiya, according to my sex news, his strength is absolutely ridiculously strong. I am afraid that he is stronger than Murongdi and Xiahou Chuan. It is said that he has cultivated the Sky Dragon Sword sect's strongest profound class high-tier sword art. Hidden Dragon Sword Art. Hidden Dragon Sword Art? That's really terrifying. This sword technique has unimaginable power and contains the Monarch Sword Dao. I also got the news. I guess that Chiya may be able to fight with young Master Eternal Spring, Tin Qinyan. Oh, the same Heavens Chosen are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The Dragon Sword young Master Chiya is undoubtedly the strongest. If his age is similar to the 3 King Stars, the 3 King Stars may not be his opponent. Only the Thunder King Star Situ, Lei, can fight with him. In the 1550th match, another 2 Sky Prides met. This time, both parties were young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan, and young Master Flying Sword Luo Feiyun. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Xiahou Chuan's palm technique was like a mountain, heavy, domineering, and unparalleled. Luo Feiyun's sword technique was like a white cloud, sharp, ethereal, and unpredictable. 100 moves, 200 moves. After exchanging a full 300 moves, the two sides were still evenly matched. However, everyone could see that young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan, seemed to have the upper hand. His palm technique was like a big millstone, constantly crushing Luo Feiyun's sword energy. Luo Feiyun displayed his advantage and used his slightly stronger light body technique to constantly wander around Xiahou Chuan. Xiahou Chuan sneered. His light body technique might not be as good as Luo Feiyun's, but it was impossible to use light body technique to defeat him. His combat style was the same as the immovable King Star, Qi Heng, which was to deal with the myriad of changes. No matter how fast you were, as long as you attacked, you would never be as fast as me. Furthermore, each of his palm strikes could be sent far away, and there was no need to get close to the opponent. Xiahou Chuan, it seems like you have improved a lot during these 3 years. Luo Feiyun laughed indifferently. Xiahou Chuan said, "Display your flying sword. I would like to see if your flying sword can defeat me this time." In the previous Stars ranking tournament, he was defeated by Luo Feiyun's flying sword. Luo Feiyun was ranked 11th, while he was ranked 15th. As you wish. Luo Feiyun's hand had an additional palm-sized sword. "Watch my sword." Luo Feiyun didn't advance and retreated, but he flew in the air. As he flew in the air, the small sword in his hand flew out with a shake of his hand. The small sword's speed was too fast. It was as fast as a beam of light, or like a ripple. At that moment, Xiahou Chuan's vision turned blurry. So fast. Xiahou Chuan was startled. He thought that he was already prepared. But when Luo Feiyun's flying sword appeared, he knew that he had underestimated Luo Feiyun. "Break for me." With his eyes wide open, Xiahou Chuan finally saw the small sword, but it was already less than 10 feet away from him. Boom! The air trembled as Xiahou Chuan's palm strike coincidentally collided with the small sword. Celestial 100 hands. Luo Feiyun didn't mind. Behind him, a blurry image appeared. This image had dozens of arms, and each of the arms had a small sword. These small swords seemed real and illusory. With a shake of Luo Feiyun's right hand, dozens of small swords were shot at Xiahou Chuan. For a moment, there seemed to be a peacock spreading its tail feathers in the air, covering Xiahou Chuan. Mountain-shaking strike. Xiahou Chuan burst out with his kill move, a mystic-class high-tier kill move. With a palm strike, the vigorous palm force condensed into a mountain peak, a 5 fingers mountain peak. Cling, cling, clang, clang. The small swords were repelled and dispersed. They were all illusory small swords. But a real small sword found a gap and pierced through Xiahou Chuan's right arm. PFFF. PFFF. Immediately after, several small swords came from the void and struck Xiahou Chuan's body with blood holes. Xiahou Chuan was defeated. In the previous Stars ranking tournament, no wonder no one was able to dodge young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyun's flying sword apart from the thunderous King Star, Sidalei. The speed is too fast. Li Fuchen sighed silently. Xiahou Chuan's ability wasn't weak. In a head-on clash, Luo Feiyun wasn't a match for Xiahou Chuan. But in the face of absolute speed, some things weren't that important. In the world of martial arts, there was nothing that couldn't be overcome. Only speed couldn't be overcome. This saying wasn't without reason. The battle between the two elite prodigies was an eye-opener for everyone. Xiahou Chuan might have been defeated, but it was a glorious defeat. Without the flying sword, Luo Feiyun actually wasn't a match for him. Battle after battle began, and battle after battle ended. MT Star Fate was very mystical. It was obviously nighttime, but the peak of the mountain was still as bright as day. One could even see the stars in the sky, twinkling and adding brilliance to MT Star Fate. Li Fuchen, who won 30 consecutive matches, had an imposing manner. In the eyes of everyone, apart from Xiahou Chuan and the other elite prodigies from the previous Stars ranking tournament, there weren't many who were a match for Li Fuchen. In order to stop him, only the 3 King Stars, 6 Young Masters, and Wind Snow Fairy and Tri-Absolute Fairy of the 4 Fairies. He didn't disappoint anyone. Since the start of the tournament, Li Fuchen met his first Young Master class character, Young Master Celestial Star, Morong-Di. Up until now, no one knew what level Morong-Di's ability had reached, because no one was able to force him to reveal his true ability. He was talking cheerfully, and with the iron fan in his hand, he gave off a feeling of confidence and calmness, as though everything was within his control. Li Fuchen, it is already not bad for you to come this far, but if possible, you better admit defeat. I do not wish to reveal my true ability for the time being. Morong-Di didn't wish to engage in a meaningless battle as it wouldn't be of any help to him. Furthermore, he had plenty of opponents. It wasn't a good thing to reveal too much now. It was better to keep it for the crucial moment so that it would be effective. Make your move. Li Fuchen spoke indifferently. Kiki. Morong-Di's face flashed with a mocking smile and shook his head. Forget it. If I ask you to admit defeat just like this, I reckon you won't be convinced. Since that is the case, I shall let you experience the ability of a young master class. Boom! Morong-Di's chi presence exploded and was nearly twice as terrifying as when he fought with Su Muyu. He had obviously activated a 4-star secret technique. Chapter 301. After activating the 4-star secret technique, Morong-Di's chi presence was boundless and boundless. Enveloped by this chi presence, Li Fuchen felt as though he was in the starry sky. 4-star secret technique. Vast Star's secret technique. This secret technique was one of the most famous secret techniques in the Celestial Star Sect. It was second only to the secret technique of Star Palace. It was said that most of the secret martial arts of the Celestial Star Sect were created by observing the stars at night. Hence, the concept was related to the starry sky. After activating the starry sky secret art, Morong-Di felt that everything in the world was under his control, and everything became insignificant in his eyes. Morongdi's lips curled into a smile as he said, "Do you still want to compete?" He might not have the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen in a single move, but 3 moves was still possible. This move was enough to completely suppress Li Fuchen. Too strong. Is this Morongdi's true strength? Peak stage of the Earth realm and his cultivation technique is also at the 16th rank, coupled with his 4-star secret technique. Apart from Rain and Yan Qingguo, I can't think of anyone who can be a match for him. In the face of this aura, I'm afraid I won't even be able to muster the will to fight. Morongdi's aura was too vast. It had already affected everyone on the Heaven Dipperstone pillars. Of course, with the 16th rank peak state of the true Inferno technique revolving and the completion rank of the 4-star secret technique. Pure Yang Dipper Chi, Li Fuchen's Chi presence was surging and bursting out. From the looks of the situation, Li Fuchen's Chi presence was naturally inferior to Morongdi, but it wasn't as huge as imagined. In terms of cultivation technique rank, Li Fuchen was half a rank higher than Morongdi. His opponent was at the 16th level, while Li Fuchen was at the peak state of the 16th level. For Star Secret Technique, his opponent didn't seem to have cultivated it to the completion rank, but Li Fuchen had already reached the completion rank. The only thing he lacked was his cultivation, which was 2 levels lower than the other party. Peak of the 16th level, Morongdi slightly frowned. The other party's talent in cultivation was truly inconceivable. One had to know that there were a total of 21 realms for a top-tier, profound tier cultivation technique. With the other party's cultivation speed, wouldn't that mean that he would be able to reach the highest realm by the age of 30 or 40? Formless Dipper Fan. After paying more attention to Li Fuchen, Morongdi executed his maneuver technique and instantly arrived 10 feet in front of Li Fuchen as though he was teleporting. He then brandished his fan. The surging astral wind was like a dazzling explosion of starlight. The terrifying wind force caused the prodigies on the opposite Heaven Dipperstone pillar to sway, and they hurriedly used their true chi to stabilize their bodies. Li Fuchen, who bore the brunt of the attack, naturally bore 99% of the force. At that moment, Li Fuchen felt the earth shaking, and he felt as though he had lost his footing and arrived in the vast starry sky. As expected of one of the 6 young masters, Li Fuchen's body leaned forward while a blazing and violent sword intent surged and burst out. This sword intent was too violent, so violent that it produced a trace of domain power. The area covered by the sword will seem to have turned into a scorching space, seemingly real, yet illusory. Boom! When the astral wind and the sword dipper clashed, Li Fuchen and Morongdi each took over a dozen steps back. Perfection, profound, high-rank sword intent? Morongdi's expression changed several times. According to his expectations, the first move was enough to suppress Li Fuchen. The second move would injure Li Fuchen, and the third move would severely injure Li Fuchen. But Li Fuchen's cultivation technique, rank, and sword art rank were beyond his imagination. He blocked Morongdi's move, and both of them are equally matched. How is this possible? Everyone was flabbergasted. How could they not understand that Li Fuchen had concealed his strength? Furthermore, he had concealed quite a bit of his strength. Almost every aspect had a small portion of his strength. When all these factors were added together, Li Fuchen's hidden strength was much greater. It was hard to imagine how Li Fuchen cultivated at the same age of 20. Su Miyu was a 6-star bone frame, but she was still far from being a match for Morongdi. At this moment, Li Fuchen's image in everyone's eyes had become profound and unfathomable. But now wasn't the time to make a conclusion. The match between Morongdi and Li Fuchen had just begun. Concealed his strength? Xiahou Chuan's brows were knitted tightly. He is even stronger. Su Miyu's eyes revealed a strange light. Yan Qingguo had a strange expression on her face. She didn't know how Li Fuchen cultivated. Could he not be a one-star bone frame, but had an extremely concealed, special bone frame? She couldn't help but recall the scene when she first met Li Fuchen. Back then, Li Fuchen wasn't even a match for her. Interesting. Immovable King Star, Chi Hung was sizing up this match with interest. Before this, he was only interested in the match between young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyun, and young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan. His strength isn't bad. A pity that it is probably impossible to defeat Morong Di. Golden Whip King Star, Jin Sudong said indifferently. Thunderous King Star, Situ Lei laughed. Everything is possible. Let's watch. His unrivaled strength allowed him to be more objective and wouldn't have any personal thoughts. Regardless of who won or lost, it didn't matter to him. Phaseless Dipper Fan, Bull Rush. Morong Di yelled out and burst out with the finishing move of his fan art. A bundle of Dipper Chi was blasted at Li Fuchen with the speed of a meteor. This fan art was superior in terms of power and speed. Even if it was a small mountain, Morong Di was confident that he could blast a hole in it, let alone a body of flesh and blood. Horn of the Blaze Devil. Executing the Blaze Devil Sword art to the extremity, Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil Sword intent had also reached the extremity. It was also the horn of the Blaze Devil. At this moment, the scarlet horn shadow was almost materialized as it blasted on the Dipper Chi. Bang boom! The Chi force explosion was deafening. Li Fuchen and Morong Di took over a dozen steps back, and every step would cause the round stage to shake. Morong Di's expression was getting more grave. He didn't want to clash with Li Fuchen head-on anymore, and used his light body technique to deal with him. With a higher combat cultivation, he had an advantage when executing his light body technique. His body was moving up and down, left and right. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's combat cultivation might be inferior to Morong Di's, but Li Fuchen's light body technique proficiency was higher. When executing the Black Wind 3 clones, 3 or 4 Li Fuchens were roaming around the round stage. In a split second, it was impossible to determine which one was real and which one was fake. Bang, 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 the two of them exchanged moves at lightning speed. In just a short period of time, they had exchanged at least dozens of moves. It was so frequent that it made people dizzy. They actually exchanged so many moves. Everyone didn't blink their eyes as they were afraid they would miss the moment that would decide the victor. Very good. Li Fuchen, you are worthy enough for me to use my kill move. I hope you can withstand this move. Phaseless return. After exchanging over 100 moves, Morong Di grew impatient and circulated his Chi cultivation technique again. With a ferocious swing of his fan, the Dipper Chi revolved. It was formless and formless, without heaven and earth. A weightless power was born along with the revolving Dipper Chi. Phaseless Return was a mystic class high-tier kill move that Morong Di created based on a phaseless Dipper fan. This move didn't just have immense power, it also had the weightless power. Once the opponent was enveloped by it, they would lose most of their mobility. It was a move that was extremely hard to dodge. Originally, Morong Di was using this move to deal with the other young masters. Blaze Dragon. Li Fuchen didn't think of dodging and executed his mystic class high-tier kill move, Blaze Dragon. A gushing scarlet light was swallowed by the black light sword. As Li Fuchen cleaved down, the scarlet light condensed into a scarlet dragon. It flew out like lightning and clashed with the revolving Dipper Chi. Boom! Like a heavenly thunder igniting the earth fire, the Dipper Chi and scarlet light intertwined. But in between the two, there was a miniature scarlet dragon that was swimming. PFFF. Chapter 302. Morong Di lost? After exchanging over 100 moves, the final result shocked everyone. The winner wasn't young master Celestial Star Morong Di, but the rising star Li Fuchen. Morong Di's strength wasn't weak, but Morong Di had concealed his strength and only erupted at this moment. This was no longer a dark horse to describe Li Fuchen. but a hidden dragon. The hidden dragon did not come out, but once it did, it would shake the world. Apart from the thunderous King Star, Sitolay, the rest of the elite prodigies were shocked. The Golden Whip King Star, Jin Sudong, who previously said that Li Fuchen wasn't a match for Morongdi, had a twitch on his face. He immediately chuckled and said, slightly superior by half a line, he was just lucky to win. The people inside the Heavenly Dipper Formation were shocked, and the spectators outside the formation were even more shocked. Ouyang Wentian, Zhao Wujin, and the rest were dumbfounded. Even though they knew Li Fuchen's ability was formidable, they didn't expect it to be to this extent. Even one of the 6 young masters, Morongdi, was defeated. Celestial Star Sect. The sect leader of the Celestial Star Sect, Morong Batian, had a gloomy expression. Morongdi's defeat was really too unexpected. Before the match, Morongdi's plan was to ensure that the top 10 would advance to the top 5. This meant that, at the very least, they had to enter the top 10 and strive to enter the top 5. I lost. Morongdi lowered his head to look at his badly mutilated chest. His eyes were filled with disbelief and anger. He was one of the 6 young masters and enjoyed the glory. He was believed to have hopes of reaching the peak of the reincarnation realm, but he was actually defeated by a 1-star bone frame. Before the competition, his lowest target was the top 10. Impossible, I won't lose. Morongdi stood up, and the aura on his body grew even stronger, and it carried a bloody and murderous aura. He was unwilling to fail. He did not want to fail either, especially after losing to Li Fuchen. You still want to fight? Li Fuchen's eyes were cold. He had only used a small portion of his advantage in consciousness. If he wanted to, he could easily injure his opponent. Morongdi, this battle concerns the honor of our 6th young master. Don't fail again. Xiahou Chuan said coldly from the top of the Heavenly Dipper Stone Pillar. Grinning, Morongdi's aura rapidly turned into the color of blood. Boom! A blood-colored figure suddenly appeared, causing Morongdi's aura to rise to the peak. 4-star secret technique. Cruel Sun Blood Dipper. Under normal circumstances, this secret method was not as good as the 4-star secret method, the Vast Star's secret method. However, if the user was injured or chose to self-harm, it could exert power that surpassed the Vast Star's secret method. That's right, Morongdi possessed 2 4-star secret techniques. Moreover, both 4-star secret techniques had been cultivated to near perfection. Morongdi's body was slightly withered. Strands of blood combined with his true chi transformed into the partial Yang blood gang. Morongdi's aura became like that of an evil spirit, possessing a terrifying deterrent force. Those with weak willpower might not even have the courage to face Morongdi. Li Fuchen, die for me. Morongdi turned into a blood rainbow and shot towards Li Fuchen. The iron fan in his hand was dancing with blood-colored dipper chi as he brandished it brazenly. It was still the mystic class high-tier kill move, Phaseless Return. But this time, the Phaseless Return was even more tyrannical, more bloody and more extreme. It was like a meat grinder that wanted to grind Li Fuchen into a bloody pulp. At the same moment, the wind that carried the blood-colored chi presence blew onto the Heaven Dipper Stone pillars. Those prodigies that were standing on the pillars had a violent change in expression as they quickly circulated their chi to prevent themselves from being affected by the wind and the bloody intent in the wind. Since that is the case, then I shall let you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Li Fuchen moved. It was impossible to describe Li Fuchen's movements. Li Fuchen's figure seemed to turn illusory as he forcefully cut into the gap of the Phaseless Return. This gap was the flaw of the Phaseless Return. Regular people wouldn't be able to make use of the flaw even if they noticed it. But Li Fuchen could. His powerful awareness allowed him to avoid the strangulation of the Dipper Chi and arrived at a relatively safe zone. This zone was the blind spot of the Phaseless Return. Everything happened in a split second. Even the thunderous King Star, Sitolay, couldn't see the details, and simply felt that something was wrong. Horn of the Blazed Devil. Li Fuchin suddenly thrusted his sword at one point of the phaseless return. A scarlet horn that was almost materialized pierced through the phaseless return and Morongdi's chi protection, piercing through his opponent. Clean and efficient, fierce and violent. At this moment, this was the feeling that Li Fuchin gave off. Morongdi's body was lifted up and he was extremely frightened. He didn't understand what happened. Swish! With a swing of the black light sword, Morongdi was immediately flung away by Li Fuchin. His chest was spurting out blood like a fountain, and he had lost all his combat strength. Such powerful awareness. Is this the reason why he was accepted as a personal disciple by the first mystic martial expert? Within the Heaven Dipper Great Array, everyone couldn't see through it. But outside the Heaven Dipper Great Array, all the Reincarnation Realm martial artists and peak-level Heaven Realm martial artists could see it clearly. Ouyang Wentian and Zhao Wujin looked at each other. Both of them were surprised in their hearts. It was obvious that they couldn't see through Li Fuchin either. This kind of awareness wasn't something that an Earth Realm martial artist should have. He's still lost. Sai, one of the 6 young masters, has been defeated. I wonder who will be the next one. You must be joking. Morongdi is still young and is only 23 years old this year. The other young masters won't be defeated so easily. I am just casually saying. After all, Li Fuchin's performance is too shocking. Everyone indeed didn't think that Li Fuchin could defeat the other young masters. The head of the 6 young masters, Young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qinyan, was ranked 5th in the previous star's ranking. His strength was unfathomable, and Li Fuchin was definitely not a match. Young Master Flying Sword Luo Feiyun was ranked 11th in the previous star's ranking. His flying sword secret technique wasn't in vain, and Li Fuchin wouldn't be a match either. Young Master Gale Han Yiming was ranked 12th in the previous star's ranking. His light body technique was second only to the Thunderous King Star, Sidu Lei, and Tri-Absolute Fairy Jiang Roliu. It was also impossible to lose to Li Fuchin. Young Master Dolin Xiahou Chuan was ranked 15th in the previous star's ranking. His combat style was similar to the immovable King Star Qi Heng. It wasn't so easy for Li Fuchin to defeat him. As for Young Master Dragon Sword Qi Yuya from the previous star's ranking, he was the closest to Morongdi. One was ranked 35th and the other was ranked 28th. But Qi Yuya was known to have first-grade innate potential. If it wasn't for his young age, he would be able to compete with the Thunderous King Star, Sidu Lei. His strength wasn't something that Morongdi could compare with. In comparison, Xiahou Chuan was easier to defeat. At least there was some hope. Too domineering. Beside Zhao Wujin, Zhao Mingyue's face revealed a trace of intoxication. Her heart was beating violently for the first time. This was an unprecedented situation. Dear. Murong Batian took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress his displeasure. Shameful. Xiahou Chuan revealed a look of disdain and immediately swept a glance at Li Fuchin with eyes of disdain. After defeating Morongdi, the Heaven Dipper stone pillar beneath Li Fuchin's feet was surging with Heaven Dipper battle chi. It gradually had the form of a giant python, and the hissing sound was much louder. 29 consecutive victories. 30 consecutive victories. Li Fuchin's pace didn't stop for a moment. Chapter 303. In the 1677th match, Morongdi was up against Xiahou Chuan. Losing to Li Fuchin seemed to have a huge impact on Morongdi. After just 20 moves, Morongdi was defeated by Xiahou Chuan. But this also indirectly proved Xiahou Chuan's strength. During the battle with Young Master Flying Sword, Xiahou Chuan had the upper hand for a while. Even when facing the Flying Sword secret technique, he was still able to resist for a while. But during the battle with Morongdi, Xiahou Chuan had the upper hand from start to end. His palm art was like a giant millstone. No matter how Morong-di attacked, it would be neutralized, coping with changes by remaining unchanged. This style isn't just for show, but to form your own system. Li Fuqin was very clear about Xiahou Chuan's battle style. Against such people, the effectiveness of light body techniques would be greatly reduced, unless your speed was so fast that your opponent couldn't react. Otherwise, it wouldn't be very effective. Of course, Li Fuqin wasn't a normal person, and he had his own way to deal with it. Haha, Morong Batian, it seems like your son Morong-di is just an undeserved reputation. Dolin clan's patriarch, Xiahou Shan, mocked. Morong Batian snorted. My son is only 23 this year. Your Dolin clan's Xiahou Chuan is already 26. What is there to compete? Don't be too happy too early. If my son isn't a match for that kid, your Dolin clan's Xiahou Chuan might not be. Xiahou Shan chuckled. You don't have to worry about this. That kid's ability is only slightly better than your son. If he encounters Chuan, he won't be able to win. Even if his awareness is strong, it will be useless against Chuan. Chuan, mountain river battle technique is already at completion rank and his combat skills are at perfection rank. Nothing is absolute in this world. Just wait and see. Morong Batian didn't say anything else. In his heart, he really hoped that Li Fuqin could also defeat Xiahou Chuan and suppress the Dolin clan's momentum. 35 consecutive victories, 38 consecutive victories, 39 consecutive victories. Li Fuqin's winning streak was unstoppable. During this period, he even defeated a previous Stars ranking tournament's 14th ranker. His formidable ability shocked many people. At the same time, the Heaven Dipper battle chi beneath Li Fuqin's feet had gradually transformed into a giant python. Compared to the gigantic snake form, the gigantic python form was thicker and more powerful. When it coiled around the heavenly Dipperstone pillar, it looked very tyrannical. When Li Fuqin ascended the stage for the 40th time, everyone held their breaths. Because Li Fuqin encountered another young master class figure, young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan. The two of them have finally clashed. I wonder if Xiahou Chuan is stronger, or if Li Fuqin is catching up. Li Fuqin used over 100 moves to defeat Morong-di, while Xiahou Chuan used less than 20 moves. It is already clear who is stronger. That might not be the case. When Morong-di burst out with his strength, he was still defeated by Li Fuqin in a single sword. It is obvious that Li Fuqin didn't use his full strength. How would you know that Xiahou Chuan went all out? Furthermore, I didn't understand Li Fuqin's final sword move. No one knows if there are any restrictions. Everyone expressed their opinions, but most of them supported Xiahou Chuan. On the round table, Xiahou Chuan didn't waste any words. After a cold laugh, he brazenly launched his attack. With a palm strike, the boundless palm presence enveloped half of the round table. When enveloped by this palm presence, Li Fuqin felt as though he was being pressed under a millstone. As the millstone revolved, be it his chi or blood, they were all in turmoil. As compared to Morong-di, Xiahou Chuan's strength was indeed much superior. It was mainly because his palm art was too heavy, and when complemented with the 4-star secret technique, mountain river battle technique, it was like adding wings to a tiger, allowing him to control the situation as steady as a mountain. If it was anyone else, before they even made a move, their strength would be reduced by half and they wouldn't be able to contest against the opponent's chi presence and palm presence. Of course, Li Fuqin was an exception. When facing this heavy and tyrannical palm presence, Li Fuqin immediately executed the Mystic Class high-tier kill move, Blaze Dragon. A scarlet light swallowed and a sword light formed a scarlet dragon that flew out brazenly. It penetrated the palm presence and clashed with Xiahou Chuan's palm art. On the round table, chi forces shook and clashed. Half of them were scarlet light, while the other half were vigorous chi waves. Humph! The sneer on Xiahou Chuan's face intensified. Clashing head-on was his favorite style of combat. He was able to use his heavy palm art to forcefully crush his opponent. When he executed his palm strike, half of the round table was within his attack range. No wonder Morong-di was defeated. The feeling of observing and personally battling was entirely different. Battling with Xiahou Chuan was like facing a vast ocean, towering mountains and precipitous ridges. That overwhelming qi presence and palm presence were too majestic. Light body techniques were indeed useless. After all, a single palm strike from Xiahou Chuan would envelop half of the round table. If I had comprehended a mystic class high-tier light body technique intent, I would be able to break free from his qi presence and palm presence. Li Fuchen didn't spend much effort on his light body technique. His energy was limited and it was impossible for him to take care of every aspect. But he felt that after this stars ranking tournament, he would be able to properly study his light body technique. As his cultivation level increased, he could obviously feel that his speed of comprehending martial arts was getting faster. Sometimes, when he circulated his qi, some of the martial arts obstacles would naturally vanish. Just like a small stream and a large river, a small stream required the right time and place to flow far. But if the distance was too far, it would still dry up. But a large river had a deep foundation. Wherever it passed, the water would surge violently, allowing it to flow even further. Since that is the case, I can only continue to expose some of the advantages of my awareness. In Li Fuchen's eyes, Xiahou Chuan had a flaw, and that was the wide range of his palm presence. Once the range was wide, it was inevitable that there would be oversights. To a certain extent, the oversights were made up for by the boundless palm presence. When facing a torrential flood, who would have the mood to look for the weakest point of the flood? Even if they had the mood, they wouldn't have the time. But Li Fuchen did. With a sweep of his awareness, the distribution of Xiahou Chuan's palm presence was vivid in his mind. It was like a spider web, and there would always be some weak spots on the surface. What Li Fuchen needed to do was to penetrate the weak spots. Horn of the Blazed Devil. Apart from the Blazed Dragon, Li Fuchen's strongest sword move would be the Horn of the Blazed Devil. The Blazed Dragon was powerful, and the Horn of the Blazed Devil had a concentrated force. The scarlet horn shadow was almost materialized as Li Fuchen thrusted with his sword. This sword was brazen, concise, and violent, but it was very effective. Xiahou Chuan's palm presence was like a water jar that had a hole in it, as the palm presence was rapidly weakening. How is this possible? Xiahou Chuan's eyes flashed with doubt and shock. After penetrating Xiahou Chuan's palm presence, Li Fuchen flashed and executed the Blazed Devil Killer Shadow. In a split second, a scarlet cover enveloped Xiahou Chuan. Inside the scarlet cover, Xiahou Chuan could feel the sword dippers that were everywhere. Cling, cling, clang, clang. As though he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Xiahou Chuan's body was emitting dazzling sparks that were 3 feet away. The sword dippers that were slashing over from all directions were shattered by Xiahou Chuan's palm art. The remaining sword dippers were repelled and shattered by the brown radiance that was emitting from Xiahou Chuan's body. Chapter 304. This 4-star secret technique has indeed reduced his flaws to a pitiful extent. Li Fuchen didn't mind that the Blazed Devil Killer Shadow wasn't able to break through Xiahou Chuan's defense. This move basically didn't rely on his awareness. Only sword moves that relied on his awareness were truly hard to defend against, just like the Horn of the Blazed Devil. After taking the initiative, Li Fuchen executed consecutive sword moves. After the Blazed Devil Killer Shadow was the Horn of the Blazed Devil. The scarlet horn looked like it was going to pierce through the void and thrust at Xiahou Chuan. Mountain Shaking Strike. Xiahou Chuan was also very powerful. In an instant, he slapped the scarlet-horned phantom with his palm. It was the profound, rank-high-tier killer move, Mountain Shaking Strike. Boom! The Mountain Shaking Strike was similar to the horn of the flame demon. It was extremely concentrated, Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to shake the mountain. When the two collided, a terrifying wave of qi burst out. His consciousness. Xiahou Chuan finally knew what was going on with Li Fuqin and Morong Di's final sword move. Li Fuqin's awareness was extremely powerful and was actually able to instantly see through the flaw of Morong Di's kill move. Li Fuqin then penetrated Morong Di's body with his sword. Back then, Li Fuqin assumed that after Morong Di's strength burst out, his kill move became unstable, which gave Li Fuqin the opportunity to exploit. Now that he thought about it, it was because Li Fuqin's awareness was too powerful. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Zhang Xian to break his mountain shifting palm with a single strike, seize the initiative, and even use the same strike to resist his mountain shaking strike. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Xiahou Chuan's palm art might be extremely heavy and pressuring, but Li Fuqin's sword art was crafty and would always be able to find the flaws in Xiahou Chuan's palm art. Xiahou Chuan's full-strength palm art was only 70% or 80% effective and was actually being suppressed by Li Fuqin. Everyone was dumbfounded. Suppressing Morong Di was one thing, but now, even Xiahou Chuan was being suppressed. Xiahou Chuan's palm technique was clearly more tyrannical. Xiahou Shan, the situation of your clan's disciples doesn't seem too good. Morong Batian smiled at Xiahou Shan. Xiahou Shan said coldly, "What's the rush? The show has only just begun." Murky water palm technique. Xiahou Shan had barely finished speaking when Xiahou Chuan's palm stance changed from the heavy mountain shifter palm technique to the soft and murky waters palm technique. The muddy water palm, as its name implied, was extremely muddy, causing others to be unable to see through it. Moreover, the palm force was soft and overbearing, and it was adept at penetrating. "Did you change your palm technique?" Li Fuqin was a little envious. Xiahou Chuan was 26 years old this year and had 6 more years of cultivation time than him. Naturally, he could cultivate one more mystic class, high-tier palm technique. Unfortunately, it's useless. With Li Fuqin's awareness, how could he not see through a mystic class high-tier palm art? Furthermore, Xiahou Chuan's palm art wasn't even at the completion rank yet. Fiery dragon. With a slash of his sword, a crimson dragon danced in the air, stirring up winds and waves. It pierced through the muddy waters and arrived before Xiahou Chuan. Left with no choice, Xiahou Chuan once again used the mountain shaking strike to defeat the scarlet dragon. Don't tell me I'm going to exhaust his true energy just like that? Xiahou Chuan frowned. 2 years ago, he had already broken through to the peak level of the Earth realm. His cultivation was abnormally vigorous, while Li Fuqin was only at the 8th level of the Earth realm. Li Fuqin's qi was almost half of Xiahou Chuan's. In a protracted battle, Li Fuqin wouldn't be a match for him. The Dolian clan's clansmen are adept at combat. This Xiahou Chuan isn't just stronger than Morong Di. His combat skills are outstanding too. If I use my awareness to fight with Morong Di, I won't be able to determine the victor within 1,000 moves. Furthermore, it will exhaust too much qi. Li Fuqin didn't intend to expose too much of his awareness for now. Furthermore, his body's reaction was almost at its limit. No matter how strong his awareness was, if his body's reaction couldn't keep up, it would be much less effective. It wasn't without reason that the amount of water a wooden barrel could hold depended on the shortest piece of wood. It is up to you now. Li Fuqin made his decision. Taking a deep breath, the surface of Li Fuqin's skin suddenly burst out with a layer of fine dark red light. This dark red light was abnormally horrific. When it enveloped Li Fuqin's body, it made Li Fuqin's entire body emit an invincible aura and willpower. Break! Li Fuqin's speed increased drastically, so did his sword speed. It was the same move, Horn of the Blaze Devil, but the power was more than 30% stronger. With the help of his fearsome physical strength, the scarlet horn pierced through the void and instantly arrived in front of Xiahou Chuan. Mystic class, high-tier body, refinement, intent. Xiahou Chuan was overwhelmed with shock. Bang! This time, Xiahou Chuan wasn't able to perfectly defend against Li Fuchen's attack and was sent flying. His qi and blood were in turmoil, and he nearly vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Mystic class, high-tier body, refinement, intent. Everyone on the heaven dipper stone pillars were shocked. How did this Li Fuchen cultivate? How was he so strong in every aspect? His sword art, awareness, light body technique, qi refinement technique, secret technique, and now even his body refinement technique. He didn't have any shortcomings. In terms of perfection, not even the 3 king stars could compare. Hidden blood body, refinement, intent. Ouyang Wentian and Zhao Wujin looked at each other in dismay. The hidden blood body refinement technique was one of the strongest body refinement techniques in the Azure Water sect. But even most of the Heaven Realm martial artists weren't able to cultivate it to the state of intent. Monster. The previous star's ranking's 48th ranker, Yunyu muttered. During the contest for the Heaven Dipper Stone Pillars, he even challenged Li Fuchen. He was confident because he comprehended the mystic class high-tier body refinement intent. But from the looks of it now, Li Fuchen didn't want to lower himself to the same level as him. Otherwise, he would have been beaten black and blue. Interesting. Immovable King Star Qi Heng's eyes burst out with radiance. He didn't care about Yunyu, but he was rather surprised that Li Fuchen comprehended the mystic class high-tier body refinement intent. Li Fuchen had already cultivated the hidden blood body refinement technique to the extremity a long time ago, but he hadn't comprehended the intent yet. After comprehending the intent, Li Fuchen's body quality had a drastic increase. If qi was water, then the body would be a wooden barrel. The wooden barrel was firm and could withstand the willful impact of the water. In addition to that, after activating the hidden blood body refinement intent, Li Fuchen felt his entire body was filled with explosive power. His movement speed and sword speed had a drastic increase. To a certain extent, the body quality could also be considered as combat cultivation. After all, when it came to a human's movements, the body quality played a crucial role, and it wasn't entirely due to the strength of one's qi. With the burst of his body quality, how could Xiahou Chuan be a match for Li Fuchen? He was sent flying by Li Fuchen in a single blade. Stomping on the ground, Li Fuchen's speed burst again and thrust at Xiahou Chuan. Xiahou Chuan let out a frenzied roar and forcefully raised his palm to clash with the scarlet horn. PFFF. Unable to suppress the mouthful of fresh blood, Xiahou Chuan opened his mouth and vomited fresh blood. Defeat. The consecutive attacks caused Xiahou Chuan's qi to be on the verge of collapsing. Right at this moment, the scarlet horn burst forth again and penetrated his body. His ending was similar to Morongdi's. Too powerful. Chapter 305. A person's energy was limited, and it was impossible to take care of everything. However, if one could take care of everything, then one's battle prowess would naturally be extremely powerful in the same realm. Body refinement techniques didn't just increase a martial artist's physical defense, it also had a significant increase in strength. Perhaps a few tens of thousands of kg of physical strength was nothing compared to an 8th level Earth realm martial artist qi. But with a few tens of thousands of kg of physical fitness, it allowed Li Fuchen's body to react much faster. His body's burst strength was also much stronger, all of which increased his combat strength. But once one comprehended the body refinement true intent, then the increase in strength would be terrifying. The body refinement true meaning's protection was enough to raise a martial artist's physical defense to a whole new level. In a situation where the martial artist's strength was similar, the opponent wouldn't even be able to break through the defense. In addition, his body's reaction and explosive power would also be enhanced by a level under the stimulation of the body refining true meaning. The body refinement true meaning was a little like the combination of the body's willpower and the profound mysteries of the body refinement technique. Li Fuchen was already extremely strong. Once he burst out with body refinement true meaning, his strength was at least 20% or 30% stronger. If Li Fuchen utilized his body refinement intent during the fight with Morong-di, he would probably be able to defeat Morong-di in 1 or 2 sword moves. Morong-di's pupils shrank. He didn't know if he should rejoice in other people's misfortune or be sad. Xiahou Shan, what did I say just now? To be honest, Morong Batian is also very surprised by Li Fuchen's comprehensive. But after all, he is shedding body realm martial artist. Li Fuchen is amazing. Just a junior, the most important thing at this moment is to ridicule Xiahou Shan. Xiahou Shan's expression was gloomy, feeling extremely humiliated. Winning or losing was a small matter, but face-slapping was a big deal. After defeating Xiahou Chuan, Li Fuchen completed his 40 consecutive victories. The moment Lin Yun returned to the Heavenly Dipper Stone Pillar, the Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi, wrapped around the pillar, had completely transformed into the form of a python. The scales on its body flickered, looking extremely realistic. Its fist-sized eyes even emitted a faint glow. 40 wins in a row was a very good result. At present, there are only 10 left who have reached 40 consecutive victories, namely the 3 King Stars, 4 of the 6 young masters, 2 of the 4 fairies, and Li Fuchen. 41 consecutive wins, 42 consecutive wins, 45 consecutive victories. Li Fuchen's winning streak was extremely ferocious, and almost no one was able to block a single sword from him. In everyone's opinion, Li Fuchen's ability was already certain to be in the top 10 of this tournament. The only problem was how high his ranking would be. Was it 9th, 10th, or even better? Of course. Every time he climbed up a rank, the difficulty would increase by a level. Among the 6 young masters, Morong-di and Xiahou Chuan were not considered strong. The remaining 4 were the true experts. The 2,500th match. Rumble. Li Fuchen and young master flying sword Luo Feiyun's Heaven Dipperstone Pillar sank at the same time. It's Luo Feiyun's turn. If Luo Feiyun can't hold on, then, except for Tung Qingyan, the head of the 6 young masters, the other young masters will be in danger. I don't think so. The Dragon Sword young Master Chi is not a vegetarian. Gale young Master Han Yiming's movement technique is also very frightening. Only the thunderous King Star Sidalei and the 3 absolute Fairy Jiangryu can compare to him. Let's wait and see. Everyone held their breath and stared at Luo Feiyun and Li Fuchen. Whoosh! A phantom flashed, and Luo Feiyun appeared on the round platform. Light merit movement technique is actually an advantage of Luo Feiyun. On the ranking of light merit, he can at least rank in the top 5. Looking at Li Fuchen opposite, Luo Feiyun admired. Li Fuchen, people who can make me admire, there are not many. You are one of them, this battle. Regardless of victory or defeat, I am quite honored. In terms of sword technique, he thinks that he is not as good as Li Fuchen, so he can only rely on Flying Sword Secret Technique. Flying Sword Secret Technique is the most difficult 4-star secret technique of High Heaven Sword Sect. It is very demanding on consciousness, and it is also very demanding on the spirit will. Among the young generation of High Heaven Sword Sect, only he has cultivated the Flying Sword Secret Technique to the realm of perfection. Even faintly beyond the realm of perfection, began to have their own unique insights and opened up a different path. I am also honored. Li Fuchen nodded. Be careful. Luo Feiyun directly sacrificed a small sword. He didn't think about sword technique with Li Fuchen, which is undoubtedly a small skill in front of an expert. Xiao! In the void, a cold light flashed. Luo Feiyun sent out a flying sword. Head to one side, Li Fuchen easily avoided. What a terrifying consciousness! Luo Feiyun's eyes narrowed. Without fighting with Li Fuchen, it is difficult to really understand how terrible Li Fuchen's consciousness is. In the last star list great competition, only Thunder King Star Setulei could dodge his flying sword head-on because his flying sword was too fast. This session, Luo Feiyun thought that except for a few people, no one could dodge his flying sword, but did not expect Li Fuchen to do it easily. Xiao, 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 xiao. Luo Feiyun's figure flickered, and the small sword in his hand shot out quickly. In the blink of an eye, he shot out a dozen small swords. Each small sword was fast to the extreme, comparable to the electric flint. Even some small swords collided with each other, instantly changing the angle. Greatly increased the difficulty of dodging. Hey! Several figures appeared, and Li Fuchen seemed to have a clone, and once again dodged Luo Feiyun's flying sword attack. Well, I have to see how long can you dodge. The flying sword attack was dodged one after another, and Luo Feiyun was a little annoyed. Heaven Man, 100 hands. Behind the back appeared a vague phantom. This phantom has dozens of arms, each arm holding a phantom small sword. As Luo Feiyun's right hand shook, dozens of small swords shot to Li Fuchen. For a time, the void seems to have a peacock. The peacock is opening the tail, covering most of the round table. Worthy is flying sword young master. Li Fuchen put the profound wind 3 transformations light merit to the limit. With a strong consciousness, the figure flashed again and again because the speed was too fast. Half of the round table was Li Fuchen's phantom, and at first glance, it seemed that dozens of Li Fuchen appeared at the same time. Ding, 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 ding. The small swords slammed on the round table. Some collapsed, and some are really small swords, bounced off the round table. Even my Heaven Man, 100 hands, avoided. Luo Feiyun was shocked. His celestial 100 hands had already calculated all of Li Fuchen's escape routes and dodging routes. Logically speaking, it was absolutely flawless. He couldn't understand how Li Fuchen dodged it. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that in the eyes of Li Fuchen, the trajectory of the flying sword was clear, and there was a priority, so in an instant he calculated his own movement trajectory, how to avoid the most dangerous flying sword, how to avoid some dead ends. As long as he did not put himself in a dead end, the flying sword could not hurt him. Feeling that it was enough, Li Fuchen was ready to launch a counterattack. If you can take my last move, I will automatically admit defeat. Luo Feiyun's imposing manner broke out to the limit, and the phantom behind him suddenly solidified a lot. The next moment, Luo Feiyun put his hands together and pushed towards Li Fuchen. Heaven Man, 100 hands, sword rain. Xiao, xiao, xiao. It is impossible to describe how many flying swords Luo Feiyun sent out at once. These flying swords are real and fake, but without exception, they are all very sharp, giving the feeling of a sword rain. Chapter 306. Li Fuchen was indeed unable to dodge this move, because for this move it was useless to rely on one's awareness. One had to be able to keep up with the body's reaction. And even if he stimulated the concealed blood refinement body true meaning, the body reaction was not enough to dodge this move, unless his cultivation base could go up a level and reach the 9th level of the Earth Fiend realm. Since I can't dodge it, I'll take it head on. Taking a deep breath at lightning speed, Li Fuchen shook the black light, sword in his hand, and slashed out. A red cover expanded. Ding ding dang dang. The red cover enveloped Li Fuchen as well. The flying swords that entered the red cover were struck down and scattered by the sword dipper force. For a time, the world was filled with the sound of metal colliding, and it was dense and incessant. Xiao! All of a sudden, 3 small swords formed a triangular formation and shot at Li Fuchen. The 3 small swords were extremely fast. They broke through the blockade of the sword essence and seemed to have come from the void. 1 true and 2 false. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes and pinched the real small sword with the index and middle fingers of his left hand. As for the other 2 fake small swords, although they were fake, they also had power. Li Fuchen shook his right hand and 2 sword lights scattered them. Buzz! The real small sword force is very huge. If Li Fuqin has not inspired the concealed blood refining body true meaning, it is estimated that it cannot be clamped, the fingers must be broken. Despite this, Li Fuqin also flew back, offsetting the impact of the flying sword. Clamped! Luo Feiyun was stunned. What kind of awareness and eyesight was needed to clamp his flying sword? Moreover, even if he did manage to clamp it, it would be difficult to clamp it firmly if he didn't have a brilliant unloading technique. Li Fuqin, you win. Luo Feiyun smiled bitterly. He believed that he could still put up a fight, but there was a 90% chance that he would lose in the end. There was no need to waste time. Thank you for letting me win. Li Fuqin shook his hand and threw away the small sword. Even Luo Feiyun can't beat Li Fuqin. The situation seems to be getting weirder. Indeed, 3 of the 6 young masters have already been defeated by Li Fuqin. I wonder who will be the 4th. That's hard to say. Humph, I don't believe he can keep winning. There will be a time when he loses. Everyone discussed animatedly. In the 2,700th match, Li Fuqin met with Wind Snow Fairy Su Lin. Boom! As soon as she came on, Su Lin broke out with an amazing momentum. The aura of a blizzard instantly enveloped the entire round platform. On the Heaven Dipper stone pillars around the round platform, all the geniuses from the various sects could feel the bone-piercing coldness. One by one, they hurriedly activated their protective chi to resist the cold. A technique of the 17th level? Everyone was shocked. There is no doubt that Wind Snow Fairy Su Lin has cultivated the profound level top rank cultivation method to the 17th layer realm. Otherwise, even if the cultivation base reaches the half-step Heavenly Dipper realm, the chill in true chi will not be so terrifying. At most, the sense of oppression is stronger. The peak of the Earth Fiend realm, the 17th layer of the cultivation technique, simply comparing true spirit, I am afraid that the 3 king stars are slightly inferior to Su Lin. Wind Snow Godly Palm. 4-star secret technique inspired, Su Lin shot a palm to Li Fuqin. With this palm shot out, the extremely terrifying cold wind blew on the round platform. Before the wind arrived, the round table around Li Fuqin was already covered with frost. If it was replaced by Murong Di, it would definitely be greatly affected. If it was replaced by Xiahou Chuan and Luo Feiyun, it would not be much better. Profound, level top rank cultivation technique, the 16th layer and the 17th layer seem to be a layer apart, but the gap is very big. 3 years ago, Su Lin was ranked 15th in the star list. 3 years later, her strength surpassed many people and was a strong competitor for the top 5. Very strong. Li Fuqin displayed flame demon sword art and split the cold wind. His cultivation technique is a fiery cultivation technique, burning heaven true merit. Although the cultivation base is not high, the cultivation technique realm is high, reaching the 16th layer apex. The cold resistance ability can be ranked at least in the top 10, plus concealed blood refining body true meaning. The cold resistance ability can be ranked at least in the top 5. Since there is no problem with the cold resistance ability, then he only needs to fight with Su Lin. Horn of Flame Demon. Split the cold wind. Li Fuqin's second move followed closely, and the speed of the move was even faster than Su Lin, who took the first move. Red one-horn void shadow is almost solid and runs through Su Lin. Hoo 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 hoo. The cold aura emitted by the whole body was penetrated. Su Lin whispered. The right hand condensed a cold chi mass toward the red one-horned void shadow. Boom! The white chi strength broke out wildly, which is the phenomenon caused by the strong collision of hot true chi and cold true chi. Under the impact of the white chi strength, Li Fuqin retreated more than 20 steps, while Su Lin only retreated a dozen steps. On the attack, the two are similar, but on the combat cultivation base, naturally Su Lin is strong, facing the impact of chi strength. Su Lin's resistance is undoubtedly a lot stronger. Of course, Li Fuchen did not eat a loss at all. With concealed blood, refining body true meaning. His body qi and blood are very stable. On the other hand, Su Lin, there was a flush on her face. Although it only appeared for a moment, it was enough to show that Su Lin's qi and blood appeared a little fluctuating. Take another sword from me. Saving the time to calm qi and blood, Li Fuchen figure flashed. A sword broke through the air, and the red one-horn void shadow expanded a few points. It seems to be stronger than before. The more he fought, the more Li Fuchen felt that there seemed to be some strength to break out of the body. Boom, boom, boom. The two fought dozens of strokes. From the scene, it seems that Su Lin is better, but the discerning people know that if this continues, Su Lin will lose. In a situation where their strength was about the same, it would be extremely foolish to fight head-on against someone with extremely high attainments in conjoined body techniques. But Su Lin can't help it. The chill in her true spirit can't help Li Fuchen at all. On consciousness and light merit movement technique, she is also inferior to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen wants to fight with her. She can't hide. Wind, snow connecting heaven. Aware that the situation is getting worse and worse, Su Lin is a little impatient, and the real killing move broke out. This trick is a combination of profound, level-high, rank-killing move and cultivation technique. Su Lin's cultivation palm technique is Wind, Snow, Divine Palm, and the cultivation technique is Wind, Snow, Divine Merit. The two are originally complementary, and the profound, level-high, rank-killing move Wind, Snow, Connecting Heaven created by Su Lin is a very extreme move, which can burst out more true spirit in an instant. The consequence is that it will produce a short period of weakness, just like a person who has too much strength. Rumble. The icy cold gale intensified by several folds and blasted towards Li Fuchen. Flame Dragon. In the void the red dragon danced and immediately plunged into the cold wind. The white qi strength with a destructive posture radiated in all directions. Heavenly Dipper Stone Pillar, several people were blown down, one by one, true spirit, and returned to the Heavenly Dipper Stone Pillar. Whiz. In the center of the round table where the white qi strength is the most dense, a figure flies out. It's Li Fuchen. Su Lin's trick is too powerful, and it also has a rotating force, like a blizzard that has been strengthened 10 times. Li Fuchen, give me defeat. Su Lin, who should have been in a period of weakness, suddenly rushed out of the white qi strength and blasted towards Li Fuchen. Half-step, Heavenly Dipper Realm. Someone's pupil shrank and said, Chapter 307, Half-step, Heavenly Dipper Realm. Li Fuchen frowned. Su Lin's cultivation technique realm is ridiculously high, reaching the 17th layer realm, and now even the cultivation base has stepped into the half-step Heavenly Dipper realm. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the 4th King Star. I am afraid that in addition to the 3 King Star, only Eternal Spring Young Master, Teng Qingyun, and 3 Absolute Fairy Jiang, Villiu, can compete with it. Dragon Sword Young Master Qiyue can compete with it, but it is still unknown. With an amazing cold wind, Su Lin slapped Li Fuchen with a palm. The same palm, now the power is more than 1 or 2. The whistling wind had a trace of pale blue in it. It was like a pale, blue, enraged dragon that was blasting at Li Fuchen. Facing the strong wind dragon, Li Fuchen smashed out with a sword. Red light swallowed. Red dragon flying. Hum! The dazzling red light and light blue light broke out, and immediately the white qi strength spread. This time, Li Fuchen is clearly at a disadvantage. The whole person is like being struck by lightning and it is upside down, and Su Lin just shook the body and did not retreat a step, making a breakthrough in the midst of battle, as expected of the Wind Snow Fairy. In fact, it is normal. Su Lin's cultivation technique realm is one of the best, and the cultivation technique realm is high. The cultivation base breakthrough is naturally fast. Gee, Li Fuchen's luck is really bad now. Su Lin, except for the 3 King star, no one can win her. Su Lin's breakthrough caused an uproar. Outside the Heavenly Dipper Great Array, Ouyang Wentian and Zhao's endless faces are not very good. In their view, Li Fuchen should be able to go further. Who can think of it? Su Lin will break through. Wind Snow Sect Sect Master with a smile. He was worried before, and now there is no worry. On the round table, the situation is reversed. Before, Li Fuchen forced Su Lin to fight hard. Now it is Su Lin forcing Li Fuchen to fight hard. Hong, hong, hong. The white Qi's strength broke out wildly, and Li Fuchen retreated, almost around half of the round table. Wind and snow heaven. Su Lin screamed and launched the killing move again. As her hands pushed out, the cold wind turned into several light blue dragons, sweeping. The pressure of the majestic ice cold made Li Fuchen's qi and blood stiff and true spirit slow. At this moment, Li Fuchen even had the impulse to stimulate bronze sword essence. Just as Li Fuchen was impulsive, the body's true qi suddenly burst out, and a will to burn the sky broke out and integrated into the true qi. True Inferno Technique, 17th level. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen's cultivation technique rank increased by another level and broke through to the 17th rank. The 17th layer of Burning Heaven True Qi, how terrible, produced a hot aura, even made Li Fuchen appear with a circle of fiery red halo, instantly dispelling the chill. The next moment, the 17th layer of Burning Heaven True Qi transformed into pure Yang Astral Qi. Li Fuchen was shrouded in a bright yellow light, and a sword slashed out. Crackle! The crimson dragon swept out and tangled with several light blue dragons. After a few breaths, the red dragon and the light blue dragon exploded at the same time. You've made a breakthrough in your cultivation technique? Su Lin's brow picked up, and her face was full of surprise and shock. What? Li Fuchen also broke through? This is too exaggerated. The 17th layer of profound level, peak rank cultivation technique, the vast majority of Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists are at this level. Only a few can cultivate to the 18th or 19th layer. The shock of everyone is no less than Su Lin. The 2 people who broke through both broke through again, and the scene was much more magnificent than before. However, Su Lin's physical quality is not as good as Li Fuchen after all. In the case of similar strength, Su Lin is much stronger than Li Fuchen. Every time she fights hard, there will be a trace of shock, her qi and blood and true spirit. The time is short, and it will inevitably reveal flaws. After hundreds of strokes, Su Lin's movements were a little sluggish. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed, and the horn of flame demon sword move was displayed. Puff the red-colored, one-horned void shadow penetrated Su Lin's body, protecting true spirit, and pierced the other's shoulder. Boom! A palm smashed the red-colored, one-horned void shadow. Su Lin vomited blood and flew back, pale. I lost! She was injured, and it was impossible for her to be Li Fuchen's opponent, and it was decent to admit defeat. You let me. Li Fuchen nodded. In the battle with Su Lin, he has almost exhausted himself except for the bronze sword essence secret technique. But now, with the Burning Heaven true merit breaking through to the 17th layer, his means have increased. After all, the cultivation technique realm has broken through a layer, and the reaction will increase a lot. The reason why I just fought with Su Lin is actually to hone the 17th layer of Burning Heaven True Merit and consolidate it. The 2,883rd game, Su Lin against Xiahou Chuan. With a palm, Su Lin sent Xiahou Chuan flying. This is enough to prove that how powerful Su Lin is now, and that Xiahou Chuan is not a level. Li Fuchen, who can defeat Su Lin, is undoubtedly more powerful. Except for the cultivation base, there are almost no shortcomings. For a time, everyone is very emotional. Before the game, No one thought that Li Fuchen, the king of dark horses, would emerge. So far, Li Fuchen has been through all the way and has not been defeated. Whether it is the top of the star list or the young master-level giant, no one can stop his footsteps. Maybe he can go further. The 2,992nd game. Li Fuchen versus Gale young Master Han Yiming. Han Yiming is under a lot of pressure. Before Li Fuchen broke through, he still had the confidence to fight with Li Fuchen. But after Li Fuchen broke through, he had no confidence at all. Hey, Han Yiming's speed was extremely fast. Like Li Fuchen, Han Yiming had already cultivated the mystic class mid-tier light body technique to completion. In terms of light body technique attainment, he and Li Fuchen were the true number one. Tri-absolute Fairy Jiang, Luo, and Luo Feiyan were slightly inferior to the two of them. However, Jiang Ruoliu's cultivation base is half-step Heavenly Dipper realm. So in general, light body merit and Han Yiming are similar. Li Fuchen is similar to Luo Feiyun. Like a gust of wind, Han Yiming turns around Li Fuchen quickly. An entire round table is his figure. Violent wind, 100 change. Han Yiming didn't even try to test it, and directly broke out a killing move. This kill move was extremely compatible with his light body technique. With a point of his finger, an endless violent wind was mixed with a dense, void finger shadow that was violently attacking Li Fuchen. Black wind, 3-change display. Li Fuchen's figure is also more, including 2 clones that are almost the same as the true body. Perhaps Li Fuchen's speed wasn't as fast as Han Yiming, but Li Fuchen's awareness was far beyond Han Yiming's. This allowed Li Fuchen to make the most effective movement. Every movement seemed to have gone through thousands of calculations and were intricately linked. Crackle and rattle. On the round table, dozens of Han Yiming and dozens of Li Fuchen fight. Chi strength explosion sound is continuous. Show. The moment when a true spirit is about to be exhausted. Han Yiming points at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's figure flashes, avoids this finger, and thrusts the profound light sword from an incredible angle. Han Yiming is shocked. The opponent's sword is too mysterious, calculating all his retreat. Puff! The sword Chi penetrates the back. Han Yiming flies out. Chapter 308. Qinggu Fairy Yan Qinggu. Heavenly Star Young Master Morongdi. Dolin Young Master Xiahou Chuan. Wind Snow Fairy Su Lin. And Gale Young Master Han Yiming. As of now, Li Fuchen had already defeated 5 young masters and fairies. As for Su Muyu, Li Fuchen might not have encountered her yet, but Su Muyu was once defeated by Morongdi and naturally wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. Therefore, it wouldn't affect him if they encountered each other. After defeating young Master Gale Han Yiming, Li Fuchen's prowess was like a rainbow. Standing on the Heaven Dipper stone pillar, his body was as straight as a sword, giving off a sharp sword chi feeling. With a round table opposite the dragon's sword young Master Chi, one in the south and one in the north, faintly produced a clamp. The stars ranking tournament would get more intense the further it went. Mount Star Fate and the Big Dipper Array seemed to have a mind of their own. They controlled the pace of the competition. Although there were fierce battles in the early stages, the frequency was very low. There were very few battles between the top geniuses. The 3,200th match, Young Master Eternal Spring, Tung Qingyun against Young Master Gale Han Yiming. Tung Qingyun's weapon is a dark green bamboo pole. The bamboo pole is like wood, like gold, like a work of art. Han Yiming, relying on his lightness skill, flashed around Tung Qingyun, waiting for an opportunity to attack. But Tung Qingyun forced him to flee in a sorry state with just one move. As the head of the 6 young masters, Tung Qingyun is the top in all aspects. The dark green bamboo pole in his hand seems to have a life. With a casual wave, the air strength in the void is unstoppable. Like spring has come, all things grow endless. Perfect level, profound, level high, rank martial art. Li Fuchen was shocked. How can he not see that Tang Qingyun has raised the true meaning of this martial art to the realm of perfection, and every move is very perfect, coupled with his cultivation at the peak stage of the earth realm, be it the degree of subtlety or the prowess. It was extremely terrifying. Overgrown vegetation. On the round table, after 5 moves, Tang Qingyun's killing move broke out. The dark green bamboo pole in his hand turned into a lush bamboo pole shadow, covering Han Yiming, who was constantly dodging. Puff! Han Yiming spat out a mouthful of blood and fell back. He had been defeated in an instant. In the 3,500th game, Tang Qingyun and Su Lin met. This battle between the two of them was extremely intense and was even more intense than Li Fuchen's battle. Su Linjian cultivation base is high. The cultivation method is high. The momentum is threatening. The blizzard-like qi strength toward Tang Qingyun. Although Tang Qingyun's cultivation base and cultivation method realm are not as high as Su Lin, Tang Qingyun's martial arts realm is higher, and Tang Qingyun's consciousness is obviously higher than others. Otherwise, it is impossible to defeat Han Yiming in 6 moves. Pu piu piu piu. The shadow of the bamboo pole is agile and swift, and it explodes a group of wind and snow. But for a long time, Tang Qingyun's body protecting innate qi is also covered with a thin layer of frost, and innate qi is much slower. Wind and snow cover the sky. With the cultivation base breaking through to the half-step heavenly dipper realm, Su Lin has almost no sequelae. In an instant, the violent wind and snow qi strength hit Tang Qingyun. Good timing. Tang Qingyun's expression was solemn. The dark green bamboo pole in his hand was suddenly dyed with a layer of purple. The purple was bright and enchanting. Break! Tang Qingyun screamed, and the purple bamboo pole, like a hot knife through butter, penetrated the wind and snow and pointed to Su Lin's body protection. Hey! The purple qi strength is like a needle tip, and it penetrates Su Lin's body, protecting innate qi, and shoots into her body. Blood spurted out, and Su Lin retreated. Profound level top rank martial art. Su Lin was very surprised. Tang Qingyun did not take advantage of the victory to pursue. Slowly said, "Yes, I have this martial art called Purple Qi Divine Needle, although I have not yet cultivated the true meaning, but it has already reached great accomplishment. Breaking your body, protecting innate qi is easy. Profound, level top, rank martial art of the great accomplishment realm?" Everyone exclaimed. Profound, level top, rank martial art, as the name implies, is the most powerful in profound level martial art. In today's era of earth level martial art scarcity, profound level top rank martial art is supreme. Profound level top rank martial art of the great accomplishment realm, although it has not yet comprehended the true meaning, but the innate qi operation method is mysterious. It can be seen that Tang Qingyun's Purple Qi Divine Needle martial art can condense a lot of innate qi into a line and break the body, protecting innate qi like nothing, let alone Su Lin. It is estimated that even the 3 king stars are not willing to directly take a blow. Worthy is the head of the 6th young master, actually cultivating the profound, level top, rank martial art to the great accomplishment realm. Li Fuchen secretly admired. Profound, level high, rank martial art is always profound, level high, rank martial art. Even if you comprehend the true meaning, the power is greatly increased. And in terms of moves, it is not as good as profound level top rank martial art. Profound level top rank martial art. On the move, the mystery has reached an extreme. Great, this child's martial art achievements almost catch up with me. Zhao endless a bitter smile. He is Heavenly Dipper realm peak cultivation base, and now he just comprehends the profound level top rank martial art true meaning. Ouyang Wentian said, "This child is one of the top few people in this era. It is normal to have this martial art achievement." Compared with Zhao Endless, Ouyang Wentian was surprised, but not too surprised. In their time, the top of the people, as long as they're not dead, they're now shedding body realm middle rank or even high rank cultivation base. And he is only shedding body realm second layer cultivation base. The gap is evident. And Zhao Wujin got the whole continent, which is nothing. At the beginning of Azure Billow sect, it was just an ordinary gold true disciple. It is naturally hard to imagine the horror of the top heavens chosen. The 3650th game. 3 Absolute Fairy Jiang Roliu against Flying Sword Young Master Luo Feiyun. In the face of Jiang Roliu, the head of the 4 fairies, Luo Feiyun did not dare to be careless. And the first time to open the distance, Flying Sword's secret technique broke out. Jiang Roliu, who has a half-step Heavenly Dipper Realm cultivation base, has an amazing imposing manner, and her imposing manner with a trance-intent domain Luo Feiyun's Flying Sword secret technique. This is not a waste, but at this moment it is like losing the head. Obviously Jiang Roliu did not move, but did not hit her once. Illusion technique? Li Fuchen's eyes narrowed. Also a top heavens chosen. Jiang Roliu's illusion technique naturally can't make Luo Feiyun fall into illusion. But let Luo Feiyun be affected too easily. In the end, Jiang Roliu used illusion technique to send Luo Feiyun flying. At this moment, in addition to Thunder King Star Sita Lei, even King Star Qi Hung and Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong cannot help but look serious. They are not sure that they can resist Jiang Roliu's illusion technique. I didn't expect that after 3 years, the other party's illusion technique can be released through the imposing manner, and it is even more difficult to guard against. In the 3720th game, Jiang Roliu once again defeated Gale Young Master Han Yiming, and the power of illusion technique made Han Yiming at a loss. In the 3900th game, Li Fuchen confronted Tang Qingyan. One is the king of dark horses, the other is the head of the 6 young master. This matchup is undoubtedly a super heavyweight matchup, second only to King Star. You are not my opponent. Ting Qingyun indifferently said. Li Fuchen's trump card has been exposed. In addition to defense, the strength is similar to Su Lin. Unfortunately, his purple Qi Divine Needle, the effect of breaking the defense, is first class. Specifically restrains Li Fuchen. This is not necessarily. Li Fuchen is calm and unaffected by Tang Qingyun's words. Oh! Tang Qingyun was slightly surprised, looking at Li Fuchen like this. It seems that there is a trump card. Chapter 309. Without displaying profound level top rank martial art purple Qi Divine Needle, Tang Qingyun's strength is similar to Su Lin, and it is similar to the strength that Li Fuchen revealed before. Ping ping pong. The dark green bamboo pole and the profound light sword madly hit each other. Almost in an instant, the two played a dozen times. Tang Qingyun's face gradually became dignified. Li Fuchen's consciousness was much stronger than he imagined. He wanted to seize the initiative several times, but he was noticed by the other party, but he was caught off guard. If he didn't react quickly, I am afraid I will be at a disadvantage. Consciousness is quite strong. Tang Qingyun's consciousness is naturally far less than Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen is limited by the physical reaction, and it is impossible to play the role of consciousness to the limit. Can play a very small part is not bad. The dark green bamboo pole was dyed with a layer of purple, and Tang Qingyun instantly displayed the profound level top rank martial art purple Qi Divine Needle, a move and a style fierce and exquisite, always able to attack Li Fuchen from an incredible angle. What surprised Tang Qingyun was that his attack could not touch Li Fuchen's body at all. The other party seemed to have foresight and could always avoid in advance. Broken. With true spirit, Tang Qingyun's purple bamboo pole in his hand slammed into Li Fuchen, and the speed was 30% faster than before. It was the unique skill used to defeat Su Lin before, Purple Qi Rainbow. Tang Qingyun thinks that no one can avoid this move except Thunder King Star Sita Lei. But obviously, this does not include Li Fuchen. Tang Qingyun inspired true spirit at the moment. Li Fuchen's consciousness has already reacted, and Li Fuchen instantly dodged when the other party's move was not out. Hey! The purple bamboo pole pierced the afterimage left by Li Fuchen, and a slender needle-like purple qi strength spurted out. Avoided! Tang Qingyun's face changed. Horn of flame, demon. When Tang Qingyun broke out of the unique skill, it was also the moment when it revealed its flaws. At the moment when he dodged the other's unique skill, Li Fuchen was close to Tang Qingyun and stabbed it with a sword. Red one-horned void shadow was as fast as lightning. Tang Qingyun, who used the old move, couldn't dodge at all and couldn't resist with the bamboo pole. The left hand index and middle fingers were together, and the purple chi strength was shot, and the red one-horned void shadow was hard. Boom! The explosion of chi strength, Tang Qingyun flew out, and blood spurted out. This child's consciousness is unimaginable. Tang Qingyun's every move is hard to escape his eyes. In a situation where the offense and defense are about the same, I'm afraid no one is a match for this kid. Outside the Heavenly Dipper Great Array, the shedding body realm martial artist sighed in his heart. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to cultivate one's consciousness. As one's cultivation level increased, one's consciousness would naturally strengthen. And the root bone is high. The natural consciousness is generally very strong, the same 6-star root bone, the same Earth Fiend realm peak cultivation base. Tang Qingyun's consciousness is higher than others, but it is obvious that compared with Li Fuchen, Tang Qingyun's consciousness is weaker. Of course, the shedding body realm martial artist didn't know that Li Fuchen's consciousness was much higher than they imagined. It was limited by the body's reaction, and it was not obvious enough. If Li Fuchen has the body reaction of shedding body realm martial artist, it is estimated that as long as 10% or 20% of the strength, you can kill all the absolute heavens chosen, including the 3 King Star. One move injured Tang Qingyun. Li Fuchen did not give the other party any chance, and another move came out. Tang Qingyun wanted to dodge, but under the consciousness of Li Fuchen, his every move was expected by Li Fuchen. Puff electric flint, red-colored, one-horned void shadow penetrated Tang Qingyun's chest. Li Fuchen wins. Su Lin bit her lip. Obviously, when Li Fuchen fought with her, she didn't come up with 100% of her ability. In most cases, she chose to fight hard with her. If Li Fuchen came up with the ability to fight Tang Qingyun, she could not support a few strokes. Where did she know that before burning heaven true merit broke through to the 17th layer, Li Fuchen's body reaction couldn't support him to fight like this? Later, burning heaven true merit broke through. Li Fuchen wanted to hone burning heaven true merit, continued to choose hard, not deliberately hide this part of the strength. On the heavenly dipper stone pillar, everyone is almost numb. Even Tang Qingyun, the head of the 6 young master, has been defeated. Under the 3 King Star, who is the opponent of Li Fuchen. Perhaps 3 absolute fairy Jiang Roliu has a chance, and her illusion technique is brilliant enough to affect the state of Li Fuchen, but it is just a guess. Li Fuchen consciousness is so high, the spirit will is afraid to be equally strong, and the illusion technique can affect. It is still unknown. As for Dragon Sword Young Master Qi, most people don't think it is Li Fuchen's opponent. Qi, no matter how monstrous, also belongs to the rising star. The age is not much older than Li Fuchen. The strength can catch up with Tang Qingyun is already great. Azure Billow sect people are also numb, including Zhao Wei. Li Fuchen's performance is too monstrous. It is more monstrous than the absolute heavens chosen of the apex. To know that Li Fuchen is only 20 years old, when he is 25 or 6 years old, it is not heaven-defying. Since the founding of Azure Billow sect, such a genius has never been seen. Can be accepted as a personal disciple by the first odd martial artist, we all look down on him. Ouyang Wentian was surprised and delighted. As long as the first odd martial artist is a day, no one dares to move Li Fuchen, and as long as Li Fuchen can live, one day in the future, there is no hope to become an apex, shedding body, realm martial artist. This is also because Li Fuchen is a 1-star root bone. If Li Fuchen is a 5-star root bone, then the future will definitely become an apex, shedding body, realm martial artist. At that time, Azure Billow Sect does not say whether to become an apex force, at least can laugh at Eastern Lean Continent. The 4,300th game, Tung Qinyan against Jiang Ruoliu. One is the head of the 6 young master, the other is the head of the 4 fairies, and the duel between the two is straight after the Battle of King Star. Losing to Li Fuchen did not make Tung Qinyan depressed, but made his aura much sharper. Ping Ping Ping, Jiang Ruoliu's illusion technique has little impact on Tung Qinyan. At least it can't make Tung Qinyan's attack deviate, and the ability to grasp the timing is a little worse. After a great war, the two sides are even. Excluding illusion technique, Jiang Ruoliu's strength is inferior to Su Lin, and Tung Qinyan's strength is stronger than Su Lin. Li Fuchen saw all this in his eyes and secretly thought, Tung Qinyan, last time I lost to you. This time, you will lose. Vault of Heaven dance. Jiang Ruoliu's movement technique changed abruptly as though she was dancing. Her dance was filled with boundless mysteries, as well as an intoxicating aura. More than 90% of the heavens chosen on the heavenly dipper stone pillars felt as though the entire world was filled with Jiang Ruoliu dancing. How beautiful, how peerless. Illusion technique is integrated into martial art. Li Fuchen's face was surprised. Under Jiang Ruoliu's illusory dance, Tung Qinyan's consciousness was finally unstable. Pang! Jiang Ruoliu was in front of Tung Qinyan, seriously injured Tung Qinyan and won the victory. Cultivation became illusion, technique, martial art. Golden Whip King star Jin Sudong's face changed greatly. 3 Absolute Palace. The real fear is not other martial art, but the most terrible illusion, technique, martial art. Chapter 310. Actually cultivated illusion, technique, martial art. Su Lin also changed her face. Martial art contains lethality and can destroy the martial artist's body. Illusion technique contains spirit power and can confuse the martial artist's mind. When the two are combined, it is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Illusion technique martial art, the lowest level is profound level high rank, the cultivation difficulty, it is said to be very exaggerated. 3 Absolute Palace, many heavenly dipper realm martial artist, can successfully cultivate profound level high rank illusion, technique, martial art. 10 out of 10. Once the cultivation is successful, the strength will exceed the same realm martial artist. With Vault of Heaven dance, Ruo Lu's opponents are now only Situ Lei and Qi Heng. 3 Absolute Palace. Lord smiled faintly. On the side, the gray-haired 3 Absolute Palace Supreme Elder said, the strength of Situ Lei doesn't need to say much. Qi Heng's defense is too strong. If Ruo Lu can't break his defense, it's not a simple matter to win. Jiang Ruo Lu, who exposed the illusion technique martial art, instantly surpassed Li Fuchen. In everyone's view, Jiang Ruo Lu is definitely a King Star level character. Except for King Star, no one is an opponent. TSK. This year's Stars ranking tournament is indeed the strongest Stars ranking tournament since the disappearance of the absolute experts. The final rankings are no longer clear. With illusion technique martial art, I am afraid that the position of Thunder King Star Situ Lei is somewhat unstable. Li Fuchen is also very powerful except for 3 King Star and Jiang Ruo Lu. He is the strongest. Everyone talked about it and felt emotional. In the 43-20 game, Li Fuchen won a game smoothly. With the victory of this game, Li Fuchen reached 80 consecutive wins and the heavenly dipper battle chi under his feet transformed from the giant python form to the fierce flood dragon form. Not only did the head grow a horn, but also claws and fangs, and the scales on the body were shiny and neat, like a piece of carefully polished metal copper, exuding terrible pressure and evil chi. Also reached 80 consecutive wins and 3 King Star, Jiangrua Lu and Chiya. The heavenly dipper battle chi under the feet of the 6 people has transformed into the flood dragon form. For a time, the flood dragon roared, shaking the sky, faintly revealing the faint king aura. In the 4,500th game, Chiyuya and Tung Qingyun met. On the round table, Chiyuya's head is tied with a golden crown, and his face is like a crown jade. The left waist is equipped with a sword, and the right waist is a flute. At the same time, with a smile on his face, a unique and fierce aura is filled, like the emperor of the sword. He lifted the corner of his mouth and spoke with self-mockery and confidence. Everyone probably thinks that I am not a match for Li Fuchen. Everyone probably thinks that my strength is only comparable to yours. Ting Qingyun frowned. He didn't know what Chiyuya was going to say. Chiyuya, not a supporting role. Teng Qingyun, let's start with you. A gust of wind blew, and Chiyuya's clothes fluttered in the golden robe. Clang! The sword was unsheathed. The golden sword shone brightly under the sunlight. Heavenly dragon sword art. Heavenly dragon examines the heart. Roar! A terrible sword cry sounded. The next moment, a dazzling golden light burst out, and a golden dragon phantom suddenly appeared and swam toward Tung Qingyun. The strong emperor's chi and sword chi filled the air wantonly. It seemed that the whole world was covered by this sword. This sword is overbearing to the extreme. This sword is powerful to the extreme. Under this sword, all skills seem to have lost their meaning. What heavenly dragon sword art? On the heavenly dipper stone pillar, all the heavens chosen are dumbfounded, like Tung Qingyun's purple chi divine needle. Chiyuya's heavenly dragon sword art is also a profound level-top rank sword technique, and it is the most terrifying profound level-top rank sword technique. It is the secret of heavenly dragon sword sect. The ordinary gold true disciple is not qualified to cultivate, and only Chiyuya, the rare sword Dao genius, can make an exception. And once the cultivation of heavenly dragon sword art, it means that Chiyuya has become one of the heirs of sect master, and there is a chance to compete for the position of sect master in the future. The entire heavenly dragon sword sect, Shedding Body Realm, is qualified to cultivate heavenly dragon sword art, no more than 10 people. Earth Fiend Realm cultivation base, only Chiyuya. Outside the heavenly dipper great array, Sky Dragon Sword Sect Master's eyes were full of confidence. Chiyuya was not an ordinary sword Dao prodigy, but a rare sword Dao prodigy of the Sky Dragon Sword Sect in 1,000 years. Not only had he cultivated the hidden dragon sword technique to the great perfection realm in just a few years, he had also practiced the Sky Dragon sword art to the great accomplishment. Profound level-top rank sword technique. Li Fuchen had to admit that Chiyuya was the most talented potential heavens chosen he had ever seen. Heavenly dragon sword art. Tung Qingyun's face changed. His purple chi divine needle is just an ordinary profound level-top rank martial art, and heavenly dragon sword art is the top profound level-top rank martial art. The golden dragon phantom broke through the air, and the terrifying pressure and sword chi were also crazy. Tung Qingyun screamed, and the dark green bamboo pole in his hand was purple chi. At this moment, Tung Qingyun displayed purple chi divine needle to the extreme. Broken. The dark green bamboo pole turned into an infinite purple shadow, and the purple shadow converged into a beam of purple light, facing the golden dragon phantom. The golden light and the purple light are intertwined. An entire round table seems to be trembling. The next moment, a golden dragon phantom that shrank a circle, toward the chi strength and swooped to Teng Qingyan. Crackle and rattle. Teng Qingyan waved the dark green bamboo pole and struggled to resist. When the golden dragon phantom was smashed, Teng Qingyan broke into a cold sweat. Heavenly dragon sword art. Heavenly dragon soaring. Hey! A resounding sword cry rang out once more. The image of a golden dragon streaked across the sky like a golden rainbow. It was even faster than before, and its power was even more ferocious. After resisting 3 or 4 strokes, Teng Qingyan could no longer resist, and the golden dragon phantom cut through the body, protecting true qi, and the whole person flew out. For a time, the blood mist was filled. 2 strokes, Teng Qingyan was defeated. The strength of Qi Yi shocked everyone. We all underestimated Qi Yi. His strength is also King Star level, and unlike Zhang Ruliu, Qi Yi's strength is the strength of the upright, and Zhang Ruliu needs to rely on illusion technique to confuse the opponent's mind. The situation is getting more and more confusing. I really don't know what the final outcome will be. After taking a deep breath, the crowd was filled with excitement. Although they weren't the ones who were strong, to be able to witness such a showdown between top-notch geniuses was still an enjoyable experience for them. In another 3 years, there probably wouldn't be such a grand occasion anymore. After defeating Teng Qingyan, Qi Yi won all the way and reached 82 consecutive wins. In the 83rd battle, I finally met a super heavyweight, Golden Whip King star Jin Sudong. No one thought that Qi Yi would meet the 3 King Stars so soon. According to the previous example, Heavenly Dipper Great Array, generally the strong will be left behind. Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong looks gloomy. There are too many uncertain factors in this session. A Zhang Ruliu and a Qi Yi are uncertain factors. He does not have absolute certainty to beat the 2. Jin Sudong shoot. Chapter 311. Booming, 2 people fight, naturally earth-shattering. On the round table, the golden chi strength is madly intertwined, accompanied by the golden dragon phantom and the golden whip shadow. Jin Sudong's martial art talent is far less than Qi Yi, and the martial art is just a set of profound level-high rank whip technique. But Jin Sudong has a half-step Heavenly Dipper realm cultivation base, and body refining talent is quite good. It is obvious that a profound, level top, rank body refining cultivation technique is cultivated to a very high realm. The golden whip in the hand swings up, whining, as if a bunch of twisted and tangled light is spurting and sputtering. Ordinary people don't say close to Jin Sudong. I am afraid that just on the round table, it will be swept away by the wanton golden light, shocked. Just Qi Yi is not simple. The Heavenly Dragon Sword art cultivation to the realm of great accomplishment, a man and a sword. Invincible, the Golden Dragon Phantom seems to be condensed by countless sword light. Every time it collides with the Golden Whip Shadow, it will break out endless sword light and sword chi. The battle of the 2 has surpassed the level of Earth Fiend Realm. Some of the newly promoted Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists are estimated to be so strong, maybe not as good as the 2. Too strong. The battle of King Star level made everyone stunned. The strength of each blow of the 2 men is so great that they can easily kill them several times. I am afraid that even if a group of people go up, they will be crushed unless they can be preemptive. Worthy is Heavenly Dragon Sword art. Li Fuqin, secretly praised. Eastern Lin Continent has 10 5-star secret techniques and 10 profound, level top, rank martial art. This Heavenly Dragon Sword art is the 7th profound, level top, rank martial art. In comparison, Azure Billow Sec's profound, level top rank sword technique is undoubtedly much worse. Azure Billow Sec sword technique is roughly divided into 2 veins. One is the water vein, the other is the fire vein. The water vein has Azure Billow sword technique. This sword technique is very famous throughout Eastern Lin Continent. It is estimated that it can be ranked in the top 50, and Fire Vein's Burning Heaven sword technique can also be ranked in the top 50. But compared with the 7th Heavenly Dragon sword art, the gap is not a little bit, at least a level. Fortunately, his Heavenly Dragon sword art seems to be only at the realm of perfection. Otherwise, it is estimated that Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong can't stop a few swords. The realm of martial arts mastery was further divided into 3 realms, namely the Perfection Realm, the Peak Realm, and the Perfection Realm. Perfection meant that you had already cultivated this martial art to a very high level of mastery. On the other hand, reaching the peak of perfection meant that you had completely grasped this martial art and had begun to integrate your own will into it. As for the trance level, that was the level of sword intent. Reaching this level meant that you had comprehended the sword intent of the sword art. From then on, using this sword art would be like breathing, and there wouldn't be any obstructions. Furthermore, it would allow this sword art to be more in line with the heavenly Tao, allowing you to unleash an extremely terrifying might. Under normal circumstances, only a mystic class high-tier sword art at the peak of perfection could contend against or even suppress a mystic class mid-tier sword art at the level of sword intent. But a mystic class peak-tier sword art was different. A mystic class peak-tier sword art was too powerful. There was no need to talk about earth class sword techniques. At this level, sword techniques had already interfered with the operation of nature and the secrets of heaven and earth. Earth class was not just for show. It had its own unique meaning. Mystic class sword technique, containing a trace of heaven and earth mystery, cannot interfere with the natural operation for the time being, but also on the way to interfere with the natural operation. Mystic class peak tier, representing the top level of mystery, is only a step away from interfering with the natural operation. This level of martial art is very terrifying, basically the mystery to the extreme. Under normal circumstances, the mystic class peak tier sword technique of the realm of perfection can suppress the mystic class high tier sword technique at the level of sword intent. If it is the mystic class peak tier sword technique of the peak of perfection, not to mention, if Chi Yuya cultivates the heavenly dragon sword art to the peak of perfection among the 3 king stars, it is estimated that only Thunder King Star Situ, Lei, can compete with it. And this is because Thunder King Star Situ, Lei, has a half-step Heavenly Dipper Realm cultivation base. Li Fuchin rose too fast. If he rose slowly and participated in the next star list great competition, he estimated that he would have the opportunity to contact the Mystic Class Peak Tier, Sword Technique Burning, Heaven Sword Technique. Now, his background is still too shallow, and he has not been exposed to some sect secrets. The Great War is heating up step by step. Everyone can find that Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong, who has a half-step Heavenly Dipper Realm cultivation base, has fallen a bit, and his opponent, Chiya, is only Earth Fiend Realm Peak cultivation base. Impossible, impossible. Jin Sudong roared. The golden whip in his hand danced wildly, and the golden whip shadow was like golden magma splashing, trying to compete with Chi Yuya's Heavenly Dragon Sword art. But Chi Yuya's Heavenly Dragon Sword art is too mysterious. Every move is so terrifying, so deep, there are no weaknesses in all aspects, no flaws to speak of. Give me a break. Jin Sudong's face blue veins were exposed, and a huge golden whip shadow, like the halo of the rising sun, swept in all directions. Heavenly Dragon Sword art, Heavenly Dragon's Wrath. Chiya also broke out the Heavenly Dragon Sword art unique skill. A sword out, endless sword light gathered, condensed into a golden dragon with teeth and claws. The golden dragon roared, turned into a long rainbow, and madly rushed out. Hong, hong, hong. The golden chi strength has been viscous like water, splashing wantonly. Casually, a golden chi strength can kill a heaven's chosen. In this endless golden chi strength, even Heavenly Dipper Realm low-rank martial artist will be afraid. Puff after all, Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong was the weakest one among the 3 king stars. His battle power was not as good as Thunder King Star Sitalei, and his defense was not as good as immovable King Star Chi hung. A large amount of golden sword light condensed together and swept over, instantly tearing apart his defensive circle and his protective Jinchi. Jin Sudong spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. If he didn't cultivate the profound, level top, rank body, refining cultivation technique, this sword was enough to penetrate his chest. A sword hit Jin Sudong. Chi Yuya stood with a sword, did not chase the breath of the body, more and more intense, like the emperor of the sword. Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong lost. Incredible, incredible. This is the first time in decades that King Star has been defeated. In the past, King Star could laugh to the end, or after participating in a star list great competition, early promoted to Heavenly Dipper Realm Martial Artist. This star list great competition is too special. I have a hunch that maybe King Star will fall. Impossible. Thunder King Star Sitalay is absolutely strong, and the defense of King Star Chi Hung is also ridiculously strong. If you want to beat them, the difficulty will increase a level. What else can't happen? Let's wait and see. Jin Sudong's defeat was out of everyone's expectations, but it was also within reason. Chi Yuya, who has mastered the Heavenly Dragon Sword art, is too powerful. No one thought that Chi Yuya could cultivate the Heavenly Dragon Sword art to great accomplishment. You should know that Heavenly Dragon Sword sect also has other profound level-top rank sword techniques. The power of some profound level-top rank sword techniques is similar to the power of Tung Qingyun's Purple Chi Divine Needle. Not so exaggerated. Is Jin Sudong also defeated? Chi Heng's pupils shrank and stared at Chi Yuya. Chapter 312. 84 consecutive wins. 85 consecutive wins. 86 consecutive wins. 87 consecutive wins. There are only 5 people left who can win in a row, namely Thunder King Star Sitalay, King Star Chi Hung, Dragon Sword Young Master Chi Yuya, 3 Absolute Fairy Jiang Roliu, and Li Fuchen. Since defeating Ting Qingyun, Li Fuchen has not encountered any opponents, but Chi Yuya has defeated Tung Qingyun and Jin Sudong. Chi Yuya's 88th game again encountered a strong enemy, but it is 3 Absolute Fairy Jiang Roliu. The battle between the two has set off a storm. Chi Yuya is strong, but Jiang Roliu's illusion technique martial art is not vegetarian. If the spirit willpower can't hold it, it doesn't matter how strong you are. In the face of Jiang Roliu, Chi Yuya's face finally became dignified. Illusion technique martial art, it is impossible to prevent. No one knows whether to resist, and if you can't bear it, his strength can play half as good. It is impossible to be the opponent of Jiang Roliu. Fortunately for illusion technique martial art, he is not unprepared. On the stage, Jiang Roliu broke out the imposing manner, containing the imposing manner of concept domain, which seemed to cut the space where the round table was located, and in it was always under the impact of the illusion technique aura. Chi Yuya's heart tightened, and everything he saw was distorted, and there was a hint of double shadow. Fortunately, the distortion is not very serious, the distance of the double shadow is very small, and his Heavenly Dragon Sword art, the attack range is quite wide, and there is almost no effect. Vault of Heaven Dance. Jiang Roliu figure is unfolded and fluttering. The dance is full of magic and fierce aura. This time, in the eyes of Chi Yuya, the double shadow distance has been enlarged more than 10 times, and the spirit will has appeared violent fluctuations, wanting to indulge in it. Very powerful illusion, technique, martial art. Chi Yuya's face changed greatly. Illusion technique martial art is several times more powerful than he imagined. If there is no other means, he will lose. The left hand turned. The long flute on the right waist fell into the hand, and Chi Yuya blew it. The sound of the flute is very passionate, and the tone is cadence. Hearing the sound of the flute, everyone seems to see a tragic battlefield. The two armies confront each other, and the sound of killing is earth-shattering. On a pile of corpses, Chiya is stepping on the corpse, holding the flute in his left hand, holding the golden long sword in his right hand, and exuding an incomparably strong overlord aura. At this moment, he is not only the emperor of the sword, but also the god of the sword. Bo, 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 bo! On the round platform, the illusion aura dissipated by more than half, and Zhang Ruoliu's Vault of the Heavens dance also stagnated. Sound wave martial art. Zhang Ruoliu's face darkened. There are many kinds of sound wave martial art. There are pure lethality, and there are also those that stimulate blood qi. The sound wave martial art that Chiya displays is obviously a type of spirit. To a certain extent, it can eliminate the side effects of illusion technique. Break. Vault of Heaven dance is an illusion technique, not only full of illusion technique, but also very fast, very flexible. Zhang Ruoliu figure swayed, appeared on the left side of Chiya, palm shot out. Under the influence of the illusory aura, this palm was also extremely blurry. It seemed real yet fake, illusory yet real. Hey! Holding the sword in his right hand, Chiya pierced Zhang Ruoliu's palm technique chi strength, and the golden sword light spilled out, forcing Zhang Ruoliu to quickly retreat, embarrassed. Zhang Ruoliu, others are afraid of your illusion, technique, martial art, not necessarily I am afraid. Heavenly dragon sword art, soaring heavenly dragon. The sound of the flute does not stop. Chiyuye's movement technique is displayed, and the long sword in his hand is waved. The golden sword light condenses into a golden dragon and soars toward Zhang Ruoliu. Crackle and rattle. Zhang Ruoliu's defense was broken clean, and the golden sword light that sputtered was like a wave, drowning her in it. After a few strokes, Zhang Ruoliu finally admitted defeat. Her Vault of the Heavens dance has little effect on Chiya. If Chiya is only a little stronger than her, she still has hope to win, but Chiyuye's frontal combat strength is too strong, stronger than her. After defeating Zhang Ruoliu, Chiyuye's momentum reached its peak, and he'll be the king star of this star list great competition. According to the rules of the star list great competition, only the top 3 can be called king star. King star represents the king of the star list and the king of heaven's chosen. Although king star's talent potential may not be the top 3, at least the strength is the top 3, which is enough. After all, people who can become king star talent potential, even if it is bad, at least it is the top 10 and it can be king star. As for Li Fuchen, this moment was forgotten by everyone. In everyone's view, Li Fuchen is strong. I am afraid it will not be the opponent of Jin Sudong and Zhang Ruoliu, and Jin Sudong and Zhang Ruoliu lost to Chiya. At this moment, the star list great competition has entered the late stage. The strength ranking is also beginning to take shape. Among the 6 young masters, Dragon Sword Young Master Chiya is first, Eternal Spring Young Master Ting Qingyun is second, Flying Sword Young Master Luo Feiyun is third, Gale Young Master Han Yiming is fourth, Battle Spirit Young Master Xiahou Chuan is fifth, Heavenly Star Young Master Morongdi is sixth. Among the 4 fairies, Zhang Ruoliu defeated Su Lin and is still the head of the 4 fairies. Su Lin is still the second, the third is Su Muyu, the fourth is Yan Qinggu. The mixed ranking of 6 young masters and 4 fairies: Chiya first, Zhang Ruoliu second, Tang Qingyun third, Su Lin fourth, Luo Feiyun fifth, Han Yiming sixth, Xiahou Chuan seventh, Morongdi eighth, Su Muyu ninth, Yan Qinggu 10th. The next game, Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong against Zhang Ruoliu. This battle has been entangled for a long time. On the front strength, Jin Sudong is a lot stronger than Zhang Ruoliu. However, Jin Sudong did not have a sound wave martial art that could compete with the illusion technique martial art, and eventually lost to Zhang Ruoliu. Li Fuchen's personal 95th game, and the person of the duel is Jin Sudong. Jin Sudong's face is very ugly. As one of the 3 king stars, he has lost to Chiyuye and Zhang Ruoliu, which is undoubtedly a huge shame. To know that king star is a symbol of glory, it is reasonable to win, and it is more ugly than other people losing. He seems to have heard that someone is discussing that his king star is too bad. Qi Yuye and Jiang Ruliu are strong, but you are king star, and you have to come up with your own prestige. The last star list great competition. Qi Yuye is ranked 28th, and Jiang Ruliu is only 7th. The progress of the two is much bigger than him. Therefore, when fighting with Li Fuqin, Jin Sudong's face is a lot colder. He can't lose again. Otherwise, he will become the joke of this star list great competition. Jin Sudong is a bit miserable. Qi Heng shook his head. This can only blame himself. The skill is not as good as others, and it is useless to say anything. Sido Lei sneers. Qi Heng is silent. In fact, this can't blame Jin Sudong. His progress is big enough. Except for Qi Yuye and Jiang Ruliu. Dealing with other people can be pressed. Unfortunately, Qi Yuye is too abnormal, and Jiang Ruliu's illusion technique martial art is too unsolvable. Look at this battle. Qi Heng stared at the two people on the round table. On the round table, Jin Sudong holds the golden iron whip and says coldly to Li Fuqin, I advise you to take the initiative to admit defeat. Don't let me fight. Li Fuqin's strength is only better than Tang Qinyan. He doesn't think the other party is qualified to fight with himself. Don't try how to know. Chapter 3:13. The sword essence fragment was different from other secret techniques. The incomplete sword essence secret art didn't need to be activated. It was a bit like a bone weapon that could convert true qi into sword qi. Because it didn't need to be activated, it could be stacked with other secret techniques. For example, now Li Fuqin stimulated pure yang astral qi. Pure yang astral qi flowed through the bones, transformed into black iron sword qi, and black iron sword qi could be further enhanced by the profound light sword in his hand. As such, the significance of the sword essence fragment was different. The black iron sword essence itself was equivalent to a 4-star secret technique, but with the pure yang astral energy, it could reach the 5-star level. Moreover, Li Fuqin's real trump card is the bronze sword essence. 70% of his bones were black iron sword essence, and 30% were bronze sword essence. Although it is only 30%, the power is heaven and earth. Li Fuqin does not intend to use it until the critical moment. Otherwise, it is too shocking. He can be sure that even 10 Thunder King Star Situlei will be killed by his bronze sword qi. Courting death. Jin Sudong was enraged and burst out with his cultivation and secret technique. The golden whip in his hand turned into a golden rainbow and blasted at Li Fuqin. The power of this blow is great to the extreme. In a previous game, Jin Sudong whipped Ting Qinyan out and defeated Tang Qinyan with 3 whips. In his opinion, even if Li Fuqin's consciousness was strong and could dodge the first whip, but the next few whips would gradually compress Li Fuqin's dodging space, causing him to eventually have to fight head-on, and at that time, whether it was momentum or state, it would be reduced and he would only be defeated more miserably. Aren't you going to dodge? In Jin Sudong's vision, Li Fuqin instantly drew his sword and slashed at him. Li Fuqin did not intend to dodge. Fighting with Tang Qinyan, he can use consciousness to defeat the other side. But fighting with Jin Sudong, using consciousness to defeat the other side will be extremely difficult. There is no need. In the body, the burning heaven true qi was transformed into pure yang aura qi, and the pure yang aura qi was transformed into black iron sword qi. The black iron sword qi passed through the profound light sword, combined with the flaming demon sword art, transformed into a more terrifying black iron sword aura. The red-black sword aura appeared extremely violent and awe-inspiring. In the void, a red-black sword mark flashed and disappeared. The next moment, the red-black sword aura tore through the golden rainbow, and like a hot knife through butter, blasted in front of Jin Sudong. What? Jin Sudong couldn't believe his eyes. That move just now, although he didn't go all out, he still brought out his regular combat strength. but it was easily broken by Li Fuchen. The golden whip shook, and Jin Sudong resolved the black iron sword aura. His figure staggered back a dozen steps. Jin Sudong was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone was shocked. Even if it is Chiya, his eyes cannot help but become cold. Li Fuchen actually concealed his ability. How much ability did he conceal? This Li Fuchen isn't thinking of defeating the Golden Whip King star, Jin Sudong, right? Impossible. At this moment, no one dared to make wild guesses. Every time they thought Li Fuchen had revealed his full strength, Li Fuchen would always burst out with an even stronger strength, as though there was no end to it. This is Ouyang Wentian hesitated. It's a special secret technique. Next to Ouyang Wentian, an Azure Billow Sect Supreme Elder said. Yes, it should be a special secret technique. A special secret technique that can be superimposed with other secret techniques. If I guess correctly, this should be taught to him by the first mystic martial artist. I didn't expect him to learn it so quickly, and it seems to be very high. Another Azure Billow Sect Supreme Elder said. As Azure Billow Sect Supreme Elder, the two are more knowledgeable than Ouyang Wentian, so they can see it at a glance. But both of them thought that this was the first odd martial artist taught Li Fuchen. Golden Absolute Hall Master's face is quite gloomy. Jin Sudong is defeated again and again. If he loses this time, his Golden Absolute Hall will become a joke. Jin Sudong, who was beaten back by Li Fuchen for a dozen steps, groaned, and the strength broke out to the limit, no longer reserved, and then rushed to Li Fuchen, a whip waved over. The dazzling golden whip shadow is like a golden waterfall. Wanli to Li Fuchen, ordinary people are swept by this whip shadow, must be broken bones. But this does not include Li Fuchen. Before the sword, Li Fuchen did not exert all the strength, just a little test. After all, the 5-star secret technique is too powerful. Pure yang astral chi with black iron sword essence is not a common realm of 5-star secret technique, but the perfection level 5-star secret technique. If it is fully displayed, it is enough to kill Jin Sudong with a sword. So that sword, Li Fuchen only exerted 40% to 40% of the strength. But even with 40% of the strength, it easily broke Jin Sudong's whip technique. At this moment, seeing Jin Sudong go all out, Li Fuchen still maintained 40% to 40% of the strength, and Jin Sudong had a hard fight. This time, Li Fuchen only had a slight upper hand. After Black Iron Sword aura broke Jin Sudong's golden whip shadow, the remaining sword aura quickly dissipated. Give me defeat, defeat, defeat. Jin Sudong is almost crazy, and the offensive is endless like a storm. Just under Li Fuchen's superb consciousness, Jin Sudong's every move is like an insect on a spider web, without any threat. 10 strokes, 20 strokes, 50 strokes. Jin Sudong is declining, and the whip technique is a little sluggish. Flame Demon when Xian. Li Fuchen hit a sword, and the black iron sword aura ran through the body of Jin Sudong. Actually won. It's terrible. This kind of person is extremely dangerous. No one knows how many trump cards he has. If he is an enemy, he can escape. In everyone's eyes, Li Fuchen went from being unfathomable to abnormally dangerous. Hey! Chi Hung shook his head. Jin Sudong was defeated again. Although Jin Sudong was defeated, it had nothing to do with him. But as one of the King Star, Chi Hung was still a little upset. 3 King Star, 1 glory, 1 loss, 1 loss, 1 loss. The other 2, prestige will also be lost. Jin Sudong, these people I will solve one by one. 3 King Star cannot be damaged because of your glory. Chi Hung secretly thought. His strength, why is it so strong? Among the people, the most dumbfounded is undoubtedly Dolin clan number 2 young giant Xiaoshi. Before that, he regarded Li Fuchen as a prey, and now Li Fuchen, the prey, has become a giant dragon, which made him frightened. Defeating Jin Sudong, Li Fuqin reached 95 consecutive wins. This result, currently only 4 people maintain, namely Thunder King Star Sita Lei, King Star Chi Hung, Dragon Sword Young Master Chiyuya, and Li Fuqin. The first 3 are basically the top 4, and Li Fuqin is still unable to determine the top 4 because there is still a Zhang Roliu he has not defeated. If you can beat this star list great competition, his result is the worst is also the 4th. Li Fuqin's personal 98th game. The opponent is Zhang Roliu. Zhang Roliu's illusion technique, martial art, vault of heaven dance. Even Ting Qingyan and Jin Sudong can't resist. Even Chiyuya has to rely on sound wave martial art to compete. So this battle suspense is very big. It's just that, in Li Fuqin's view, the threat of Zhang Roliu is very low, and I am afraid that even Ting Qingyan can't compare. On the round table, Zhang Roliu first broke out with imposing manner of illusion technique and wanted to test Li Fuqin. Chapter 314. Worthy is the first odd martial artist personal disciple. Zhang Roliu's heart sank. She had a hunch. Li Fuqin was afraid that she did not want to meet the person. Vault of Heaven Dance. Zhang Roliu's dance movements seemed to have a magical power. Even a corner of her clothes would bring about endless illusions. Every time Zhang Roliu used the Vault of Heaven Dance, most of the geniuses on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars didn't dare to look at her. They were afraid that they would fall into the illusion and reveal their ugly side. Opposite, Li Fuqin's eyes are clear. Zhang Roliu's Vault of Heaven Dance is indeed very powerful. Although he is not affected, his mind is very sensitive, and he can judge the power level of Vault of Heaven Dance without being affected. Flame Demon Killing Shadow. The Balrog's Killing Shadow, which was driven by the Black Iron Sword Chi, was more than 30% more powerful. A red and black cover covered Zhang Roliu. The next moment, countless black iron sword aura intertwined and raged, leaving sword marks on Zhang Roliu's body. Almost in an instant, Zhang Roliu became a bloody man. Zhang Roliu defeated cleanly and miserably. What? He is not afraid of illusion technique. The strength of Li Fuqin's performance. Everyone is not surprised, but Li Fuqin is not afraid of the characteristics of illusion technique, but shocked everyone. Not afraid of illusion technique, there are only 2 explanations. Either there is a hidden talent immune to illusion technique, or the spirit will is strong enough to ignore illusion technique. No matter which one it was, they were both extremely terrifying. If this child grows up, it is the nemesis of my 3 Absolute Palace. 3 Absolute Palace. Lord frowned. 3 Absolute Palace can be ranked as one of the top 10 forces, mainly relying on illusion technique martial art. But if illusion technique martial art is useless, 3 Absolute Palace will undoubtedly be removed from the top 10 forces and replaced by other forces. Fortunately, there is only one Li Fuqin. Following Li Fuqin's victory over Zhang Roliu, the top 4 of this year's stars ranking had basically been determined. Thunderous King Star Sita Lei and immovable King Star Chi Hung might not have met many elite prodigies so far. But with the strength displayed by the 2 of them, the top 4 was stable, and there was no need to compete. In the 5,300th game, immovable King Star Chi Hung appeared, and this time his opponent was Ting Qingyan. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks sputtered. Ting Qingyan's dark green bamboo pole madly whipped on Chi Hung. But what made everyone afraid was that Chi Hung had no scars on his body, and his powerful defense actually ignored Ting Qingyan's full attack. I admit defeat. Ting Qingyan was disappointed. If he couldn't even break through the opponent's defense, how was he supposed to fight? The 5,468th game. Thunder King Star Situ lay against Su Lin. Thunder Fist. In the face of the same half-step Heavenly Dipper Realm, and the cultivation technique reached the 17th layer of Su Lin, Thunder King Star Situ only made a punch. A punch! The sky is full of thunder, endless thunder gathered together, condensed into a huge thunder and lightning fist, bombarded on Su Lin. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Su Lin's whole body shot out, and the thunder and lightning raged. Level 17 Cultivation Method. Li Fuchen raised his brows. The cultivation technique of Sitolei is not a general profound level top rank cultivation technique, but the #1 cultivation technique of Thunder God Sect, the famous thunder and lightning divine merit of Eastern Lin Continent. The same is the 17th layer realm. The destructive power of thunder and lightning divine merit is definitely the first in Eastern Lin Continent. On the comprehensive ranking, thunder and lightning divine merit is at least the top 3. In addition, Situ Lei's martial art realm is obviously much higher than Su Lin. The 5,600 game. Qi Hung fights Jiang Ruoliu. Although he knows that he can't be a Qi Hung opponent, Jiang Ruoliu wants to know if his illusion technique martial art Vault of Heaven dance can affect Qi Hung. Facts have proven that illusion technique martial arts are illusion technique martial arts. Even the immovable king star Qi Hung had a trace of illusion. Unfortunately, Qi Hung's defense is too strong. Jiang Ruoliu's attack is just a drizzle for Qi Hung. After being attacked a few times, Qi Hung seized the opportunity and punched Jiang Ruoliu. Next, Sitolei also defeated Jiang Ruoliu. As the first king star, Sitolei's strength is much stronger than Jiang Ruoliu's. Even if there is a trace of hallucination, it does not prevent him from roughly determining the location of Jiang Ruoliu. Next, all he has to do is throw a punch. With this punch, the endless thunder condenses into a fist and blasts into the void. Just the aftermath of the thunder and lightning makes Jiang Ruoliu seriously injured, and the illusion technique martial art is broken. Then, Situ Lei defeated Golden Whip King star Jin Sudong. Also King star, Jin Sudong's strength is more than a little worse than Situ Lei. On the cultivation technique, Jin Sudong's cultivation technique is not as good as Situ Lei's thunder and lightning divine merit. On the cultivation technique realm, Jin Sudong is only the 16th layer apex, which is not as good as Situ Lei's 17th layer cultivation technique realm. In terms of speed, Situ Lei's speed is as fast as lightning, and the momentum is like thunder. So, it is still a punch, and Jin Sudong was defeated. Perhaps for Situ Lei, whether it is Jin Sudong or Jiang Ruoliu or Su Lin, it is almost the same. Anyway, it can't take his punch. Situ Lei's strength is too strong. Qi Heng's defense is also strong. Maybe only Situ Lei's fist can break his defense. I don't know if Qi Yuya and Li Fuchen can break his defense. It's hard to say. The situation is confusing. At the end of the Star List Great Competition, everyone is holding their breath. This Star List Great Competition is known as the strongest session since the disappearance of Super Expert. It turns out that the rumors are not wrong. This session is indeed the strongest session. The last Situ Lei and Qi Hung were invincible, and every game was a crushing opponent. Jin Sudong is a lot worse. If it is not the last session, there is no powerful heavens chosen. Jin Sudong is difficult to become the third king star, and this session, the invincible people have changed from 2 to 4. Qi Yuya and Li Fuchen have been invincible so far, and every game has been won cleanly, without a trace of suspense. On the Heavenly Dipper Stone Pillar, the Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi in the form of Flood Dragon under the feet of the 4 people roared from time to time. Compared with the Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi of some other heavens chosen, the Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi of the 4 people is more ferocious, more overbearing, and the King Aura is more intense, faintly changing from Flood Dragon to True Dragon. As a result, the 4 people are also set off by the Domineering Extraordinary, all with the heaven's chosen king, the atmosphere of the future Lord. I didn't expect that my Azure Billow sect disciple could go to this step. Zhao Endless can't believe this fact. Before the start of the Star List Great Competition, his best expectation for Li Fuqin was the top 30 or the top 20, and he didn't think about the top 10, let alone the top 4. And now it seems that Li Fuqin is likely to become one of the new 3 king stars. Who can see the future? We are just a shrimp in the long river of fate, drifting. Ouyang Wentian said. On the side, the 2 Azure Billow Sect Supreme Elders nodded, although they were shedding body realm martial artists. But in the face of fate, they were no different from ants, and to see through the fate of another person, how difficult, especially the fate of the prodigy. Rumble. Heavenly Dipper Stone Pillar sank, and Li Fuqin's 101st battle came. On the other side, Qiyuye's Heavenly Dipper Stone Pillar also sank. The 2 looked at each other, and the eyes hit sparks in the void. Chapter 315. Whiz, whiz. The 2 fell on the round table, and the speed was as fast as lightning. Heavenly Dragon Sword Art. Heavenly Dragon asks heart. Qiyuye didn't talk nonsense, and there was no sense of exploration. When he came up, he displayed the profound, level-top, rank sword technique, Heavenly Dragon Sword Art. Endless sword light gathered together, condensed into a golden dragon, and violently hit Li Fuqin. This sword seems to be stronger than defeating Golden Whip King star, Jin Sudong. I heard that Qiyuye not only has a 6-star root bone, but also has Sword Vein, which can increase Sword Dao lethality. Maybe the rumors are true. Many people are talking. Outside the Heavenly Dipper Great Array, Heavenly Dragon Sword Sect Master smiled faintly. If it is only based on talent potential, Qiyuye is not worthy of the reputation of Heavenly Dragon Sword Sect's rare Sword Dao genius in a millennium. But Sword Vein is different. Heavenly Dragon Sword Sect has been 1,000 years. Talent potential is comparable to Qiyuye, but there is no Sword Vein. There is Sword Vein, but there is no Qiyuye talent potential. The so-called Sword Vein is a kind of innate physique. This physique has a natural perception of Sword Dao, and in the dark there will be an invisible strength to add to the sword technique, making the sword technique power increase. The most terrifying thing is that Sword Vein is not a dust. With the increase of the cultivation base, Sword Vein will slowly awaken, and when awakened to a certain extent, it is enough to develop a terrifying Sword Dao divine ability. Those who have Sword Vein, the general talent potential is very strong. In ancient times, known as the future Sword Dao Supreme Expert. In the face of Qiyuye's strong sword, Li Fuqin slightly increased his strength and brought his strength to 70% of this appearance. Black Iron Sword Aura is like the sword of Demon God, slaughtering out and slashing with the golden dragon. Clang, clang, clang. On the round table, the golden sword light is like a fine sword rain, crazy spray, and Li Fuqin urges the red and black iron sword aura intertwined, all annihilated the sword rain. Blocked? Qiyuye looks a little. In the battle with Golden Whip King star Jin Sudong, he only slightly stimulated Sword Vein, and now he basically stimulated Sword Vein. These 4 people are not on the same level as us at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. In their view, Qiyuye and Li Fuqin are already able to fight with Situ, Lei Qiheng, maybe a little worse than Sita Lei, but definitely not weaker than Qiheng. At least it seems that it is possible to break Qiheng's defense. As everyone expected, Qiheng's expression became much more solemn. In his view, Qiyuye and Li Fuqin have been able to break his defense, which means that the 2 are hopeful to beat him. Li Fuqin, you are the first person to force me to the limit of my strength. Qiyuye took a deep breath, and in the depths of the meridians, a trace of strength was squeezed out. If someone can see through Qiyuye's body, they can find that Qiyuye's meridians are pale gold, completely different from ordinary people. This is the legendary Sword Dao physique, Sword Vein. Sword Vein is incomparably tough, can withstand more powerful scouring, and has Sword Vein, internal injury recovery is also very fast. To know that martial artist fights, it is generally internal injury, and internal injury is generally meridian damage or 5 viscera and 6 bowels damage. But Chiya does not have to worry about meridian damage. As for the 5 viscera and 6 bowels damage, it does not matter. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels are connected to the meridian. The meridian is strong, and it can also moisten the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Of course, this will consume the strength of sword vein. Sword vein is pale gold, and the strength squeezed out of sword vein is also pale gold. This trace of pale gold strength follows the arm sword vein and pours into the golden long sword. The next moment, the golden long sword in Chiyuya's hand burst into a more dazzling golden light, and it seems that there is a sword mark outlining the surface of the golden long sword, increasing sword force. Heavenly dragon sword art, heavenly dragon soaring. The golden rainbow is like a golden lightning connecting the heavens and the earth, and it goes to Li Fuchen. This sword, whether it is power or speed, has reached a shocking level. This child has the legendary sword vein, and the sword Dao lethality is almost doubled. Azure Billow Sect, Supreme Elder Frowns. In the history of Azure Billow Sect, there has not been any sword vein. For thousands of years, only Heavenly Dragon Sword Sect, Enling, Shao, Sword Sect have appeared in a few sword veins. Strength can still increase. Seeing this, Li Fuchen also frowned. He couldn't understand where Chiyuya's strength came from, but it doesn't matter if you understand or not. The strength is mobilized to 90%. The profound light sword in Li Fuchen's hand has been dyed red and black, like a demon's sword. On the demon's sword, the sword aura swallows and spits, and an extremely terrifying sword Dao aura pervades. At this moment, Li Fuchen becomes like a sword demon. Split. Holding the sword in both hands, Li Fuchen smashed a sword. Hey, most of them are black sword aura, like a chaotic blade, crazy cut to the golden rainbow. For a time, within 10 feet in front of Li Fuchen, it was filled with red and black sharp chi flow. Like the sound of the cloth tearing, the golden rainbow was cut into dozens of pieces, and it could not compete with Li Fuchen's black iron sword aura. What? It broke again. Chiyuya is angry. The more he used the core power of the sword vein, the less it would decrease. Usually, he would use the power of the sword vein that was dissipating. Once the sword vein core power is used up, it takes a long time to recover. Unless the sword vein can be developed to the point of producing sword Dao divine ability, the core power can be continuously restored. Fight. Chiyuya continues to squeeze out the sword vein core power and Li Fuchen. He doesn't allow himself to lose, and as long as he defeats Li Fuchen, he can be in the top 3. But if he fails, he is very likely not to enter the top 3. After all, this battle consumed a lot of sword vein core power, and the remaining power, I don't know if it can beat Chiham. As for Sita Lei, he is not sure. There is still too little time for him to grow up, and there is no way to surpass Sita Lei. Clang, 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 clang. On the round table, the two fought fiercely, and the cold sword chi covered the entire round table. Anyone who entered it would be strangled by the sword chi, and there was no foothold at all. When the sword vein core power was consumed by 30%, Chiyuya hesitated. He didn't know if he should continue. It was obvious that Li Fuchen could still persist, but with his limit of strength, he wouldn't be able to persist for much longer. Just when Chiyuya hesitated, Li Fuchen seized the opportunity and forced Chiyuya to only wave his sword. Puff butt in front of Li Fuchen. Any negligence will lead to fatal flaws. A sword out, Li Fuchen ran through the body of Chiyuya. Did I lose? Chiyuya still can't believe it. Although he hesitated, it was still very uncomfortable when he really failed. Emperor Sword Dao has always been the only one, high and mighty, in front of him. Any swordsman must bow. But now he lost to Li Fuchen, the swordsman. This is a blow to his Emperor Sword Dao. Li Fuchen, I remember you. Chiyuya's eyes are cold and ruthless. His sword vein will only get stronger and stronger. When the sword Tao divine ability is developed, he wants Li Fuchen to surrender to his feet. Li Fuchen didn't care what Qi thought. A victory was a victory. Right now he was the victor. The intensity of this battle is far beyond any previous battle. Chapter 316. We all underestimated the identity of the first mystic martial expert's direct disciple. How could a person who can become the first mystic martial expert's direct disciple be simple? His talent and potential must be at the pinnacle of the pinnacle. It is not impossible to say that he is first. A one-star root bone. Talent potential is the first of the young generation. Is it too ridiculous? Ridiculous? Hee, the world is big. There is nothing strange. In addition to the root bone, there are some hidden talents unknown, such as Qi Yuye's sword vein. It makes sense. Root bone does not represent everything, at least in the legendary records. Does not represent everything. Some hidden talents, but also beyond the root bone. Even sword vein, they're high and low. In fact, what is the root bone we still don't understand, and it is recorded that hidden talent and root bone are actually one, such as Qi Yuye's sword vein and 6-star root bone. Maybe it is 6-star sword Tao root bone or 6-star sword vein root bone. I disagree with this hidden talent and root bone. It is impossible to be one. Otherwise, Li Fuchen is just a 1-star root bone, even if he is an extremely special and terrible root bone. But 1 star is 1 star, no matter how terrible. At most, it is comparable to 3 or 4-star extraordinary root bone. Everyone has their own opinions and is talking about it. Interesting. This person seems to be worthy of my serious. Situ, Lei has a smile on his face. It's not good to be defeated. But if you don't even have an opponent who can fight, it's also not good. Strength unexpectedly so strong? Qi Heng felt a strong sense of threat from Li Fuchen, and even Qi Yuye brought him a lot of pressure. After losing to Li Fuchen, Qi Yuye immediately went to Qi Heng. Qi Heng is known as undefeated King Star, and his strength is really earth-shattering. Before he was barehanded, he also took out a large halberd. The large halberd danced, the terrifying power broke out, and Qi Yuye killed. Is this his true strength? Qi Yuye did not expect Qi Heng to be so strong. Before, he clearly did not go all out. Very strong physical strength. Li Fuchen saw at a glance that Qi Heng's physical strength is extremely strong. I am afraid to reach the level of hundreds of thousands of jin. And Li Fuchen's physical strength, with hidden blood refining body true meaning, is 60,000 jin. Of course, after comprehending body refining true meaning, the increase in strength is secondary. The increase in defense is the main. Li Fuchen believed there were 2 reasons why Qi Heng's physical strength was so strong. Firstly, Qi Heng had already cultivated the profound level peak tier body refinement technique to an extremely profound level and had at least a physical strength of 80,000 jin. Secondly, the Mystic Tool's Sex defensive secret technique imprinted defensive tool runes on one's body to increase one's defense. Although the defensive tool runes mainly increased one's defense, they could also increase one's strength to a certain extent. Defense and strength were sometimes inseparable. The terrifying power caused each and every one of Qi Heng's moves to be thunderous, as if they wanted to destroy everything in the world. Regardless of strength, attack speed, or movement speed, they were all incomparably shocking. However, Qi Heng's strength is strong, but the control is not as delicate as Qi Yuye, and his martial art realm is also much worse than Qi Yuye. In the case of similar power, the subtlety is particularly important. Therefore, Qi Yuye issued 10 swords. There is a sword to hit Qi Heng. However, Qi Yuye's heavenly dragon sword light fell on Qi Heng, but it could only leave some shallow sword marks. Occasionally, there will be a deeper sword mark, but at most there will be some bleeding, just like ordinary people being cut by a small knife. Although it hurts, it is not fatal. So, strong defense. Qi Yuye's face was cloudy and uncertain. He even urged the power of sword vein, but he could barely break Chi Heng's defense. Taking a deep breath, Chi began to urge the core strength of Sword Vein. Not at the critical moment. He is not willing to urge the core strength of Sword Vein. First, the core strength of Sword Vein is too slow to recover for a few months. It is estimated that it will take more than a year. Second, he wants to use the core strength of Sword Vein on Sitalei and Chi Hung. If you can't use it, you can't use it. Of course, the premise is to win. If you can't win, it doesn't make sense. The core strength of Sword Vein is urged, and Chi's sword technique lethality is even higher, and it has increased a lot. Chi Hung has a deep hole in his body, some of which are deep enough to reach the bone. Damn it! Chi Hung snarled, and the halberd in his hand suddenly flew out of his hand and slammed into Chi. Obviously, Chi Hung has practiced throwing long weapons. The accuracy is not to mention the timing. Before shooting, there is no sign. This trick came too suddenly, and Chi almost had no time to react. When the halberd turned into a ray of light, Chi only had time to block the sword. Hey! Sparks sputtered. Chi flew out, and the momentum was like electricity. Seeing that Chi was about to fly out of the round table, in midair, Chi screamed, and Sword Vein core strength broke out unreservedly. The next moment, Chi stopped instantly, and then the whole person seemed to turn into a sword, and the man and sword were united, killing Chi Hung. Puff! The sword light flashed, and Chi appeared behind Chi Hung. The next moment, Chi Hang's half-body was cut open, and the bones and internal organs were vivid. If it was not in the Heavenly Dipper Great Array, this kind of injury, even shedding body realm martial artists can't treat it, and it will die. So strong! Everyone was shocked. No one thought that Chi could break out such a terrifying sword. Looking at Li Fuchen coldly, Chi had some regrets in his heart. When he fought with Li Fuchen, he should not hesitate and directly consume most of the Sword Vein core strength. He can beat Li Fuchen, but next, he definitely can't beat Sitalei and Chi Hung. Very strong sword Dao power. Li Fuchen raised an eyebrow. The power of this sword even exceeds the strength that black iron sword essence brings him. If he fights with Chi and the other party uses this sword, he must urge bronze sword essence. Is this Sword Vein? Sitalei's eyes are like electricity. If Chi can still release this sword when he fights with him, he has no certainty of victory. This session is too exaggerated. These two people are still not people. Are they rising stars? Three King Star, only Sitalei is still holding the position. I don't know if it can be held. This is interesting. Li Fuchen defeated Chi. Chi defeated Chi Hung. If Chi Hung defeated Li Fuchen, then the ranking between Chi and Li Fuchen is not determined. The strength that Chi broke out made everyone realize that there was still a lot of suspense in the top three, and any of the three could be the first. At this time, Star List Great Competition has been in the final rounds, and Li Fuchen met Chi Hung, who had recovered from the injury in the next round. On the round platform, Li Fuchen pushed the black iron sword aura to the limit, and the sword aura had turned 90% black, and only 10% of the color was the scarlet color of flame demon sword art. Chi. Compared with Chi, Li Fuchen's sword technique is more compact and seamless, and at least 3 of the 10 swords can leave a sword mark on Chi Hung. Chapter 317. His strength, there is still reservation. Chi Hung looked stunned. When Li Fuchen and Chi fought, there was no such strong attack power, at least 10% weaker than it is now. The bones are broken, so that Chi Hung can't break out the peak strength, and the movement is also slightly deformed. Can't wait. Chi Hung was going to brew more strength, so that he could throw a more powerful halberd, but the time was too late. Katsa. The bones in the body are completely broken, and Chi Hung throws the halberd in his hand. Before that, there was no sign at all, and the starting gesture seemed to be omitted, leaving only the outbreak. The halberd turned into a light, a very fast light. Do you use this trick to deal with me? Li Fuchen smiled. Puff the halberd pierced Li Fuchen's body. But soon, Qi Heng's face suddenly changed. The halberd pierced just Li Fuchen's phantom clone, and the real Li Fuchen had already arrived in front of him. Hey! Along the wound on Qi Heng's body, Li Fuchen removed the other's right arm with a sword, followed by another wound and removed Qi Heng's thigh. In the blink of an eye, Li Fuchen took out several swords and almost dismembered Qi Heng. Qi Yuya can't react. It doesn't mean that Li Fuchen can't react. In fact, this has little to do with the reaction. When Qi Heng brewed this trick, Li Fuchen was already alert, so when the other party was about to send out, Li Fuchen dodged ahead of time and let the other party's attack fall. In order to achieve this, one must have extraordinary consciousness. Qi Heng lost to Li Fuchen after all. Someone sighed. No way, Li Fuchen's combat awareness and combat skills are too terrible, and Qi Heng's flying halberd is useless. As a heaven's chosen, everyone's eyesight is still there. Because it is the last few rounds, Qi Heng has no suspense against Sita Lei. Successive defeats to Qi Yuya and Li Fuchen have greatly reduced Qi Heng's fighting spirit. But strength is strength. Although you can't play extraordinarily, you can still do it normally. Booming! On the round table, Sita Lei and Qi Heng are fighting. Thunder fist! The endless mad thunder condensed into a fist and bombarded Qi Heng. In an instant, Qi Heng was full of lightning and sizzling. Unfortunately, Qi Heng's defense was too strong. This lightning fist force merely charred the surface of his skin a little. It was not a major hindrance. Sita Lei, you won't be able to break through my defense. Qi Heng had some confidence. A swordsman's ability to break through defenses was already very high. Fists and swords could not be compared to the same amount of strength. Really? Sita Lei lightly smiled. I don't know how you will take this punch. Sita Lei rose into the air and punched down violently. With this punch, a lightning figure condensed behind Sita Lei. The lightning figure's huge fist also blasted towards Qi Heng. This is... The Sky Prides widened their eyes. Kaboom! It was as if heavenly thunder had descended. Endless purple lightning condensed into a purple lightning fist that struck at Qi Heng. It was so fast that it arrived in an instant. Uft! The purple lightning fist produced thousands of vibrations, instantly piercing through Qi Heng's defenses and roasting most of Qi Heng's body. It's heavenly thunder eradication. Someone recognized the fist technique displayed by Sita Lei. Heavenly thunder eradication. Thunder God Sect, #1 martial art, Eastern Lean Continent top 10 martial art, rank 2nd, ranking higher than Heavenly Dragon Sword art, and its lethality is naturally above Heavenly Dragon Sword art. Obviously, Sita Lei has also cultivated Heavenly Thunder eradication to the realm of perfection. Pure martial art realm is higher than Qi. Sita Lei actually cultivated Thunder God Sect, #1 martial art, worthy of being the first King Star. Sita Lei has a 6-star Thunderbone frame. He cultivates the Thunder and Lightning Divine technique and executes the Heavenly Thunder execution. With the three complementing each other, it is enough to burst out with power that is far beyond the norm. Moreover, Thunder attribute martial arts are originally one of the most lethal martial arts. Everyone was very surprised. At the level of Earth Fiend Realm, it is almost impossible to cultivate profound, level top rank martial art to great accomplishment. But Qi Yuya and Sita Lei have done it. If Qi Yuya defeated Qi Heng by the power of Sword Vein, Li Fuchen defeated Qi Heng by amazing consciousness and skill, and Sita Lei crushed Qi Heng with absolute strength. Thunder God Sect Master smiled. Sita Lei's strength, no one knows better than him. In Thunder God Sect, in private, Sita Lei even defeated an inner sect elder of Heavenly Dipper Realm's 2nd layer cultivation base. If this strength is not star list first, there is really a problem. It's really strong. On power, it's not inferior to Qi Yuye's last sword. Li Fuqin secretly thought, Qi Yuye defeated Qi Heng's sword, which is very powerful, and the power is nearly doubled in an instant. Sita Lei, without sword vein, exerts a similar power, which shows it's terrifying. Because it is the last 2 rounds, the next round, Qia met Situ Lei without suspense, urging the remaining sword vein core strength. Qi Yuye and Sita Lei are fighting fiercely. It's just that Situ Lei is too strong, all aspects are top, whether it's cultivation base, cultivation technique, realm, martial art power, it's above Qi Yuye. If it's not for Qi Yuye's sword vein, I'm afraid that even Situ Lei can't take it. Human, sword unity. Qi Yuye inspired the last sword vein core strength, instant outbreak, human, and sword unity, turned into a sword light shot to Sita Lei. Situ Lei's expression was solemn. Even he did not have absolute confidence that he could block the sword. Of course, he doesn't believe that Qi Yuye can send out a few swords. Otherwise, there is no need to hesitate when fighting Li Fuqin. Heavenly thunder execution slammed out. Endless purple thunder and lightning gathered into a transparent fist, slamming into the sword light. The sword light is extremely fast, and the fist is just condensed, and the sword light is already approaching. This makes the power of the fist have no time to brew to the limit. Crackle and rattle. Endless purple thunder and lightning slackened, and a much dimmer sword light passed over Sita Lei. Puff Situ Lei spits out a mouthful of blood, and on his left shoulder there is a deep bone sword mark. Did Situ Lei lose? Everyone opened their mouths and couldn't speak for a long time. Boom! Qi Yuye, who is back to Sita Lei, suddenly bursts into a fountain of blood mist. Take a closer look, you can find that the chest is completely pierced. It turned out that when the sword light cut his shoulder, Situ Lei punched Qi Yuye in the chest. Although this punch is not heavenly thunder execution, it is just an ordinary punch containing thunder and lightning true Qi, but it is enough to penetrate Qi Yuye's defense. Heavenly Dipper Great Array can repair any injury, and in an instant, under a ray of light, Qi Yuye's injury is recovered. Still lost. In fact, this sword is not as good as the sword he defeated Qi Heng. Defeating Qi Heng, he can't control the core strength of sword vein. 70% of the power instantly consumed 50%. This time, the remaining 20% of the power is also squeezed clean. He estimates that if he wants to defeat Sita Lei, he will consume at least 50% of the core strength of sword vein. Of course, it is useless to have more. At present, he can't break out too much sword vein core strength. In fact, if ordinary people don't have sword vein, break out so much power, Meridian must be completely destroyed. Defeat Qi Yuye. Situ Lei looks at Li Fuqin. Next is a battle between the two. Chapter 318. It's a decisive battle. Apex battle. Situ Lei and Li Fuqin may be the strongest earth fiend realm martial artist in 1,000 years. Yes, it's almost the same, but in the future, Qi Yuye will definitely surpass both. Sword vein is too strong, can hurt Sita Lei, and is still a huge consumption. Then you don't forget Li Fuqin is only earth fiend realm 8th layer realm, and the room for improvement is also very big. This is also true. Perhaps Qi Yuye only awakens Sword Dao divine ability to become the real, strongest earth fiend realm. In the eyes of everyone, Qi Yuye, Sita Lei, and Li Fuqin are all at the same level, and the gap is not big. In any case, the star list rankings are already clear. In addition to the first and second have not yet been determined. The following rankings have already been determined. The third is Qi Yuye, the fourth is Qi Heng, the fifth is Jiang Ruliu, the sixth is Jin Sudong, the seventh is Teng Qingyun, the eighth is Su Lin, the ninth is Luo Feiyun, the 10th is Han Yiming, the 11th Xiahou Chuan, the 12th Morong Di. As for Su Muyu and Yan Qingguo, They are ranked behind, but they are within the top 36, especially Sumiyu, ranked 15th, not much worse. Finally, the game came to the last round. In this round, the other games were already dispensable. Only the battle between Li Fuqin and Sita Lei was the most anticipated by everyone. Everyone wants to know that Li Fuqin, the king of dark horses, is strong. Or Sita Lei, the first king star. Both are kings, and the battle between king and king is naturally eye-catching. Heavenly Dipper Great Array seems to have spirituality. Li Fuqin and Situ Lei's battle is arranged in the last game of the final round, that is, the ultimate field. When this moment came, everyone held their breath. Star list first, not only is the honor, but also the destiny. According to the past example, the top 3 of the star list are promoted to Heavenly Dipper Realm, and they can be promoted to Heavenly Dipper Realm 2nd Layer Peak, and the star list can reach the Heavenly Dipper Realm 3rd Layer. If you can be ranked in the top 3 for 2 consecutive sessions, the 2nd and 3rd can reach the Heavenly Dipper Realm 3rd Layer, and the 1st can reach the Heavenly Dipper Realm 3rd Layer Peak. Heavenly Dipper Realm 4th Layer is not without hope. This was also why Sita Lei and the others chose to suppress their cultivation and participate in the 2nd Stars ranking tournament. Of course, several people have not reached half-step Heavenly Dipper Realm 3 years ago, and they are promoted during these 3 years. If the last star list great competition reached half-step Heavenly Dipper Realm, maybe the 3 will consider whether it is worthwhile. After all, it is good to be promoted to Heavenly Dipper Realm early. On the round table, Situ Lei and Li Fuqin stood 20 meters apart. Situ Lei's face is dignified, and intuition tells him that Li Fuqin is not as good as Chiya. Even if he can win, it is estimated that it is a tragic victory, and it is impossible to win with only a little injury. Heavenly Thunder Eradication. Purple electric light shines behind Sita Lei. A group of thunder and lightning figures condense. Endless purple thunder and lightning spread over the round table, and immediately condense into a purple thunder and lightning fist at a very fast speed, blasting to Li Fuqin. Whoosh! Li Fuqin dodged a Heaven Thunder Eradication. The Heaven Thunder Eradication was extremely fast. If Li Fuqin relied on his reaction, he wouldn't be able to dodge in time. But if he had exceptional awareness, he would be able to dodge in advance. Can you dodge it with a strong consciousness? Situ Lei sneered, purple thunder surged, a fist condensed, and a piece of Li Fuqin. This time, Li Fuqin really can't dodge. Dodge early, useless. Dodge late, the speed is not so fast, cannot move out of the attack range. Flame demon killing shadow. A black shield with a tinge of red appeared and enveloped the sky, full of fist shadows. Crackle and rattle. The cover was torn, and the much dimmer fist still slammed into Li Fuqin. Worthy is Thunder God Sect No. 1 martial art. Li Fuqin took a deep breath and quickly made an effective evasive move. Boom! The purple thunder and lightning fist is too dense, and there is a fist. Li Fuqin can't avoid it anyway, and only has time to lift the sword to block. Purple electric arc diffused. Li Fuqin's feet rubbed the ground and slid out, and a large number of scorch marks appeared on the skin. Well, take another punch from me. Situ Lei screamed, and the figure was like lightning, crossing the sky, and countless thunder and lightning fists hit Li Fuqin again. It seems that I have to expose bronze sword essence, and it should be okay to expose a little. Li Fuqin does not intend to expose all the strength of bronze sword essence. It is too shocking. Maybe it is okay now, but once the first odd martial artist leaves, he will become the target of public criticism. Even now, black iron sword essence is estimated to have caused many people to covet. After all, the secret technique that can be superimposed is rare. Even the top 10 forces are estimated to have no. On the surface of the bones within the body, the black iron sword mark is still bright, and at the same time about half of the bronze sword mark is lit up. The next moment, countless black with bronze and red sword aura sprayed out, facing the thunder and lightning fist that broke the air. "Can you stop it?" Sidhu Lay sneers. "Hey, hey, hey!" Like a bubble being punctured. It seems that the fierce and overbearing thunder and lightning fist has collapsed. The next moment, the dense sword aura is like rain, sprinkling to Sidhu Lay. "What?" Sidhu Lay was shocked, and the figure retreated wildly. In the process of retreating, Sidhu Lay made 3 punches to break the dense sword aura. His strength! Sidhu Lay is bewildered. He can be sure that Li Fuqin must have used some hidden ability to make the strength soar. Otherwise, he can't break his heavenly thunder execution. Is this still a human? How many trump cards does he have? Everyone has been dumbfounded and can't be dumbfounded. Again and again, again and again, 3 and 4. Li Fuqin hid his strength again and again, and the strength broke out again and again. Everyone was shocked from the beginning to numb, and then couldn't help but be shocked. Heavenly thunder execution. Heavenly thunder shattering. With a scream, Sidhu Lay broke out the unique skill in heavenly thunder execution. As soon as the unique skill is out, everything is electrocuted into nothingness, including dust. At the same time, a strong electric field is born. In the strong electric field, Li Fuqin only feels that the body is overcharged from the inside to the outside. That kind of numbness makes him feel a little powerless. To know that this is just a fist, if you are bombarded by the thunder and lightning fist, you will definitely be smashed. Almost subconsciously, Li Fuqin's body surface held up a layer of black and green true qi. This is the combination of black iron sword qi and bronze sword qi, which is sword qi body protection. Its strength is far beyond the ordinary body protecting true qi. With the body protecting sword qi, Li Fuqin's body numbness disappeared. The next moment, Li Fuqin exploded, and the profound, level-high, rank-killing, move flame dragon blasted out. Sword aura condensed into a flame dragon, most of which is black, the periphery is cyan, and the edge is crimson. It looks like a dragon, but it is more like a thunder and lightning. Of course, there is no thunder and lightning attribute, but the shape is not fixed. Tear. Thunder and lightning fist was cut open, and flame dragon sword aura was like a hot knife through butter, bombarding Sidhu Lay's body protecting true qi. Although Sidhu Lay's body protecting true qi is extremely powerful and specially reinforced, it is better than the flame dragon sword aura mixed with bronze sword aura and directly annihilated. Hua! Sword aura swallows. Sidhu Lay's half-body is annihilated by sword aura. Chapter 319. Worthy is the first odd martial artist, unexpectedly passed down such a secret technique. There are many sect shedding body, realm martial artist with envy. The secret technique that can be superimposed is rare in the world. Perhaps the super expert has it, but now it is almost impossible to see. Li Fuqin's secret technique should be a 4-star secret technique, with Azure Billow Sect 4-star secret technique, enough to exert the power of a 5-star secret technique. Of course, they do not know that the Sword Essence secret technique remnant is not a 4-star secret technique, but a 6-star secret technique, and it is the top 6-star secret technique. The complete version is at least 7-star, and even 9 stars possible. If you know this, it is estimated that there will be more covetous people. Maybe someone will take the risk, regardless of the first odd martial artist deterrence from Li Fuqin, where the Sword Essence secret technique remnant, after all, the first odd martial secret realm, cannot exert the full strength equivalent to Apex shedding body realm martial artist. If the cultivation of the Sword Essence secret technique remnant, it is not impossible to defeat the first odd martial artist and run rampant throughout Eastern Lean Continent. Unfortunately, everyone doesn't know. Everyone thinks that Li Fuqin's secret technique is just a 4-star secret technique. If it is only a 4-star secret technique, it is not enough to make the shedding body realm martial artist desperate. Secret technique, this thing has its limitations. The general shedding body, realm martial artist, corresponds to a 5-star secret technique. The 4-star secret technique is not ineffective, but the effect is not great. If it is a 3-star secret technique, it is estimated that there is no effect and the strength increase is minimal. In other words, as the cultivation base improves, the level of the secret technique is also higher. The 4-star secret technique that can superimpose the secret technique at most make Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist crazy. Not enough to make shedding body realm martial artist crazy. Of course, if there is, of course, it is best. After all, a little strength is a little strength. Grandfather, Li Fuqin won the championship. Zhao Mingyue, pleasantly surprised. Yes. Zhao Wuji nodded and looked pleasantly surprised. In Azure Billow Sect, he is the first one who is more optimistic about Li Fuqin. Now, all this proves that he is not wrong about Li Fuqin. In fact, he is underestimated. He actually became the star list first. Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian are unbelievable. Not long ago, they were delusional about the future with Li Fuqin, thinking that Li Fuqin is just going further now. However, from the looks of it now, he had not only gone further, he had clearly left them in the dust. 3 years later, when they participated in the next stars ranking tournament, it was unknown where Li Fuqin would be. This is probably the most subversive stars ranking tournament. Su Miyu thought to herself. As a rookie, no one has done it for hundreds of years. In the last star list great competition, Situ Lei won the first place at the age of 24, and in the last star list great competition, there is no older elite heavens chosen. Otherwise, Situ Lei wants to win the first place. It is not an easy thing. This year was known as the year with the most elite prodigies. Logically speaking, it was already heaven-defying for a rookie to be able to enter the top 10. It was impossible for him to get first place, but Li Fuqin did it. I really underestimated him. Yan Qinggu frowned. What she had said before the match now seemed to be a joke, but she couldn't be blamed. Li Fuqin's performance couldn't be viewed with common sense. Shock, sensation, envy, jealousy. No one thought that this star list great competition would be won by a rising star. The faces of the Thunder God sect people are not very good. For them, this is completely a cooked duck flying. After Li Fuqin defeated Sita Lei, he represented the Flood Dragon form. Heavenly Dipper battle, Qi opened his mouth and sucked. Situ Lei represented the Flood Dragon form. Heavenly Dipper battle Qi, which was sucked in a lot of Heavenly Dipper battle Qi. The next moment, Li Fuqin's Flood Dragon form, Heavenly Dipper battle Qi, began to transform. From one horn, it grew into 2, and its claws became 5. The scales on its body were vivid and lifelike, giving off a bright light. This is the True Dragon form, Heavenly Dipper battle Qi. The True Dragon form, Heavenly Dipper battle Qi roared, and the rest of the Heavenly Dipper battle Qi, which had been lowered, did not dare to compete with it. With the birth of the True Dragon form, Heavenly Dipper battle Qi, the Heavenly Dipper Great Array seems to be activated and active. Above the sky, the stars shine, and the starlight falls from the sky and blends into the Heavenly Dipper Great Array. In a short time, the 36 Heavenly Dipper stone pillars, each one exudes dazzling starlight. Various forms of Heavenly Dipper battle Qi, have shrunk and finally condensed into an imprint. Whiz, 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 whiz. The imprint lashed out and was branded on the eyebrows of the top 36 people. Li Fuqin only felt a pain in the eyebrows, and the next moment, a True Dragon imprint was engraved on the eyebrows. Is this Heavenly Dipper battle imprint? Heavenly Dipper battle imprint, only after being promoted to Heavenly Dipper realm, will begin to activate. Not only can promote more realms at one time, but also Heavenly Dipper battle imprint, very mysterious, can make Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist cultivation speed doubled. It can be said that every 3 years of star list great competition is a must-compete competition, even if the character is more indifferent Do not want to miss. After all, this is related to the future. Missed, the future will spend more than 10 years of cultivation time than others. May not be able to catch up. In addition, Earth Fiend Realm Martial Artist has Heavenly Dipper Battle Imprint and can sense the realm of Heavenly Dipper Realm in advance, which can be promoted to Heavenly Dipper Realm faster. His True Dragon Imprint is different from mine. Sidalay, who is extremely cold, stared at Li Fuchen. When he saw the True Dragon Imprint between Li Fuchen's eyebrows, he was stunned. His True Dragon Imprint was only the horn of the True Dragon, but there were no True Dragon claws, and there were some small differences in other places. The same star list, why True Dragon Imprint will be different. This situ, Lei can't figure it out. Unfortunately, except for the Heavenly Dipper Battle Imprint, the rest of the people can't see the Heavenly Dipper Battle Imprint between their eyebrows, including Shedding Body Realm Martial Artist. After all, once promoted to Shedding Body Realm, the former Heavenly Dipper Battle Imprint between the eyebrows will disappear. What everyone doesn't know is that inside Starfate Mountain, there's an old man phantom that looks at all of this. Yes, this session has actually produced a complete form of True Dragon Imprint. In general, it is necessary to be the first of 2-star list in a row to have a chance to condense the complete form of True Dragon Imprint. It seems that this year's Heaven's Chosen is too much, and the invisible Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi and Star Fate have increased a lot. The old man phantom smiled and then dissipated into nothingness, as if it had never appeared. Rumble.